What did Jenna say to you on the phone? Cora asked. Cole drifted back into the memory. Not much. Just asked where I was, when I'd be there. Where did the accident happen? Cole thought for a moment. On Mayfield Road. Jenna was supposed to be getting married from their new house, with the ceremony at a hotel over an hour's drive away. A woman only runs from her own wedding for two reasons. Either there's something wrong with a man, or there's something wrong with her. Cole knew he hadn't done anything to wrong her. So what was Jenna's reason? Cold feet? Did she not love him? Or was she in love with someone else? As Cole sifted through the details, a heavy suspicion settled over him. He'd been set up. A silence fell between them. Cole lowered his head, not saying a word, his mind flooded with images of Jenna. Jenna in a wheelchair. Jenna holding a bouquet, marching into his office for a grand, public confession of love. Jenna trailing behind him, pestering him with questions. Clingy Jenna. Distant Jenna after they got together. Moody Jenna. Temperamental Jenna. Jenna in a wedding dress. All those images were like soap bubbles, swelling to fill his mind, crowding and jostling for space until, one by one, they popped, leaving behind a puddle of stinking, foul water. A tightness seized Cole's chest. He looked up, agitated, and met Cora's worried gaze. She was anxious for him. He remembered a time a project at the company had gone south. They'd stood to lose millions, but even then, Cora hadn't looked as tense as she did now. The window was open, and a cool breeze of early summer drifted in, a gentle sigh that seemed to blow the agitation from his body. I'm in a bad mood right now, he said. Can I hold you? Of course. Cora opened her arms to him. If Cole needed it, she would be his anchor. He held her tight, his palm resting on the small of her back. Don't worry. I'm not as fragile as you think. I managed to accept my grandmother's death. What else is there that I can't handle? He felt her tense up. I know what you're worried about, he said, his voice softer. I promise you, I won't hurt myself. I'll live, and I'll live well. I'll live happily. I won't waste a single second. You saved my life, Cora. I'm not going to leave you alone. It was a vow. His words didn't bring Cora much comfort. She was still sad. Sad for him. Sad for the Cole who had poured out all his feelings for nothing. Sad for the Cole who never got to see his grandmother one last time. Cora nuzzled against his chest, her voice muffled. Cole, my heart aches for you. Yeah, I know. For me, that's enough. It's not enough, because I haven't even started comforting you yet. Cora raised a hand, her palm caressing his cheek. The atmosphere shifted. It was impossible to say who moved first, who closed their eyes first. When faced with heartbreak, some people drink or smoke. Some lose themselves in video games all night. Some clean, some binge eat, and some just sleep. The point was to find something to do, to fill the time, so there was no room left for sadness. Cora's choice was to kiss. When the body felt pleasure, the heart naturally lightened. She parted her lips, letting him conquer her territory. No matter how much force he used, she responded with equal intensity. The air grew thick. Her hand slid from his face to his throat, then down to his chest, feeling the powerful, steady beat of his heart. She matched his fervor, her abandon growing until it was no longer clear who was comforting whom. Suddenly, Cole pulled back. His eyes were dark with desire. He let out a breath, took her right hand, and pressed a kiss in her palm. His voice was a raw rasp as he tried to steady his breathing. We can't keep going. Cora was straddling his lap, the two of them fitting together like puzzle pieces. Well, had she moved there? And when had her shirt been pushed up? Her eyes were hazy, her cheeks flushed an unnatural red. She leaned her head against his shoulder, breathing hard, her chest rising and falling, brushing against his arm with every breath. Cole sat rigid until she slid off his lap. Only then did he stand. Let's go. The ever-sharp Cora was lost in a fog. She looked up at him. Where? Back to the bedroom. To continue, a phantom strand of hair seemed to tickle her lips, making her want to lick them. Cole forced his gaze away. Your parents and Leo will be back soon. Let's go wash up first. We have to give him a bath later. Take care of the kid first. The rest of the time was theirs. She could do whatever she wanted, finish what they'd started in the kitchen, or pick up where they just left off. Cora held out a hand. Give me a pull. My legs are a little weak. He pulled her to her feet, and she fell naturally into his arms. Deciding to be a real married couple simplified many things. The bathroom door didn't need to be replaced. The things in the box didn't need to be thrown out. The closet didn't need to be purged. The old Cora would have scorned it all. The current Cora understood and supported it. Truthfully, the shower wasn't strictly necessary, since they'd only get dirty again and have to rewash. But Cora was a person who valued ritual. And while these two bodies had been together countless times, for the her of right now, this was the first time. A A first time deserved to be taken seriously. First, she'd wash herself until she smelled divine. Then she'd change. She remembered her closet was full of all kinds of nightgowns. Cora pointed toward the bathroom. Who's first? You go ahead. I'll wait until Leo gets back. His grandparents are with him. You don't need to worry. Cora opened the closet and began picking through her clothes. After a moment, she turned to Cole. Which one do you like? I get to choose? Cole looked at the nightgowns in her hands. He never knew a woman could own so many in so many styles. He was overwhelmed. Cora held up one in each hand. The black one or the red one? Cole's eyes fixed on the red slip. It was like a flash of light, and he glanced away after just a second. He didn't say a word, but his eyes told her everything she needed to know. I've decided. The red one it is. Cora tossed the black one aside and headed straight for the bathroom. I'm going to shower. You're in charge of prep work. And a little secret for you. There's a hidden compartment in the walk-in closet. Open it. You'll be surprised. She gave him a mysterious wink, leaving him hanging. The bathroom door closed, but it might as well have been left open. Cora seemed to have forgotten about the door's transparency. She went in and started undressing without a hint of hesitation. Cole hadn't intended to peek, but his eyes drifted in that direction against his will. Seeing that she'd already taken off her top, he quickly turned and went into the walk-in closet. Inside the walk-in closet was a separate hidden section. He opened it and found a whole other world. Cole picked up a leather belt, assuming it was for pants. But when he measured it, he realized it was meant to be worn around the neck. Besides that, there were studded heels, a delicate chain meant to be worn over the chest, a pair of non-prescription glasses frames, and various work-style outfits. Were they into role-playing? An image immediately flashed in Cole's mind. Cora in a severe black uniform, wearing the glasses, studded heels peeking out from under black stockings, a riding crop swinging in her hand. Cora had a kind of magic. Whenever he was in a bad mood, she could so easily take control of his mind, redirect his focus, and make him think only of her. Just like now, his head was filled with nothing but Cora. Every word she'd said, every expression, every movement, and the thought of her dressed in these clothes. His body ached to hold her, to kiss her, to do all kinds of intimate things with her. His phone rang, jolting him back to reality. It was Leo. Dad, we're back. Come get me. Where are you? At the front door. Cole walked out of the closet. It was impossible to ignore the massive glass wall of the bathroom. He took one look, and his heart nearly exploded. Cora's back was to him, her long, wet hair clinging to her skin. His eyes traced the line of it down to her slender waist, her elegant figure. She must work out regularly. Her body was a perfect S-curve, her skin a healthy, pale white. Cole's gaze moved down inch by inch. Just the sight of her back was enough to send his mind into a tailspin. Even after he left the bedroom, the stimulating image remained seared into his memory. He knew, with absolute clarity, that this was their bedroom. This was the bathroom where they had showered together. This was the bed where they had slept countless times, where they had made love again and again. Leo had been carried back on Robert's back. Eleanor had heard that strength training was the best way to lose weight, so she made him carry Leo on a slow walk. The exercise had nearly killed him. Robert was panting and drenched in sweat. Seeing Cole was like seeing a savior. Take him quick. I can't. I really can't carry him anymore. Once the weight was lifted, Robert collapsed onto the sofa like a dead fish. Grandpa's no good, Leo announced. He only carried me for a little while, and he's already tired. Cole's brow furrowed. He gently corrected his son. Don't talk about your grandpa like that. It's not polite. At his father's admonishment, Leo's face fell, his lower lip trembling. The person he feared most in the house was his dad. Whenever his dad looked at him like that, he didn't dare speak. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Robert immediately sat up. It's fine, it's fine. I'm a little useless. He adored his grandson and couldn't bear to see him upset. Cole didn't want to discipline his son in front of them. He picked Leo up and headed upstairs. Dad, I'm going to take him up for his bath. Go on, go on. Don't yell at him. Just correct him. He's just a kid. He didn't mean it, Robert said, his heart aching for his grandson. Cole didn't respond. He brought Leo into his room and set him down. Do you know what you did wrong? Leo hunched his shoulders fearfully, darting a timid glance at his father. I was wrong, he whispered. I shouldn't have said that about Grandpa. Seeing his sincere apology, Cole knelt to meet his gaze. Leo, everyone gets old. One day, when I'm old and can't carry you, will you say I'm useless? Leo's eyes welled up, and tears began to fall. Daddy is the best. Daddy will never be useless. Cole hugged him, patting his back gently. Grandpa is so good to you. You have to respect him, understand? I understand. I'll never do it again. Daddy, please don't be mad. Okay, no more crying. Cole wiped the tears from his face. Daddy's not mad. I'm just teaching you how to speak kindly. Leo nodded obediently. I know. Leo cried easily, but he was just as easily soothed. He was a reasonable child. When he knew he was wrong, he admitted it without making a scene. Come on, Dad will give you a bath. With the first time under his belt, Cole was much more skillful now, and he didn't hurt him. Leo, soaking in the tub, suddenly had a thought. Daddy, Mommy's hand is hurt, so she can't get it wet, right? How does she take a bath? Do you help her? Does she lie in the tub like me? Grown-up business is for grown-ups. Little kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Oh, barred from talking, Leo started singing instead. I love to take a bath, my skin is so good, la la la. After the bath, Cole went back to their room. Cora was getting dressed. The red nightgown made her skin look even paler. She opened the bathroom door and saw Cole standing there. She looked a little uncomfortable. How long have you been standing there? The door was transparent. At such a close distance, he would have seen everything. I just finished giving Leo his bath. I just got back. Cora pressed. So how much did you see? I saw your back. That's it. She'd been striking all sorts of poses in there, and he hadn't seen a single one. It was like winking at a blind man, singing love songs to the deaf. Cora smiled sweetly. Go on, get in and wash up. Now, it was her turn to be the audience. She wasn't like him. She would stare at every inch of his body, not missing a single corner. What about you? He asked. I'm going to dry my hair. Cora sat at her vanity, facing the bathroom. Right here. It was clear she wasn't leaving. I'll wait. I'll dry your hair for you first. All right. Cora's hair was long and thick. She'd never dyed or permed it. It was naturally long, black, and straight, incredibly smooth. Cole took the hairdryer from the shelf and plugged it in. Is your right hand okay? He hadn't been as thoughtful as his own child. A 4-year-old knew an injured hand couldn't get wet and needed help. Yet Cole had let her wash her own hair. Cora looked at Cole's worried face in the mirror. She held up her hand. It's completely fine. You worry too much. I'm an adult, not a child who needs to be looked after. Cole didn't agree. Adults need to be taken care of too, he corrected. And it's only natural for a husband to take care of his wife. Cora accepted immediately. Then I'll be counting on you to help me shower tomorrow. The hand holding the hairdryer froze. He looked up slightly and met Cora's triumphant gaze in the mirror. The strands of hair slipped through his fingers, slick and smooth, like tentacles, like seaweed, as cunning as their owner. Cora touched the hair on her chest to confirm it was dry, then urged Cole into the shower. Don't worry, I won't peek. She covered her eyes, but a gap between her middle and ring fingers revealed a pair of watchful eyes. Trusting her was like believing the sun would rise in the west tomorrow. But if Cora wasn't afraid of being seen, what did a grown man like him have to be afraid of? Besides, they were about to do something far more embarrassing. He couldn't exactly do it blindfolded, could he? Cole took a deep breath, preparing himself, and straightened up like a soldier about to march onto the battlefield. Let me pick out some pajamas for you two. Men's pajamas were usually simple, without many frills. Cora looked through his options, dissatisfied with all of them. Finally, in a pile of clothes, she found a wine-red, open-front silk shirt. Then she dug out the black choker from the hidden compartment. Thinking about work tomorrow, Cora decided to keep it simple, not too many games. She dangled the choker from her finger. Honey, will you wear this for me tonight? Her tone was a request, but her expression was non-negotiable. Cole took it from her and, under her heated gaze, went into the bathroom. You couldn't see out from inside the bathroom, but he knew the person outside could see in perfectly. It put a lot of pressure on the person showering. It felt like being surrounded by a wall of cameras. Is Cora watching me? Even though he couldn't see out, he could feel a pair of eyes on him. His feeling was correct. Cora was watching him. She had even secretly moved a chair to the bathroom door, openly appraising his silhouette. She had said she wouldn't peek, but this wasn't peeking. This was watching, loud and proud. The more Cora watched, the hotter her body became. She felt a tickle in her nose. Big. So big that Cora's face flushed red, and she couldn't look directly. Cole seemed to sense her gaze, frowning at the door in front of him. Cora muffled a laugh behind her hand, her lips pursed. She knew Cole had a good body, but she hadn't realized it was this good. Wheat-colored skin, clearly defined muscles. Seeing him naked was a powerful visual blow. According to research, women should look at handsome, muscular men more often to lower their mortality risk. A positive psychosocial state is linked to a lower risk of death. Seeing beautiful things stimulates the brain's reward system, releasing dopamine and making people happy. A pleasant visual experience can improve mood, reduce stress, and increase focus. The liver opens into the eyes. When the eyes are pleased, the liver is soothed, and when the liver is soothed, one's chi flows smoothly. So, with a handsome man like Cole showering naked in front of her, of course she was going to get an eyeful. It made her face flush and her heart race, her blood hum in her veins. This was better than any tonic soup. He was her legally wedded husband. It would be a waste not to look. Cora, lacking experience, decided to find 18 gigabytes of study material. She pulled out her phone and searched, but only came up with a pile of pop-up ads. Just as she was racking her brain for keywords, the door opened. Cora looked up. Water droplets clung to Cole's body. One drop slid from his brow bone, tracing a path down into the open front of his shirt. Cora swallowed hard. After a long moment, she managed to say, "You shower really fast." Cole had expected her to watch, but not to move a chair right up to the door. There was no shyness on her face, only pure appreciation in her eyes. To be honest, being looked at by her like this made him feel pretty proud. At least it meant he was attractive enough for her. Including washing his hair, Cole had been in the shower for less than 10 minutes. Knowing Cora was watching, he'd worked with fierce efficiency, rinsing the soap off his body in a few quick motions. Like Cora, he had kept his back to the door while showering, and the entire time, he could feel a pair of eyes fixed on him. It was the first time Cole had ever felt so self-conscious while showering. He wondered how long it had taken their future selves to get used to it. "What are you looking at?" Cole stared at the phone in her hand. "I'm watching videos." Studying, Cora said. She knew there was a big difference between practice and the real thing. "You don't need to study that," Cole said. "When the time comes, it'll happen naturally." Cora toyed with the hair on her chest. "I was talking about learning massage," she said with a pout. "What did you think I wanted to learn? Did I get it wrong?" Cole was about to apologize when Cora continued. Grasping, stroking, pressing, kneading, pulling, and ball rolling. Cole was speechless. Massage involved ball rolling? Which balls exactly? Cora pointed at his neck. "Why aren't you wearing it? You put it on for me." Cole handed her the choker from the bathroom counter and leaned down toward her. Cora, still sitting, fastened it for him. "Is that too tight?" "No, it's perfect." The choker pressed against his Adam's apple. It was a little uncomfortable, but tolerable. Cora reached out and touched his throat, as if flipping a switch. Cole's eyes immediately darkened. Before he could react, Cole swept her up into his arms. Suddenly airborne, Cora yelped and threw her arms around his neck. "What was that for? Don't you like surprises?" He carried her to the bed. Without any preamble, he lifted her chin and began to kiss her. Worried about crushing her, Cole propped himself up, holding her in his arms. Just as he'd said, you didn't need to study this sort of thing. The body's natural reactions would teach you everything you needed to know. Cole pinned Cora's wrist to the pillow, careful to avoid her hair. The sounds in the silent room grew louder. He could feel her body temperature rising. After what felt like an eternity of kissing, Cora started gasping for air, a small protest coming from her nose. Cole released her, his gaze dropping to her slightly parted lips. As soon as her breathing evened out, he captured them again, this time with a savage intensity. His other hand moved from her waist, slowly inching upward. He was about to hook a finger under her shoulder strap when his neck suddenly tightened. Cora had grabbed the choker. Cole was forced to stop. "I want to be on top." Cole didn't move. Cora's voice went soft. "Can I? Honey." Cole placed his hands on her waist and, in one smooth motion, rolled over. Their positions were reversed. Cora straddled him, her hands braced on his chest. The straps of her nightgown slipped, pooling precariously on her shoulders. She leaned close to his neck, her nose brushing his ear. Her warm breath ghosted over his skin, and a fine, tingling sensation, like an ant crawling over a nerve ending, spread through him. This time, Cora took the lead. A trail of feathery kisses descended from his forehead, over his brow, the tip of his nose, his lips, his chin, his neck, his collarbone. Cora's hands followed the open neckline of his shirt downward. "Honey, can I see your abs?" At this point, asking was unnecessary. Cole guided her hand to a button. "Undo it yourself." The next second, Cora grabbed both sides of the shirt and ripped it open violently. A button nearly flew into Cole's face. Looking at the dismembered button, Cole finally understood why his shirt had been missing a few when he'd first woken up in this timeline. Cora held the two pieces of his shirt, her face a mask of innocence. "It's undone." Cole was speechless. When you don't know what to say, just smile. Cora demonstrated the massage techniques she'd just learned on his body. She traced the lines of his muscles, her voice full of pity. "You must have suffered so much. From now on, I'll take good care of you, cherish you." He knew she didn't mean what he thought she meant, but his heart still gave a little flutter, something akin to a palpitation. After tearing his shirt open, Cora's hands moved down his stomach to the waistband of his pants. She fumbled with them for a moment, unable to get them off, and made a sound of frustration. Why would you wear pants right after a shower? You're just going to take them off anyway. Cole was silent. He couldn't exactly walk around with a shirt on top and nothing on the bottom. And you're wearing a belt buckled so tight. Are you trying to keep me out? Before Cole could explain, a wicked smile spread across Cora's face. But I like it this way. The more you make it a challenge, the more I like you, the more I want you. Isn't that what relationships are all about? You understand my bad intentions, and I understand your feigned reluctance. She had to admit, Cole's outfit tonight suited him perfectly. The open, wine-red silk shirt, the black dress pants, paired with a fitting belt. He looked like a cool, aloof heartthrob straight out of a graphic novel. Cora sat on top of him, her eyes seducing him, her hands slowly tracing the line of his belt until she found the buckle. With a soft click, the belt came loose. Cora pulled it free, then eagerly leaned in again to kiss and nip at his lips. She was frantic because only like this did she feel that Cole was completely, utterly hers, that no one could snatch him away. But when it came to the critical moment, it was still up to the man. Cole stroked her head, gently soothing her. He asked her, "Do you prefer fruit or flowers?" "Fruit. For fruits, we have blueberry, yellow peach, watermelon, strawberry, honey peach." Honey peach. Cole took out a honey peach-flavored, ultra-thin condom. The most primitive desires ignited from deep within him. He turned Cora's head and kissed her, his tongue sweeping past her teeth to the roof of her mouth, eliciting an indescribable shiver. He nibbled gently on her lip, coaxing her. "Don't rush. Let me put this on." Cole. Cole rolled over, pressing her beneath him. He kissed her forehead. "I'll take it from here." "Okay." Cora gripped his shoulders, her body going limp. They hadn't even started, and she already felt weak, relying entirely on him to lead. The hunter had willingly become the prey. Just as he was about to begin, a sharp pain shot through Cora's abdomen, followed by a familiar warmth flowing from below. She was certain it wasn't a physiological reaction to their activities. And if it wasn't that, it had to be her period. Wait. Cora's face changed, and she called a halt. Her eyes were frantic, her cheeks flushed with urgency, her hands gripping Cole's descending right hand tightly. Her reaction startled him for a second, and he froze. "What's wrong?" Cora ducked her head, burying her face in his chest. She bit her lip, and, after a moment of trembling, she said, utterly mortified, "I think I just got my period." Cole's pupils contracted. "Are you sure? I'm going to the bathroom to check." With that, Cora scrambled out of his embrace. Without even putting on shoes, she ran barefoot into the bathroom. The moment she sat down on the toilet, Cora's mind went blank. Her expression was one of tearless despair. Of all the times for it to show up, why now? They had been so close to a bloody battle of a different sort. If she hadn't realized in time, what kind of trauma would that have caused him? Their perfect first time, ruined just like that. Cora wanted to beat her chest, tear her hair out. She was suffocating with frustration. Cole appeared at the door, holding her slippers. "Cora," he asked cautiously, "are you okay?" "Honey, can you give me a pair of period panties? They're in the drawer in the right side of the closet." "Okay." His voice came from outside. A moment later, he was back. He placed the slippers by her feet and the panties in her hand. Throughout the entire process, Cora watched his face. There was no disappointment, no dissatisfaction. Perhaps influenced by hormones, Cora felt a wave of sadness. She opened her mouth to apologize. "I'm sore." Cole cut her off before she could finish. He stood in front of her, his warm hand gently stroking her head. "Did that scare you?" "It was a close call. I'm just glad nothing happened." A lump formed in Cora's throat. After a long moment, she said hoarsely, "I didn't know it was today." Her period was usually like clockwork, arriving in the first few days of the month. She never expected that the last 5 years had not only changed her life, but her cycle as well. "It's okay. It'll be over soon. Does your stomach hurt? I saw some heating pads for cramps. I'll go get one for you to put on your stomach, and I'll make you a cup of hot brown sugar water." "You don't have to go to all that trouble," Cora said quickly. "I'll be fine with some hot water." Cole gently pinched her earlobe. "Taking care of you is no trouble at all." A woman is always a bit shy about these things, so after placing the heating pad on the bathroom counter, Cole left the room. Hearing the bedroom door close, Cora slowly got up to clean herself. She changed into a different set of pajamas and stuck the heating pad to her lower abdomen. It started to warm up almost immediately. While making dinner that evening, Cole had seen the brown sugar and the packets of herbal remedy for cramps in the refrigerator. He figured they were for Cora. At this hour, Robert and Eleanor were already asleep. Downstairs, Only a housekeeper was scrolling through videos on her phone. When she saw Cole come down, she quickly stood up. Mr. Miller, you're still awake. I'm just making something. What are you making? Can I help you? No, it's fine. I've got it. You can go rest. The housekeeper didn't leave, instead standing by the doorway and watching as Cole opened the fridge and took out the brown sugar. She immediately understood he was making Cora a remedy for her period. A sigh of admiration escaped her. Mr. Miller, you're so good to Miss Vance. Cole just smiled. He boiled some water and followed the instructions on the packet, his movements practiced. It wasn't his first time making this drink. He used to bring it to Cora at work. Later, he made it for Jenna. The medicinal brown sugar water was beneficial, a good alternative to painkillers with excellent analgesic effects, and it also helped regulate one's cycle and alleviate uterine cold. It was ready in 10 minutes. Cole turned off the stove, poured the liquid into a bowl, and stirred it with a spoon to cool it down. When he returned to the bedroom, he saw Cora sitting obediently on the bed, looking like a child waiting for a treat. Cora smelled the medicinal aroma and wrinkled her nose at the dark liquid in the bowl. Is it bitter? She hated bitter things. Not at all. There's brown sugar in it, so it's sweet. I've made it for you before. Cora remembered. Cole had made her brown sugar water a few times. But after she'd assigned him to take care of Jenna, she hadn't had it since. If she hadn't sent Cole to take care of Jenna back then, his leg wouldn't have been injured. Maybe his grandmother wouldn't have died. Cole sat on the edge of the bed. Are you going to drink it yourself? Or should I feed it to you? Cora snapped out her thoughts. You feed me. I don't want to move right now. Cole scooped up half a spoonful and brought it to Cora's lips. Is it hot? Cora shook her head. Not hot. It's sweet. It's not bad, right? Cole asked. It's not bad, Cora confirmed, adding, it's better than hot water. After finishing the bowl, a warmth spread through her body from the inside out. As her body warmed, she grew sleepy. I want a hug, she said, her voice soft and pleading. Okay. Cole set the bowl down and pulled her into his arms. Nestled in his embrace, Cora asked, Honey, are you okay now? After lighting a fire multiple times and then failing to put it out, she barely dared to look at him. I'm fine. Although he was a little disappointed they hadn't gone all the way, just holding her like this was enough to satisfy him. How about I help you with my hand? Cora wiggled her fingers, looking eager to try. I just looked at some information online. I should be able to do it. Cole's breath hitched. He quickly tucked her under the covers. Sure, let's just get some sleep. No more messing around. Cole knew his own stamina. If Cora used her hands, he was afraid her arm would be sore by the end of it. Okay. For once, Cora was exceptionally obedient. When he told her not to move, she didn't. She curled up in the blankets, and when he got into bed, she shifted over and draped a hand over his waist. Cole was a little wary of her. After all, he'd been aroused 4 times today already. Once when he woke up, once in the kitchen, once in the pet room, and once in the bedroom. He wasn't sure his body could handle another round. Sensing his tension, Cora reassured him, I won't tease you anymore tonight. It was easy for Cora to tease him. Just breathing in his arms was enough to throw him into disarray. To help Cole cool down, Cora changed the subject. Do you want me to look into that car crash on Mayfield Road? I'll do it myself. It shouldn't take too long. With a time and a place, he figured a simple online search would do the trick. He picked up his phone and searched. He found the accident report, but it was just a brief summary with no details. He hadn't been the only one in that accident. There were other victims. A total of 7 people had been injured. Anything? It's not clear enough. I'll need to have a professional look into it. The fact that not even a list of victims was released made him feel like someone had suppressed the information. I have a contact for that. Cora shared a business card with Cole. Just tell him what you want to investigate and pay the deposit. In novels, a CEO could just say, I want all the information on this person within 10 minutes and solve any problem. Reality, it turned out, was very different from fiction. For one, young people today weren't fond of working overtime. The message went unanswered for a long time. Cole glanced at the time. 10:47 p.m. He's probably already asleep. We'll try again tomorrow. The main point of investigating the crash was to find out who caused it. Initially, they had both suspected Jenna. But if Jenna had really done it, the law was the law. Knowing Cora's personality, she wouldn't have let her off so easily. The fact that she had only sent her abroad suggested the crash wasn't directly linked to her. Cora was the first to fall asleep. In the beginning, she was incredibly still, like a little cat, her head pillowed on his arm without moving. Cole turned off the nightlight, kissed her forehead with restraint, and then held her as he drifted off to sleep. A new day began. In May and June, the sun rose early. When Cora opened her eyes, Cole was still asleep, one arm still resting on her waist. The bedroom curtains weren't fully closed, and a sliver of light streamed in, falling directly on Cole's face. Cora watched him for a while before she couldn't resist leaning in to kiss him. Just as she was about to pull away, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her, turning the light, butterfly kiss into something deep and passionate. "We're going to be late for work." Cora had already taken several days off. Her assistant had sent her a pile of files yesterday. She had to go to the office today to deal with them. "Is your stomach still bothering you?" Cole asked. "No." Cole released her and lay flat on his back, staring at the ceiling. He had slept well. Perhaps because her period had started, Cora had slept soundly without tossing and turning. The couple got up at the same time. One went to the bathroom, while the other went to the walk-in closet to get dressed. Cora changed into a silk blouse and a long black skirt. Other than the ring on her right hand, she wore no other jewelry. When Cole came in, she opened her jewelry box and asked him to pick something for her. A woman's jewelry was numerous and varied, and Cole was dazzled. Considering her outfit, he chose a simple brooch and a pair of pearl stud earrings. "Put them on for me." Cora turned her ear toward him. It was the first time Cole had ever put earrings on someone. Cora's earlobes were small. Looking closely, he noticed a tiny red mole on her earlobe. When he put the earring in, the mole was hidden. "Done." Cora touched her ear. "What are you wearing today?" "A shirt." "I'm going to the office, too," Cole replied. "Then I'll pick out a tie for you." Cora not only chose a tie for Cole, but also laid out his entire outfit for him. She tied his tie herself, asking as she did, "Can you handle your current job?" "It should be fine." Cole had only become a boss in the last couple of years. In terms of management, he certainly couldn't compare to the experienced Cora. "If I can't handle it, I'll call you. My phone is at your service 24/7. Even if there's nothing wrong, you can still call me. I'll always answer." Cora winked at him. That one short sentence dispelled all of Cole's anxiety. After washing up, Cora sat at her vanity to do her makeup. Her skin was fair, naturally flawless. A light foundation and a touch of lipstick were all she needed. Cora had a lot of lipsticks. She asked Cole to choose one for her. To Cole, all lipsticks were more or less the same color, but his instincts told him it was best not to be dismissive. Cole picked one out. "This one." Cora glanced at the shade. "All right, this one it is. You put it on for me." This was a true test of his self-control. His eyes traced the shape of her lips. Cole fought the urge to kiss her, his throat tightening. Cora's lips were full, soft and sweet to the kiss, like jelly, like a juicy cherry. Every time, he found himself completely lost in them. Cole was unusually nervous as he applied the lipstick, his focus as intense as if he were carving a piece of art. "I didn't see that body razor when I was washing up today. When people get nervous, they tend to make small talk." "Which one?" "The one I used the other morning. The pink one with the soap bar attached." "Ah, the one she had thrown in the trash." Cora's face flushed. "That one was mine." "What did you use it?" He had been curious about it on the plane that day. He noticed Cora's skin was perfectly smooth. She didn't seem to need a razor at all. "You'll find out eventually." Cora wasn't about to tell him which part of her body she used the razor on. Some things were better kept to herself. He felt like he had missed something very significant. Seeing Cole's confused expression, Cora reached out and playfully hooked a finger under his chin, like scratching a big cat. A cat would find it comforting, but a person would only find it ticklish, a tickle that started at the top of his head and went all the way down. Cole grabbed her hand. "Don't move. I'm putting on your lipstick." Cole carefully painted her lips, turning their already pink and plump shape even more tempting. Cora didn't move either, just watched him with her beautiful eyes, watching his hand tremble, his throat swallow, his pupils dilate, and his mouth twitch with unspoken desire. "Done. Finally finished." Cole breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze full of admiration. "Is it nice?" Cole nodded. Cora was already beautiful. The lipstick was the finishing touch, brightening her whole complexion. "Let me see." Cole thought she was going to look in a mirror, but instead, she stood up and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Don't move. Don't blink. Look at me carefully." Her face was clearly reflected in his pupils. He had beautiful eyes, and the reflection of her in them was beautiful too. Her sudden proximity made his heart skip a beat, his mind go hot, lost in the moment. Cora's palm cupped the back of his head, her lips slowly approaching. "Honey, what were you thinking when you were putting on my lipstick?" Under her spell, Cole answered honestly. "I wanted to kiss you." "Then let's have a kiss." "But you just put on lipstick. Don't you want to taste it?" "I do." Cora stood on her toes and kissed him. Cole dazedly caressed her waist, the sound of their lips meeting filling his ears. He stroked her earlobe, careful to avoid her makeup, and kissed her right ear again and again, drawing the tiny red mole into his mouth. Cora couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Cole released her, patting her back to soothe her, and in doing so, to soothe himself. A man's body was very different from what she had imagined. His skin was dry and hot, his chest hard and broad, his muscles defined, full of power. Leaning against him felt incredibly safe. Cora loved Cole. What that meant was, today, she loved him even more than she had yesterday. She loved his eyes, his body, his scent, the way he kissed her, looked at her, held her, touched her. She loved him even when they did nothing at all. Cora tried to steady her breathing. What does my lipstick taste like? Sweet. Like white chocolate. The freshly applied lipstick was already gone, eaten away by his kisses. Cole looked at the tube on the table. Your lipstick's gone. Do you need to reapply? Cora touched her swollen lips. She didn't need a mirror to know they were bright red. She shook her head. No need. This color is just right. It's my favorite shade. The two of them had spent quite a bit of time in the bedroom. Their forgotten son was woken up by Eleanor. Once dressed, Leo came pattering down the hall and knocked on their door. Daddy, Mommy, how long are you going to sleep in? Get up. You're going to be late for work. Feeling like Leo was about to break the door down, Cole quickly went to open it. Good morning, Leo. Good morning, Daddy. The little guy bent down, peeking through the crack in the door to greet Cora inside. Good morning, Mommy. Are you two going to work today? Cora picked up her bag. We are. Daddy will have to take you to preschool today. It's okay. I can go by myself, actually. If his parents weren't there, his grandparents were. If they weren't there, there was always the driver. That's what he thought, but he still hoped his parents would be with him. He just wanted to grow up quickly so he could go to work with them. Leo bypassed his dad to take his mom's hand. Mommy, guess what we're having for breakfast today? Sandwiches. Nope. Is it dumplings? Nope again. Then, noodles. You got it. We're having savory noodles with a thick broth. After breakfast, Cora left for the office, not forgetting to give Cole a goodbye kiss. The rest of the family was clearly used to the sight. Leo tried to compete for affection. Mommy, I want one too. Cora bent down and generously kissed his forehead. There you go. Don't forget this. Cole handed her a thermos. It was the brown sugar water he'd just made. Cora took it. Thanks, honey. It was time. Cole drove Leo to preschool. Daddy, are you picking me up this afternoon too? Cole, holding the steering wheel, answered, I'm not sure. If I have time, I will. Is Uncle Daisy arriving today? Yes, today. He should be home around noon. Great. When he gets here, I'll introduce all my best friends to him. From his words, it was clear Leo had a great deal of respect for Daisy. That Uncle Daisy wasn't just a random nickname. He truly saw the dog as an elder, like his father. After dropping Leo off, Cole drove to the office. He had expected to feel completely out of place with a new job, but to his surprise, he found it came naturally. He had no memory of his own company, but his body remembered it deeply. He went upstairs without needing to think. His assistant saw him sit down and immediately brought him a cup of coffee. The steam rising from it smelled bitter, the lifeblood of a workhorse. Cole scrolled through his phone. He had a separate work number, and the chat history made it clear his workload was immense. With so many projects under his name, making money required time and energy. Cole sipped his coffee while his assistant reported on his work and upcoming schedule. The celebrity they were supposed to sign for an endorsement had backed out at the last minute. He'd recently starred in a hit drama, and his fame and popularity had skyrocketed. His agent had decided to raise the price, believing the previously negotiated fee was no longer worthy of his client. Cole frowned. How much do they want? They went from $8 million to $16 million. Cole silently downed the rest of his coffee. Then find someone else. They never focused on just one celebrity for an endorsement. If one fell through, they'd move on to the backup. The assistant nodded, making a note on his tablet. Mr. Miller, Mr. Wallace has scheduled a meeting with you for the day after tomorrow to discuss a partnership. The location is the Peninsula Hotel in the evening. The moment Cole heard in the evening, his brow furrowed. His evenings were important. He had to be home with his wife and child. Change the time, preferably at noon. I have things to do at home in the evening. Of course, I'll contact Mr. Wallace. Cole spent the entire morning dealing with business, not wasting a single second. The people around him were efficient, and he didn't have to worry too much. After a morning of handling documents, Cole stretched his stiff arms and stood up, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window of his office to look down at the people moving like mayflies below. A thought suddenly popped into his head. This is the kingdom I built. Cole walked around, testing the sofa in his office, looking at the arowana in the fish tank and the calligraphy hanging on the wall. It bore the seal of a master, looking very valuable. The office was large and included a break room. He opened the door to find it was just like a bedroom at home, with a bathroom a bed, and a closet with a few changes of clothes. Cora must come here often, because there were few of her outfits and an unused package of sanitary pads in the closet. When he felt his energy flagging, Cole would take a walk outside the office. Everywhere he went, he was greeted with a chorus of "Hello, Mr. Miller." Hearing that title was like a shot of adrenaline. At noon, his assistant reminded him it was time for lunch. On the way to the restaurant, he received a message from Cora. "How's your first day back at work?" Seeing it, Cole called her directly. The call was answered quickly. Cora thought something might have happened on his end, her tone worried. "What's wrong? I just wanted to hear your voice." "I'm doing fine here. Everything's going smoothly. How about you?" A smile crept into Cora's voice. "I'm good here too. No problems at all." "Have you had lunch yet?" Cole asked. "Not yet. I was just about to." "What are you having?" "My assistant ordered me Cantonese food." "Then I'll have Cantonese food today too." Cole made up his mind and walked into the restaurant while still on the phone. His assistant, listening in, thought to himself, their relationship is as good as ever. After so many years, they're still as sweet as when they first started dating. The waiter brought the food. Cole opened his camera, found a good angle with nice lighting, and sent her a picture. "My lunch." A moment later, Cora sent a photo back. Cole's sharp eyes noticed a glass of juice next to her food. Judging by the condensation on the glass, it was a cold drink. "No iced drinks. Don't forget you're on your period." "It's hot today. My throat is so dry it feels like it's smoking." Cole ignored her whining, his tone firm. "It doesn't matter if it's hot. After your period is over, you can drink whatever you want. I can even make you a drink myself." "Fine. I'll just drink the brown sugar water you made me. But when my period is over, I want you to make me a cocktail." Cora was still very obedient when it came to Cole. She knew he was looking out for her. After hanging up, Cora sent another photo. "Look, these are the flowers you ordered." Cole opened the picture. The florist had arranged them beautifully. Next to the roses was a small card. "For my wife." Cole's short and simple message, yet filled with deep love. After lunch, Cole received a call from the pet transport service. Realizing he didn't have much work in the afternoon, he decided to leave for the day. That was the good thing about being the boss, a flexible schedule. Cole picked up Daisy and took her for a bath and a checkup. Luckily, the vet found no serious illnesses. Considering Daisy's advanced age, the doctor prescribed some pet supplements like calcium tablets and fish oil, as well as deworming medication. After her bath, Daisy was a whole new dog, looking much younger and more energetic. Cole brought her home to get accustomed to the new environment. Daisy adapted well, showing no signs of stress. She sniffed around curiously, and after confirming that this was her room, she lay down on the floor. Cole filled her water bowl and gave her some treats. Daisy wasn't food aggressive. You could take food right out of her mouth and she wouldn't get angry. Cole combed her fur. "Daisy, this is your home now." Daisy was a huge hit in her new home. Eleanor put a solid gold dog tag around her neck. "Daisy is so cute," she said, petting her head. "Next time, I'll have a gold chain made for you." A solid gold dog chain was too extravagant. Cole quickly intervened. "Mom, let's be a little more low-key. If it's too flashy, dog thieves might notice her." That made sense. Eleanor nodded with regret. She had been thinking that her pearl necklace and jade necklace could also be worn by Daisy, but hearing Cole's words, she had to give up the idea. Robert, who had just woken up from his nap, saw the large dog in the yard and thought he was hallucinating. "Where did this dog come from?" Eleanor gave him a cold look. "You don't even recognize Daisy?" Robert was shocked. "This is Daisy? Isn't Daisy a yellowish-brown color? Did she fade?" "I took her for a bath," Cole explained. "Why did you bring Daisy here?" Robert asked. Eleanor's face fell. "Cole called me the night before last to say he was bringing Daisy over. And yesterday, when I bought all those pet supplies, were you blind? Did you not see them?" Robert knew he was in the wrong and spoke meekly. "I didn't see them. Besides, you never told me about this." Eleanor shot back sarcastically. "When old man Henderson asks you to go fishing, you can see that in the middle of the night." At first, Cole worried Robert wouldn't like Daisy, but the next second, he saw him crouch down and call the dog over. "Here, Daisy, come here. Let me see you." Daisy wagged her tail and went over, lying down obediently in front of him. Robert petted her as he checked her over. "You haven't lost weight. You look healthy. You could probably live for another 10 years. Daisy, this time you have to stay home, okay? No more running away like before. You're not young anymore. You should be enjoying your retirement at home, eating well. Don't worry, our whole family will be good to you. Leo thinks about you every day." Cole stood there stunned. No wonder there was a pet room in the house. He had brought Daisy here to live with him before. From Robert's rambling monologue, Cole pieced together what had happened. Daisy was a country dog, raised by his grandmother. After his grandmother died, she had guarded her grave. Later, Cole brought her to Denver. Daisy couldn't adapt to the new environment. Missing his grandmother, she became depressed, either staring out the window or waiting by the door all day. She wouldn't eat and lost a lot of weight in just a few days. One time, she ran away. Cole had searched for a long time before he found her. When he found her, she was rummaging through a trash can. He thought she was looking for food, but she was looking for empty bottles. Seeing her with a plastic bottle in her mouth, Cole knew she missed his grandmother. Daisy couldn't bear to be away from her. She would rather sleep on a mountain guarding her grave than live in a big house. Perhaps thinking of the past, Eleanor looked at Daisy with a worried expression. What if Daisy refuses to eat and wants to leave again this time? Cole didn't have that memory. He didn't know how much Daisy had resisted being here. But based on the current situation, things were looking positive. He didn't want to send Daisy back. The conditions were poor, and she was old. But if she went on a hunger strike and insisted on returning, even at great risk, he couldn't force her to stay. Robert was trying his best to reason with Daisy. You have to eat well, sleep well, and not run around, you hear? Daisy wagged her tail. If you get skinny or get lost, your grandma will be very worried watching from heaven. At the mention of grandma, Daisy's reaction grew stronger. Her ears perked up and she licked Robert's hand. From now on, you'll live here with us, okay? If you agree, shake hands. Daisy tilted her head, looking at the hand Robert had placed near her paw. Then, she lifted her paw and firmly pressed it down on his hand. Robert looked as if he'd discovered a new continent. His eyes lit up, and he immediately showed off. Did you see that? Daisy shook my hand. She agrees. To confirm the answer, Robert tried a method he'd learned from a TikTok video. Do you want to stay? Yes or no? He held out his left and right hands. Daisy chose the left. Daisy wants to stay. Robert grew even fonder of the dog, hugging her head and giving her a kiss. From now on, I'll be the one to walk her. Eleanor snorted. Fine. It's rare to see you so enthusiastic. From now on, you'll take Daisy for a walk in the afternoon and evening every day. You can get some exercise too. Daisy quickly integrated into her new environment and became the family's darling. Robert watched TV with her, Eleanor fed her snacks, and the passing housekeeper would stop to pet her. Cole recorded a video and sent it to Cora, telling her the new information he'd just learned. No wonder there's a pet room. I guess I brought Daisy here before. Dad and Mom said she wouldn't eat and kept trying to run away last time. She almost got lost once. I had no choice but to send her back, but I have a feeling she won't run this time. Cora didn't reply. She was still at work, and Cole guessed she was in a meeting. At 4:30 p.m., Cole went to pick up Leo from preschool. Daddy, where's Uncle Daisy? Leo looked left and right, but didn't see the dog, thinking his dad had hidden her. Daisy's at home. Leo pouted. Why didn't you bring her to pick me up? I was going to introduce her to my best friends. Leo's best friends were Dylan and a few others. He had been bragging at preschool for the past 2 days about his dog, whom he called his uncle. All the kids wanted to see her. She just got here, and she's tired. She's resting at home. Can I bring my friends to see her? Let's wait for the weekend. We need to let Daisy get used to the new environment for a couple of days. On the way home, Leo was full of questions about Daisy. When he saw a food truck selling savory crepes, he pointed, Daddy, can I buy a crepe? I want to bring it home for Uncle Daisy. He said it was for Daisy, but he had already swallowed a few times. All right, I'll park and we'll go buy one. It was the after-school rush, and there was a long line of students at the food truck. Cole held Leo's hand, and they waited. Under his son's adoring gaze, he ordered the works. The crepe was split into 2 portions. 5 years ago, a plain crepe cost $5. Now it was 10, and one with everything was 40, packed with ingredients. Cole used to love these too. When he was tired from work and didn't want to cook, he'd just grab a crepe from a street vendor. Here, you can eat. Cole handed one to Leo. Leo was clearly craving it, but he averted his eyes and pushed it away. This is for Uncle Daisy. I'm not eating it. There's too much. Your Uncle Daisy can't finish it all. Leo put on a serious face. Well, okay then. I'll reluctantly eat a little bit. But just so we're clear, you're the one who told me to eat it. It's not because I was hungry. When we get home, you can't tattle on me to Mommy. Cole held back a laugh. Okay, I won't tell on you. Only then did Leo take the crepe and start eating with a look of pure satisfaction. Is it good? It's delicious. Do you want some, Daddy? No, you have it. As he chewed, Leo asked, Daddy, does Uncle Daisy like crepes? He probably does. In Cole's memory, Daisy wasn't a picky eater. Back then, they didn't have dog food. She ate whatever his grandmother cooked. There was nothing his grandmother couldn't fatten up. The once scrawny Daisy had become glossy and plump under her care. A child's eyes are bigger than their stomach. After a few bites, Leo was full. When they got home, he hopped out of the car, carrying the crepe. His legs were short, but he ran fast. Cole followed behind him. Slow down. Leo, who had already run into the house, suddenly stopped. He seemed to see something and stared at it curiously, not daring to get closer. Why did he go in? Cole slowly walked inside. After passing the entryway, the view opened up, and he saw the back of a woman in a long blue dress on the sofa. Hearing his voice, she turned and gave him a faint smile. "Cole," she said softly, "long time no see." Leo looked at his dad, then at the strange woman. The little boy clutched his father's hand, a little shy. "Daddy, who is she?" "Jenna, Cora's own sister, Leo's aunt, and his first love." He wasn't entirely surprised to run into her. Eleanor had called to warn him the night before last, but he hadn't expected to see her so soon. He was completely unprepared, caught completely off guard. If it had been his first day here, knowing nothing, he might have made small talk with her. But now, knowing she had run out on their wedding, knowing the car crash was somehow tied to her, Cole's gaze was filled with suspicion and wariness. Jenna was stung by his guarded look. She stood up and smiled at Leo. "Leo, I'm your mommy's sister. That makes me your aunt. You and your dad." She looked at Cole's face, her voice a little hoarse. "You look so much alike." Jenna was much thinner. Cole's impression of her was still frozen 5 years ago, at their wedding. Back then, her face was healthy and radiant, full of the confidence and pride of a wealthy heiress. The Jenna of today looked more reserved and mature, her face pale, her eyes dull. Her smile was fake. Although she was 5 years younger than Cora, she now looked older. The last 5 years had changed everyone and everything. Leo tilted his head, studying Jenna. "So you're my aunt?" Jenna took 2 steps forward. "I am. Have you heard about me at home?" Leo nodded. "I heard Grandma and Grandpa talking about you. They said you were coming home soon." He asked again, "Auntie, do you know my dad?" "Of course I know your dad," Jenna said softly. "I even went to his wedding." "That's so cool. I wish I could have gone to my parents' wedding." "You were there. You were just in your mommy's tummy." Leo was a little shy at first, but once someone started talking to him, he quickly warmed up. He was a curious child. "How come I've never seen you before?" "Because I was abroad." Jenna moved closer, wanting to touch Leo's head. "Leo, go upstairs and play," Cole said, cutting her off. Leo shook his head. "I don't want to go up now. I want to talk to Annie and Uncle Daisy." "Daisy isn't home right now. Grandpa and Grandma took him for a walk. Go play with your toys in your room. I'll call you when Daisy gets back." Leo opened his mouth to say something else, but saw the serious expression on his father's face. "Be good." "Oh." Leo picked up his crepe and trudged upstairs, looking back at them again and again as he went. Jenna looked at Cole's face, her expression turning wistful. If she hadn't made that mistake back then, maybe her and Cole's child would be this old by now. In the past 5 years, not a day had gone by that Jenna didn't feel regret. She didn't dare look directly at Cole, afraid of the disgust she would see on his face. But she couldn't control her heart. She could only steal glances at him, tracing his features with her eyes, seeing how he had changed over the years. He was wary of her. Was he worried she would destroy his family or hurt his child? It seemed that the years hadn't faded his hatred for her. He still held what she had done against her. Jenna had returned suddenly, without telling anyone. The family's butler, Alfred, recognized her. He couldn't very well leave her standing outside. As soon as Jenna was inside, he had called Robert and Eleanor to let them know. But Cole had returned first. It was Leo's fault for running in so fast. Alfred hadn't had time to warn them. Now, watching Cole and Jenna face to face, Alfred was sweating bullets. The new maid had never seen Jenna before, but she could sense the tense atmosphere in the room. "Who's that?" she whispered. "I've never seen her before." "That's the second young miss." The maid covered her mouth. So this was Jenna Vance. She had heard some of the family gossip. For example, before marrying Cora, Cole had dated Jenna. They had even been engaged. The reason it was almost was because Jenna had run away on their wedding day. She had escaped, leaving behind a complete mess. That chapter should have been closed, but then she had returned on Cole and Cora's wedding day to try and win him back, even secretly drugging him. If Cole hadn't discovered it in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. After that incident, Robert, in a fit of rage, had slapped her twice and forcibly sent her abroad. This woman was truly hopeless. When he wants to marry you, you run. When he's marrying someone else, you try to steal him back. Why'd she come back this time? Surely she wasn't still hung up on Cole? He was handsome, thoughtful, and doted on his wife, but he was her brother-in-law now. And it had been 4 years. She should have moved on. If she caused trouble again, it wouldn't just be for years abroad. She might never be allowed back. Thinking this, the maid clucked her tongue and continued to stare at Jenna, while discreetly pulling out her phone to tip off Cora. Jenna couldn't stand Cole's cold attitude. Their relationship had once been so intimate. She remembered the first time she had held his hand. His fingers were long, his palm warm. Back then, she had been undergoing treatment in the hospital with an endless series of 4 drips. Her hands were always cold. When she grabbed his hand, it felt warmer than the heating pack by her side. When she was in a wheelchair, unable to stand, he was the one who pushed her outside, sat with her in the sun, and flew kites with her. She had a difficult personality and always made unreasonable demands, but he always managed to fulfill them. Wontons from West Street, buns from East Street, noodles from North Street, rice noodles from South Street. If she wanted it, he would bring it to her, even in the rain or snow. When the doctors said her legs would never recover, only Cole believed in her. He accompanied her to surgery and physical therapy, massaging her legs every day. She had grown accustomed to his presence, become dependent on him. After her legs recovered, she confessed her feelings to him. To her surprise, he rejected her. At the time, she had been fired up. The more he rejected her, the more persistent she became, even causing a scene at his company, getting everyone to help her. The day Cole accepted her confession, she hugged him and kissed him. She could still remember the feeling of that kiss, the tickle of his stubble on her chin. Cole's embrace was warm, like a personal heater in winter. He didn't wear cologne, just a clean scent of soap and shampoo. After all these years, Cole was even more handsome, more mature. Money changes a man. Now, a multi-millionaire CEO, he carried an air of sophistication. Jenna was not as calm as she appeared. Her phone held over 1,000 photos of Cole. Some were saved from financial news articles. Others she had paid someone to take secretly. There were photos of him picking up his son from school and of him dropping Cora off at work. Their family of 3 looked so happy. So many people envied them. Only she was jealous. She was jealous that the person standing next to him wasn't her, that the person he married and had a child with wasn't her. Everyone thought she had come back because she had moved on, but only she knew that her heart was stirring. Their eyes met, and alarm bells went off in Cole's head. Why is she looking at me like that? What is she thinking? What does she want? Cole, how'd you been all these years? I've been great. Cole was completely detached. The overt hatred he'd felt 4 years ago was gone, which, to Jenna, seemed like a good thing. I've always wanted to talk to you, but I never found the chance. We have nothing to talk about, and it's not appropriate for us to talk. Why not? No matter what, I'm your sister-in-law now. It's not good for a family to be so strained, is it? Even distant relatives visit each other, let alone us. Learning from past mistakes, Jenna didn't dare reveal her true feelings. She had to pretend not to care, just to have a chance to get close to him. Cole remained impassive. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous at all. He had nothing to say to Jenna, and he was afraid that if he said too much, he would slip up. Thankfully, at that moment, Cora called. Cole immediately stepped aside to answer. Honey, what's up? Thank God for his wife. The moment he heard Cora's voice, Cole relaxed completely. A light shimmered in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted into an involuntary smile. Honey, did you pick up Leo? Cora's voice came through the phone. Yes, he's back. And Daisy? I saw the video you sent me. How is she settling in? Is Leo playing with her now? No, Mom and Dad took Daisy out for a walk. Do we have company? Cole was just trying to figure out how to tell her Jenna was back when she asked. How did you know? Cora snorted softly. Of course, someone tipped me off. Cole's eyes darted around the room and landed on the maid, who was hiding in the kitchen, watching them. Perhaps sensing his tension, Cora soothed him over the phone. It's okay. Just avoid her for now. I'll be home soon. When will you be home? Cole asked. I'm on my way now. I'm feeling a little dizzy today. Do you have a cold? The temperature had been fluctuating lately, and on top of that, Cora was on her period, making her more vulnerable. I'll take you to the hospital, he said, his voice tight with concern. Cora laughed lightly. No need for a hospital. I'm just lovesick. I need your kisses to cure me. Her teasing almost made him forget Jenna was standing right there. A goofy, priceless grin spread across his face. I miss you too. Cora lowered her voice. How much? Don't tell me it's the X-rated kind of missing. An image from last night flashed in Cole's mind. He tugged at his tie. You guessed it. After talking to Cora, Cole's mood lifted immediately. Even his gaze toward Jenna lost some of its wariness. While Cole was on the phone, Jenna stood by and watched. She couldn't hear the voice on the other end, but from Cole's expression and his replies, she could guess. After all these years, is he still so in love with Cora? He was completely ignoring her, flaunting his happy marriage. When she heard Cole say the words, I miss you too, her heart clenched violently. Jenna balled her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She had prepared herself before coming back, but seeing Cole, she realized all her efforts had been in vain. For her, the most painful thing in the world was that everything he had given her and everything he hadn't, he had given to someone else. She didn't know what she had left to win. Jenna suppressed the turmoil inside her, keeping her voice steady. Cole, can I talk to you alone? I don't want to talk to you. I have to go help my son with his homework now. He said, Nah, I don't have time. A firm, clear rejection. Jenna was stunned. She stepped forward, not giving up. What kind of homework does a preschooler have? Sorry, my son loves to learn. He needs my help every day. With that, Cole turned and walked upstairs without a backward glance. Jenna watched his back until he disappeared from sight. Then she turned, her eyes brimming with resentment and anger. Fearing her emotions would betray her, she quickly lowered her gaze. Cora must have said something to him on the phone just now. That's why he's avoiding me. It must be. Cole was supposed to be her boyfriend, her fiancé, grandparents, the company, her parents. Cora already had so much. Why did she have to steal Cole from her too? All she wanted now was to exchange a few simple words with him. Was even that not allowed? Jenna suddenly looked up at the security camera in the living room, her eyes filled with malice. On the other side of the camera, Cora held her phone, meeting Jenna's gaze in a silent showdown. Cole found Leo in the pet room upstairs. What are you doing in here? I'm getting food ready for Uncle Daisy. Leo was sitting on the floor, tearing the crepe from the bag into small pieces and putting them in a bowl. He even used the vegetables from inside as a garnish. Daddy, is Annie staying here tonight? I don't know. How long is she staying? I don't know. Leo got angry and stood up. Daddy, how come you don't know anything? Cole had no reply. He really didn't know anything. Whether it was the Jenna from 5 years ago or the Jenna of today, his understanding of her was too shallow. It was as if he had never known her at all. He really wanted to ask her why she had run away from their wedding. He wanted to know if the car crash and his grandmother's death had anything to do with her. He didn't hold any lingering feelings for Jenna. He just didn't understand. It was like getting an exam back and trying to figure out why he'd gotten a question wrong. He wasn't conceited enough to think Jenna was still in love with him, but the way she had looked at him earlier was far from innocent. Cole decided it was best to avoid her from now on, to have as little contact as possible, and never to be alone with her. Downstairs, not long after Cole had left, Robert and Eleanor returned with Daisy. Having received a call from the butler beforehand, they were both calm when they saw Jenna. Dad, Ma, why did you come back so suddenly? You didn't even call us beforehand, Eleanor said. Jenna replied smoothly, it was a last-minute decision. I thought you would be home at this time. Eleanor saw Leo's backpack by the door. Did you see Leo? I did. He's very cute. Look at your nephew. He's so big already, Eleanor probed. When are you getting married? Have you met anyone you like all these years? It was a question disguised as a warning. Jenna scoffed internally, but her face remained placid. I have. We've been dating for a month. He's busy these days, but when he's free, I'll bring him home for you to meet. Eleanor looked at her incredulously, instinctively believing she was lying. Do you have a picture? Let me see. Jenna was prepared. She opened her phone's photo album, found a picture, and handed it to her mother. Here. Eleanor studied it. He looks all right in the photo. What does he do? What's his family background? Is he a good person? He's currently working abroad. Eleanor was skeptical, but she didn't want to say too much. All right, find some time to bring him home. Your father, and I will take a good look. Jenna put her phone away and saw Robert holding Daisy's leash. Isn't that Cole's dog, Daisy? When did you bring her over? She just arrived today. How do you know her? I've been to Cole's hometown before. Jenna crouched down and reached out to pet the dog. Daisy, do you still remember me? Daisy was good-natured. She sat on the floor and wagged her tail. Robert hadn't said a word to Jenna since he'd come in. Those two slaps had created a rift between father and daughter, shattering their relationship. For years, Robert had ignored her, even telling others to pretend he didn't have this daughter. If he had to say which daughter Robert and Eleanor Vance had loved more growing up, it would have to be Jenna. She had been by their side since birth, unlike Cora, who was sent to live with her grandparents at the age of 1. Because of their different upbringings, the two girls developed wildly different personalities. Cora was introverted, steady, and resilient. Anything entrusted to her, she accomplished perfectly. Jenna, on the other hand, couldn't bear the hardship of dance lessons, practiced piano sporadically, and had no talent for painting. In the end, her only option was to focus on her studies, but even then, she got caught up in romances and secretly went skydiving with a boy, nearly crippling herself in the process. Compared to Cora, Jenna had always had it too easy. She was self-important, blissfully unaware of the world's harsh realities, and believed everyone should cater to her. In the past, Robert had figured that with Cora to anchor the family business, it didn't matter that Jenna wasn't cut out for it. If she wanted to play, let her play. They certainly had the money to support her. Now, he regretted it deeply. If he had been stricter, more demanding back then, perhaps Jenna wouldn't have become so utterly selfish. Now that Cora and Cole were so happy together, he, as their father, would absolutely not allow anyone to destroy it, not even his younger daughter. Robert lowered his gaze to where Jenna was squatting on the floor, petting the dog. You should have found a boyfriend and gotten married a long time ago. Jenna's hand froze. She forced a stiff smile. Yeah, you're right. If getting married was the only way to get close to Cole, then she would get married. She looked up. Dad, if I get married, can I come back and live here? Robert's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. He couldn't be blamed for his wariness. Jenna had a record. That's how it was with people. Once trust was broken, you became suspicious of everything they did. You and Mom are getting older. I want to spend more time with you, Jenna said, standing up. I've changed. I won't make the same mistakes again. I even had a nice chat with my brother-in-law today. She used to despise the words brother-in-law, flying into a rage at the mere mention. Now, she could say them herself, her expression perfectly natural. Eleanor asked, what did you and your brother-in-law talk about? Not much, just a little about Leo. By the way, where's my sister? Jenna asked. She should just be getting off work, Eleanor advised her. When you see your sister, be nice. I feel like her attitude toward you has softened a lot these past couple of days. Eleanor prayed for harmony, for a sense of family completeness. You two are sisters. If we're gone one day, you'll need each other for support. Jenna hugged her. Mom, don't say things like that. You and Dad will live for a very long time. Robert, standing nearby, scoffed. Our lifespan depends on your attitude. If you behave, your mother and I might live to be 100. If you refuse to change, I doubt I'll make it through next year. Oh, hush, Eleanor said, swatting him playfully. Where did your brother-in-law go? He went upstairs, said he was going to help Leo with his homework. Then let's go see. Are you coming? I'll stay down here. I'll play with Daisy, Jenna said, squatting again. Daisy shake. Daisy lifted her left paw and placed it in her hand. Jenna stroked her ear. Good girl. Eleanor tugged her husband's hand. Let's go. As soon as they left, Jenna stroked Daisy's chin. If only your master were as obedient as you. Daisy, lying on the floor, twitched her nose, then suddenly shot up, looking behind Jenna. Woof! With a single bark, Cora appeared in the foyer. Daisy, come here. The previously listless dog was suddenly electrified, her tail wagging furiously. Just as she was about to bound toward Cora, Jenna instinctively tightened her grip on the dog's collar, her fingers clenching. Daisy whined, unable to break free, twisting her neck violently, even baring her teeth as if to bite Jenna's hand. Seeing those teeth, Jenna's face went pale, and she immediately let go. Freed, Daisy trotted happily to Cora's side, flopped on her back at her feet, and exposed her vulnerable belly, begging for affection. Cora crouched down, rubbing the dog's belly and head. Did you miss me? I missed you too. Although Jenna was desperately suppressing her emotions, the scene in front of her made her eyes redden. Love and the lack of it were obvious at a glance, whether in a dog or a person. Cora looked up at Jenna, and a film reel of memories flickered through her mind. While she and Jenna had never been the picture of sisterly devotion, they had managed to coexist peacefully over the years. Their parents were always working, so busy that when Jenna had parent-teacher conferences, it was Cora who took time off to go to the school for her. In high school, when Jenna was failing math, it was Cora who tutored her and organized her study materials. After the SATs, Cora helped her estimate her scores and strategize her college applications. In some ways, Jenna had relied on her heavily. So when did their relationship begin to change? It was after the accident that shattered Jenna's legs. Jenna was only 21 when it happened. Both her legs suffered comminuted fractures. The surgery was complex, with a low chance of success. During her treatment, doctors warned that a full recovery was unlikely, that she might never walk again. The stark contrast between her old life and this new reality caused a complete mental breakdown. She would scream hysterically in her hospital room, smashing everything within reach. Then, at some point, a layer of malice began to color the way Jenna looked at her. Eleanor hoped they could reconcile and be like they were before, but that was clearly impossible. From the moment she walked in today, Cora knew that Jenna's animosity had only grown, not diminished. She had seen it clearly on the security footage. As Cole took a phone call, Jenna stood a short distance behind him, motionless, staring at him like a viper poised to strike from the undergrowth. It reminded her of 7 years ago. She had been at the hospital with Jenna for her surgery when Cole came to drop off some files for her, bringing a container of food he'd packed as well. When Jenna saw him, she asked, "Who is he?" "He's my assistant, Cole Miller." "Sister, I want him. Can you let him be my caregiver? Please? If he takes care of me, I promise I'll cooperate with the treatment." Since they were children, Jenna had always used any means necessary to get what she wanted: tantrums, histrionics, throwing herself on the floor in front of their parents. With her legs broken, their parents pitied her and would grant her any wish within their power. Hiring a caregiver was a trivial matter for the Vance family. There was nothing money couldn't solve. Cole happened to be in desperate need of money. After a few days of consideration, he agreed. When Cora learned that Cole was going to be Jenna's caregiver, a sharp, acidic pang struck her heart. It was fleeting, so quick she couldn't grasp it, and she dismissed it as a figment of her imagination. But when she saw Cole bringing Jenna lunch, delivering soup, the feeling returned. She didn't understand why it bothered her so much. After much thought, she attributed it to habit. Cole was a good employee, an excellent assistant. It was only natural that she would feel his absence. It was like the rag doll her grandmother had made for her as a child. She had to hug it every night to fall asleep. Then one day, Jenna broke it. She lost her doll, and that night, she suffered from insomnia. A person can grow accustomed to relying on someone, just as they can slowly learn to be independent. Just as she eventually no longer needed the rag doll, and her insomnia faded. She admired Cole's work ethic. During the time he was caring for Jenna, she kept his position open for him, paying his salary on time every month, allowing him to draw two incomes. She sometimes wondered, if Cole hadn't needed the money back then, would he have refused to become Jenna's caregiver? Jenna was not an easy person to be around. She was riddled with bad habits. She was decent enough with family, but with Cole, she unleashed the full force of her temper. Jenna had said it herself back then. "Sister, I've never met anyone as easy to bully as Cole. No matter how much I hit him or yell at him, he never gets angry. Since he's been around, my mood has improved so much. I wish he could stay by my side forever." Jenna would often call to share stories about her and Cole. What he cooked that day, what soup he made, how he took her outside to sunbathe, fly a kite, play games, play chess. It was all so mundane, yet every time, Cora would stop her work and listen intently. Eventually, Jenna's legs healed, and Cole returned to his position as her assistant. Everything seemed to have returned to its proper place. Then one day, Jenna came to her. "Sister, please help me. Give this love letter to Cole for me. I like him. Can you give him a day off so he can go on a date with me? I want to go to the beach with him. Cole's hometown is so remote, surrounded by mountains. I met his grandmother. His family raises so much livestock and it stinks. And they have this dirty mutt. Sister, Cole finally agreed to be my boyfriend. From now on, he's your brother-in-law. You have to take good care of him. Sister, Cole is going to be part of our family. Aren't you happy? The place Cole lives is so filthy. I went once and never want to go back. When we get married, I'll just have him move in with us. The more, the merrier. Sister, I'm planning on marrying Cole. Are you happy for me? As my sister, you have to help me with the planning." The constant chirping of sister grated on her nerves. At the time, Cora didn't know what was irritating her. To suppress the agitation, she buried herself in work, having her secretary pack her schedule, especially in the days leading up to the wedding. Only now, all these years later, did Cora finally understand the source of her agitation. It was resentment, envy, jealousy. It was the belated ache of regret. Cora was slow to recognize certain emotions in herself, like a quiet, dry well. Then one day, a storm came, and the surface rippled with life. She thought the single biggest regret of her life was asking Cole to deliver those files to the hospital. If Jenna had never seen him, he never would have become her caregiver, and he never would have become her boyfriend. Cora pulled her thoughts back to the present. She stood up, meeting Jenna's gaze across the room. "When did you get back?" "Yesterday." "Why didn't you come home yesterday?" "I was meeting up with an old friend." "Have you been well, living abroad, all these years?" The two exchanged questions and answers. If you ignore their expressions, you might mistake them for two close sisters. Jenna's face was placid. "What do you think?" she said, her eyes drifting to the ring on Cora's right ring finger. It was elegant and simple, set with a single, understated diamond, perfect for daily wear at the office. But to Jenna, the sight of it was like a needle prick. For years, she had been plagued by restless days and sleepless nights. How could Cora be so calm, acting as if nothing had ever happened? Jenna smiled faintly. Life abroad can't compare to being home, of course. I didn't know anyone. I didn't speak the language. I couldn't even get a decent meal. But it's fine now. I can finally come home to a full table. I had the chef make plenty of dishes. You can take your time eating tonight, Cora said, her tone polite but distant. I'm going upstairs to change. Make yourself at home. She walked ahead, Daisy trotting at her heels. The woman and her dog moved past Jenna without a single glance in her direction. Jenna's eyes darkened, her fists clenching at her sides. Just as Cora reached the top of the stairs, she saw Cole and her son coming out of the pet room. Mommy! Leo stretched out his arms and ran toward her on his chubby little legs. Cora was about to crouch down to catch him, but he swerved at the last second and hugged the dog instead. Uncle Daisy, I missed you. Daisy had just had a bath and still smelled fragrant. Leo hugged him and planted a few kisses on his fur before finally remembering his mother. Mommy, when did you get back? Just now. Cora feigned jealousy. Remember me now, do you? I thought you'd forgotten all about me now that you have Daisy. Leo took her hand placatingly. I didn't forget. I'll always love Mommy. I love Mommy the most. Mommy, hold me. Cora happily scooped him up. Mommy loves you too. Cole walked over and gently pulled Leo from her arms. Down you go. You're a big boy now. You can't have Mommy carry you all the time. She's had a long day at work and doesn't have the extra energy to carry you. Cora, who worked out religiously every week, felt that carrying a child was hardly a strain. Big boys can't be carried. Cole, not yet realizing the trap he was walking into, nodded. That's right. Then why does Daddy carry Mommy all the time? Mommy's so much bigger than me, and you still carry her. Cora hadn't expected the attack to be aimed at her. She stared at the ceiling. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm going to my room to rest. Cole patted Leo's head. Take your Uncle Daisy back to the pet room. Okay, come on, Uncle Daisy, let's go. I bought you a savory crepe today. It's delicious. As soon as the child was gone, Cole took Cora's hand, his thumb gently stroking the ring on her finger. Let's go to our room. The moment they were inside, Cole pressed her against the door and began to kiss her, his tongue sweeping past her lips, tracing the line of her teeth. The door behind her was cool, his body in front of her was scorching hot. Cora couldn't help but lean into him, her arms wrapping tightly around his neck. She yielded to his pressure, her head tilting back as he kissed her, like a small tree swaying in a storm. Just as she reached up to push him away, he broke the kiss, his thumb gently caressing her reddened lips. Did that achieve the desired detoxifying effect? Cora was breathing heavily. Not quite. The doctor said 3 times a day for half an hour each time. Can we accumulate them? 1 session, 2 hours. Why the extra half hour? That's my service fee. With that, Cole leaned in again, his movements bold, his passion a surging torrent. One hand hooked around her waist, the other cradled the back of her head. They moved from the door to the sofa, where he lay back, pulling her on top of him, letting her set the pace. After what felt like an eternity, Cora collapsed against his shoulder, begging for mercy. I can't. I'm done. Cole's kisses made her heart clench, her usually sharp mind turning to empty space. It's so hot. I want to take a shower and change. While Cora showered, Cole sat on the sofa to catch his breath. The sound of the water filled the room, growing louder, as if pouring directly into his mind until it threatened to overflow. Cora was showering in the bathroom, and from her vantage point, she could see Cole's silhouette. Did Jenna say anything to you? Cole recounted what had happened. She wanted to talk to me alone. I refused. Cora had seen it all on the security camera. She was more concerned about her parents' attitude than Jenna's. Did my parents say anything to you when they got home? Cole answered with his back to her. No. Whatever they say, just stay silent. Don't make any decisions until we figure out what's going on. Their lack of memory didn't mean nothing had happened. Cora voiced her thoughts. Knowing my mom and dad, they would never have sent Jenna abroad for no reason. Mom has always spoiled Jenna rotten, and Dad is extremely rational and calm when it comes to major decisions. For both of them to agree on something like that, Jenna must have done something incredibly serious. Cora couldn't help but wonder what kind of mistake could have driven her parents to such a drastic measure. Jenna had been sent away shortly after her own wedding to Cole. Countless possibilities flashed through her mind. If it was something even her parents couldn't accept, then she certainly wouldn't be able to. After her shower, Cora changed into a set of pajamas. The high-collared blouse she'd worn during the day was replaced by a looser top that exposed her neck. The love bites hadn't faded yet. Faint red bruises were still visible. You're going out like that? Why not? It was a long-sleeved shirt and pants, nothing as revealing as the nightgowns in her closet. It was perfectly acceptable to wear in front of her parents. I've always dressed like this at home. It should be fine. The clothes are fine, Cole said, his fingers tracing the marks on her neck. Should we cover that up? Ow! With a bandage? Wouldn't that be even more obvious? Cora grabbed his hand. Mom and Dad know we're happy. They won't think anything of it if they see. As for Leo, he's just a kid. He'll think it's a big mosquito bite. Cora was right. When they went downstairs, Leo saw her neck and said, "Mommy, did a big mosquito bite you again?" The fact that he said again was telling. Cole really didn't know when to exercise restraint. She shot him a reproachful look. Cole caught her glance and lowered his head, a little sheepish. "So don't talk about it. Promise Daddy you won't tell anyone Mommy got bitten by a big mosquito." "Why?" Cole, right in front of Cora, spun a bald-faced lie. "Because Mommy doesn't want people to worry about her. If you keep saying Mommy has mosquito bites on her neck, she won't be able to wear her dresses anymore." "Okay, I won't say anything." Leo clenched his little fists, looking determined. "But why does that mean big mosquito only bite Mommy? That mosquito is so bad. Daddy, can you buy a bottle of extra-strength bug spray online? Then Mommy won't get bitten anymore. I don't know what kind of big mosquito it is, but it's around all year." Cole was speechless. He wouldn't dare buy it. He was afraid of poisoning himself. In truth, it wasn't entirely Cole's fault. Cora was just too good at seducing him, always tempting him into doing things he couldn't resist. Plus, her skin was so fair and delicate that the slightest touch left a red mark. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. The chef brought the finished dishes to the table, and Eleanor called out, "Dinner's ready." Leo was the first to the table. He surveyed the spread before his eyes locked onto the sweet and sour ribs. "Mommy, I want sweet and sour ribs." The family took their seats. Eleanor gestured to Jenna. "Jenna, come sit next to me." "Okay." Jenna walked over, her expression serene. She glanced at Cole, seated on the opposite side. When she used to bring Cole home for dinner, he always sat beside her. Now he was by Cora's side, on the opposing team. Cora sat down and placed a rib in Leo's bowl. The table was laden with food, dishes from the sea and the land. It was the perfect season for crawfish, plump and tender. Cole expertly pulled on a pair of gloves and began to peel them. After piling a small plate high, he pushed it directly in front of Cora. Jenna stared at the plate of crawfish, dazed, once again uncontrollably swept back into the past. A dense, sharp pain pricked at her heart, and the hand holding her chopsticks began to tremble. Cole knew Cora loved crawfish, so he kept feeding her, occasionally popping one into Leo's mouth. "Thanks, honey," Cora said, gathering her hair up, inadvertently revealing the marks on her neck. Jenna's pupils constricted. Her gaze sharpened into a blade, as if wanting to carve out that patch of skin on Cora's neck. She banished the image of Cole and Cora being intimate in some hidden corner, fighting to keep her expression neutral. But the tightening grip on her chopsticks betrayed her. Eleanor placed a peeled crawfish on Jenna's plate. "Eat. Why aren't you moving? I thought crawfish was your favorite." The sisters had similar tastes. They both loved crawfish in the summer. Jenna picked up the piece of crawfish from her plate. The food she once loved now tasted like wax in her mouth. "Is it good?" Eleanor watched her. She replied drily, "It's delicious. I never had anything this good when I was abroad." "Then eat more." Eleanor added more food to her plate. Suddenly, Jenna picked up her wine glass and stood. "Sister, brother-in-law, this is for you. I want to apologize for the mistakes I made when I was young and foolish. I'm sorry. I hope you can forgive me." Her abrupt gesture stunned everyone at the table. The atmosphere instantly became quiet and awkward. Cora, nibbling on a piece of crawfish, looked up at her coolly. Cole, after a brief pause, continued peeling. The only person in the room who seemed to be taking her seriously was Leo, who watched her intently. Seeing no reaction from the couple across from her, Jenna tightened her grip on the glass. "I'm sorry. I won't make the same mistakes again. Can you give me another chance?" Cora savored the phrase she had used. Won't make the same mistakes again. What exactly did same mean? Cora took a sip of soup and spoke slowly. "An apology isn't a transaction for forgiveness. Apologizing is your business. Forgiving is mine. And frankly, forgiving you wouldn't make me happy. So why would I do something that doesn't make me happy?" Jenna subconsciously bit her lower lip. She had summoned an immense amount of courage to stand up and say those words, only to be met with this. Cora's response was a sharp slap across her face. Humiliation burned through her, and she desperately wanted to turn and leave. She didn't understand. It had been so many years. Did Cora really need to hold on to the past like this? She already had everything. Why couldn't she just be a little more magnanimous? Jenna looked to Cole for help, but he didn't even raise his head. He kept peeling crawfish and said, "What Cora said goes for me, too." Accepting an apology was one thing. Forgiveness was another. Until they understood the full story, they wouldn't be making any choices. Jenna's fingers dug into her palms, the placid expression on her face nearly cracking. Finally, Robert couldn't stand it anymore. Let's not talk about this at the dinner table. It's ruining everyone's appetite. Jenna raised her glass, drained it in one gulp, and sat back down. The feast before her was now impossible to swallow. She wasn't ready to give up. She had to find an opportunity, a crack to slip through. The air was thick with tension. To ease it, Eleanor asked, "When did you get to Denver?" "I arrived yesterday." "Why didn't you come home then?" "I met up with an old friend and had someone clean up my place in Cherry Creek." Jenna decided to work on her mother. "Mom, can I stay here for a couple of days? My place hasn't been lived in for so long. It has a smell. I can stay and chat with you, go shopping, get her nails done." "Please." In the past, Eleanor would have agreed instantly to such a plea. But now, she had to consider the feelings of others. This wasn't just her house anymore. Cole and Cora had their own home, but had been living with them for years, mostly because they knew her and Robert couldn't bear to be away from Leo and Cora. Eleanor sighed. "We don't have any spare rooms." "How can that be?" The house was enormous. She had lived here for over a decade. How could there be no room for her? Before Jenna could finish, Eleanor cut her off. "You can stay in a hotel. Or, if you must, I have an apartment on Mayfield Road." Robert spoke up as well. "Do as your mother says." Jenna had always been afraid of her father. Her silence was her consent. Leo, gnawing on a rib, quietly observed everything. Children are sensitive to their surroundings. When the adults were talking, he listened without interrupting. "Daddy, I need a wet wipe." Cole took off his gloves and pulled one out for him. "Here." Leo took it, wiped his mouth and hands. "I'm full." "Then go play." "Okay." Leo hopped down from his chair and went to find Daisy, dangling a toy in front of him. "Daddy, when we go for a walk later, can we take Uncle Daisy with us?" "You'll have to ask him." Leo got on all fours like a dog. "Uncle Daisy, would you like to go for a walk with me?" "If you agree, shake." Daisy placed his paw in Leo's hand. He said yes. "Then get the leash ready and grab some plastic bags and tissues." Leo did as his father instructed, putting everything into a small backpack. "Daddy, I'm ready. When can we go?" "Hang on, don't rush me." Cole took a towel from Maria and stood up. "Mom, Cora and I are going to take Leo for a walk." "All right, you go ahead." Cole held his son's hand with one hand and Cora's with the other. Under Eleanor's watchful eye, they left the dining room. Jenna also put down her utensils. Eleanor looked at her. "You're done eating too?" "Yeah, I'm full. I had a coffee before I came, so I wasn't very hungry." Eleanor asked, "Do you want to go for a walk?" Her tone was a bit tight, as if trying to prevent her from disturbing the others. "Do you really have to be so careful with me?" Jenna scoffed internally. "I think I'll stay in. I've been walking all day, and I'm tired. I'll keep you company here." Jenna stood. "Mom, I'm going to go up to the terrace for a bit." "Go ahead. I'll come up in a little while." Eleanor grew a lot of succulents on the terrace. Under the lights, they were all plump and full. It was that time of year, hot during the day and cool at night. The evening breeze was pleasant against her skin. Jenna leaned on the railing, looking down, and easily spotted Cole and his family. Cora had her arm linked through his. She must have said something, because a brilliant smile spread across Cole's face. A second later, when the child wasn't looking, he quickly stole a kiss on Cora's cheek. The street light shone down on them, their shadows on the ground pressed tightly together. A heavy tightness coiled in her chest, suffocating her. Jenna's hand flew to the necklace under her collar, her eyes instantly turning red. The past was a knife, carving her up piece by piece. It hurt so much, yet she couldn't stop herself from remembering. Hanging from the necklace was a ring Cole had made by hand. It wasn't valuable, but it was filled with his care and effort. His hand had bled while he was making it. The ring, which should have been thrown in the trash, was something she had found and kept, wearing it around her neck all these years, pressed against her heart. Back when she was chasing him, she had been just like Cora, always clinging to him, finding any excuse for physical contact just to see him flustered. But Cole had seen right through her little games. His expression was always one of weary resignation, as if he were looking at a petulant child. Jenna hadn't even liked Cole at first. Aside from his face, there was nothing about him she found appealing. He had no money, no connections, and a personality so dull it bored her. It was a rule in their world. The wealthy married the wealthy. The man she was meant to marry would naturally come from a family on par with hers. She couldn't marry down. In their circle, marrying a country boy would make her a laughingstock. So, her interest in Cole had been a whim, and a game aimed at Cora. Ever since they were children, Jenna had been jealous of Cora. Jealous that her grades were better, that she was prettier, that she was more accomplished, that she was more likable. No one ever disliked Cora. Cora was always the perfect child Everyone else's parents compared their own too. Every time they went out, someone would inevitably draw a comparison between them. At first, she could tolerate it, but after her accident, a group of people came to the hospital under the guise of concern, just to gossip and make snide remarks, frequently mentioning her injured legs. How did you get hurt so badly? Is it going to be hard to walk again? Don't give up. Your family is rich. It's not like they can't afford to support you. Modern medicine is amazing. If it comes to it, you can always get prosthetics. One day, she opened her phone and looked at a group chat. The people in it seemed to have forgotten she was a member. Jenna could never compete with her sister before. Now, with a broken leg, she's completely useless. A cripple. She used to be so arrogant. Now, she can't even speak up for herself. They have the same parents. How can two people turn out so different? Jenna said nothing. She just quietly left the group. From then on, she would overanalyze every word, every glance from others. The gap between her and Cora widened. She envied her, she was jealous of her, and she hated how unfair the world was. Why did it have to be her legs that were broken? Extreme insecurity can make a person incredibly rude. She was filled with malice toward Cora, always looking for a way to one-up her. But she knew she had nothing that could surpass her. Until one day, Cole appeared. She noticed Cora's unusual attitude toward him, especially when she accepted the lunch container from his hands. Cora had tasted every delicacy imaginable. The family chef was highly paid, preparing meals that were not only delicious but also nutritionally balanced. Yet here she was, savoring a simple, ordinary meal Cole had made, eating with an almost unladylike gusto. And when she asked, "Who is he?" she saw Cora hesitate. She had rarely seen such an expression on Cora's face. The last time was when they were kids, and she had secretly broken her ragdoll. Jenna felt as if she had discovered a monumental secret, her chest heaving with excitement. She had finally found a way to beat Cora. From that day forward, she began looking for opportunities to get closer to Cole. To snatch him away from Cora, she cried and threw tantrums in front of her parents, declaring that if Cole didn't take care of her, she would refuse all treatment. Her parents, hearts aching for her, agreed without a second thought. They paid to hire Cole as her caregiver. She made Cole cook for her, make soup, pick up her takeout, and stand in long lines to buy things for her from faraway shops. Cole had a good temper. No matter how unreasonable the request, he would fulfill it. When Cora was present, she would order him around constantly, feeding her, massaging her, helping her turn over, carrying her to the bathroom, wiping her face and hands, forcing Cora to watch as she stole him away. Cole was diligent. While taking care of her, he also provided emotional support, playing games with her, playing chess, taking her downstairs to fly kites and get some sun, feeding stray cats. Gradually, Cora's visits to the hospital became less frequent, from once a day to once every 3 days, and then to once a week. When Cora didn't come, Jenna would proactively contact her, calling and texting, sharing intimate-sounding stories about herself and Cole. Under Cole's care, her legs slowly recovered. She progressed from slow walking to running, a process that took nearly a year. Cole then returned to his job as Cora's assistant. Seeing the smile on Cora's face was like a dagger in Jenna's eye, and she began to pursue Cole with dramatic flair. She didn't care that people in her circle were secretly mocking her. All she wanted was to win against Cora just once. That was all. She chased him from the company all the way to his hometown. She watched Cole harvesting wheat in the fields, saw him shirtless, drying the grain under the glaring sun. It beat down on him, tanning his skin a shade darker, sweat dripping from his body. Jenna, afraid of the heat and getting a tan, wore a portable fan around her neck and was covered from head to toe in UV protective clothing. She tried to help him dry the grain, but was exhausted after just a few minutes and retreated to rest in the shade. Cole's grandmother was a 75-year-old woman with sallow skin and brown age spots on her cheeks. When she smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepened, like the creased newsprint used to wrap flowers in a shop. The ugliest part was her hands, rough palms, covered in calluses, the lines on her fingers stained dark. She was thin but surprisingly strong, able to carry 2 large baskets of wheat on her shoulders, her steps steady. Unlike Jenna, who struggled just to walk up a small incline, Cole's grandmother raised a lot of poultry. The house smelled strongly as soon as you entered. The first day, Jenna almost couldn't stand it and wanted to leave. It took a long time to convince herself to stay. It smelled, but at least the house was clean. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the large homemade rolls on the dining table, the steaming pot roast, the chicken and dumpling soup, the fried catfish, and the collard greens. The old woman looked at her, a little shy, and offered her a roll. "Eat." Jenna was always watching her weight, strictly controlling her carb intake. She almost never ate rolls. Plus, she found the old woman's hands a bit dirty, so she didn't take it. Cole, standing beside her, saved the situation. Grandma, she doesn't eat rolls. What about rice? Jenna shook her head. How can you not eat? You'll be hungry later. Grandma, you eat. Don't worry about her. Cole handed her a new pair of chopsticks from a wrapper. Use these. Jenna took the chopsticks. The old woman's cooking was delicious. Even for someone as picky as her, she couldn't help but take a few extra bites. After you eat, I'll take you back. Are you coming back with me? No. I'll take you to the bus station, and you can buy a ticket home. Then I'm not leaving. If you want me to go, you have to come with me. The more he tried to get rid of her, the more determined she was to stay. Cole had an endless list of chores. Other people use their vacation time to travel and have fun. He uses to help his grandmother with farm work, harvesting wheat, weeding, hauling water for the vegetables, and feeding the poultry. Cole had incredible stamina, a seemingly inexhaustible supply of energy. He'd hoist a shovel and dig into the earth, his body drenched in sweat, his tan muscles gleaming in the sun. While he worked the land, she would sit nearby, fanning herself with her portable fan. In the afternoon, his grandmother went out and returned with a bag full of things. Her trembling hands pulled out a gourmet ice cream bar and handed it to Jenna. You didn't eat much for lunch. You must be hungry now. Have some ice cream. This one is good. Jenna looked at the ice cream in her hand. It was a brand that cost nearly $10 at the local market. The old woman had never tried it herself and didn't know if it was any good, but she figured expensive meant good, so she bought the priciest one in the freezer. The $10 ice cream bar was for Jenna. For herself, she ate a 50-cent ice pop. She said she preferred that one. After handing over the ice cream, she rummaged in the bag again and pulled out a package of pastries. This is bread. I see all the young girls eating it. The old woman wiped her hands on her clothes. I just washed my hands. They're not dirty. Take it. Jenna had many quirks. She was afraid of the dark, a picky eater, a neat freak, and particularly disliked contact with strangers. She never ate cheap, packaged bread. It was full of preservatives and didn't taste good. But looking into the old woman's kind face, she found herself accepting it. Thank you. Maybe it was the heat, or maybe she really hadn't eaten enough for lunch. But as Jenna ate the slightly melted ice cream, she found it surprisingly delicious. Unlike Cora, she had been raised by her parents. Her memories of her grandparents were faint, limited to holiday visits. She didn't like them because they favored Cora. She didn't like their house either, because there were few toys and no video games. But sometimes, she would look with envy at the rag doll her grandmother had knitted for Cora, or the swing and small stool her grandfather had made for her. Seeing her eat the ice cream, a smile spread across the old woman's face. She carried the bag over to Cole. He took out a mint chip ice cream bar, sat on the ground, and devoured it in a few large bites. The evening breeze was cool against the skin. The sky was full of stars, and fireflies flickered in the grass. For dinner, the old woman steamed rice and heated up rolls. Worried Jenna wouldn't eat, she also made a special corn chowder. Jenna, surprisingly, took a small roll. The old woman asked her, "Is it good?" She nodded. "It's a little better than store-bought bread." The old woman was delighted, her eyes crinkling into a thin line. She then went and fried up a batch of potato chips for them. After her bath that night, the old woman prepared a room for her. Cole's house had no air conditioning, only electric fans. The fan in her room whirred and clicked, while outside, the cacophony of frogs and crickets was grating. She had eaten too much salt at dinner and drank a lot of water. In the middle of the night, she had to use the bathroom. In Cole's old house, the toilet was outside. You had to open the main door to get to it. Jenna was afraid of snakes and the dark. She opened the door, stepped out, then quickly came back in. After pacing for a while, just as she was about to knock on Cole's door, the door next to hers opened. The old woman emerged with a flashlight. In the darkness, the beam of light landed squarely on Jenna. Need to use the restroom? Come on, I'll take you. The old woman's hand was rough and calloused. She gently took Jenna's hand and led her, step by unsteady step, to the bathroom. Go on, I'll wait here for you, the old woman said from the doorway. Jenna took 2 steps, then glanced back at her. When she came out, the old woman was still standing there. Back in her room, the sound of the fan no longer seemed so noisy. The croaking of the frogs outside now sounded like the lullabies her mother used to sing to her as a child, the sound enveloping her, guiding her into a deep sleep. She didn't know what her parents had said to Cole on the phone, but he stopped trying to make her leave and let her stay. So she stayed, helping with cooking, chatting with the old woman, and making her laugh. A week passed, and Cole packed his bags to return. The old woman took out a burlap feed sack and started filling it with food, freshly milled rice, seasonal vegetables, and freshly slaughtered chicken, duck, and goose. The family pig wasn't to be slaughtered until the new year, so the old woman had gone to the market to buy fresh pork, saying the local pigs were fed more grain and their meat was more fragrant. She packed a bag for Cole and one for Jenna. The bag for Jenna was a nicer piece of luggage, not packed as full, but containing a little of everything. This is all homegrown. We use fewer pesticides than what you buy outside, so it's healthier. Cole told me you're on a diet. You're already so thin, you shouldn't lose any more weight. It's not good for your health. When you go back, eat well and take care of yourself. You're always welcome here, as long as you don't mind the mess. Jenna looked at the white hair on the old woman's head, the brown spots on her face. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, only a muffled hum escaped. On the way back, she rode in Cole's car. The trunk was packed full. As the car drove away, their big yellow dog, Daisy, chased after them. She stuck her head out the window and saw the old woman secretly wiping away tears. A sharp pang shot through her nose. The drive from there to Denver took several hours. They left in the morning and arrived in the afternoon. Not long after returning from Cole's hometown, she and Cole started dating. When people in her circle found out, they all came asking about Cole. When they learned he was from the countryside, some made snide remarks, calling him a kept man. Cole wasn't her type. His overly honest nature was uninteresting. The novelty wore off after a few days, but the thought of breaking up with him was something she couldn't bear. And so, they dated for 8 months, while the rumors around them grew more intense. Cora marries into a wealthy family and inherits the business. And Jenna? She's stuck with some country bumpkin. The comparison is just pathetic. Water flows down, people climb up, but she insists on getting mixed up with mud and shrimp. She turns down so many rich heirs for Cora's assistant. Some people are just born to scrape the bottom of the barrel. I think she didn't just break her leg, she broke her brain. Under the weight of public opinion, Jenna began to doubt her choice. Was it worth sacrificing the rest of her life just to win against her sister once? A few days before the wedding, she and Cole went back to his hometown to see his grandmother. The old woman refused to come to Denver, saying she got carsick and airsick and couldn't handle any form of transportation. They decided to hold 2 ceremonies. The first in Denver, mainly for the Vance family and their guests, and the second back in Cole's hometown. Hearing that they were getting married, the old woman was overjoyed, helping to stuff red envelopes and plan the guest list and menu. When Jenna learned the grandmother wouldn't be coming to Denver, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. The old woman took grave candles and incense, preparing to go up the mountain to share the good news with Cole's mother. Talia, your son is getting married. Jenna is a wonderful girl. And you, Grandpa, you have to watch over them from heaven. Bless them, Talia and Jenna, with a smooth life, good health, and happiness. Jenna never expected that the old woman would die on May 21 SD. She had indirectly killed her. To this day, the biggest regret of her life was running away from her own wedding. She only ever wanted to beat Cora once, to make her suffer the lifelong pain of unrequited love. She never thought she would be the one left suffering. She couldn't even sleep, relying on pills every night just to find some rest. Ring. The sound of her phone cut through her memories. She pulled out her bag. Seeing the number on the screen, her fingers trembled. She stared for a few seconds before answering. What is it? A man's hoarse voice came through the line. I've been out of prison for so long. Why haven't you come to see me? Are you ashamed of me now? Jenna's brow tightened. It felt like a snake was coiling around her neck, squeezing tighter and tighter. No, I just got back to Denver. When are you free? I want to see you. I want to have dinner with you. Did she really have to go? Her sudden silence angered him. He raised his voice. Don't you forget who I went to prison for. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have done time. My family wouldn't have been destroyed. Jenna, you owe me this. You're going to spend the rest of your life paying me back. A sharp pain lanced through her heart. She looked up at the sky. There were no stars in the Denver night, only a blanket of darkness. I know. Good, as long as you know. Speaking of which, Cole's had some damn good luck these past 5 years. Not only did he not end up crippled, but he got to marry your sister. Your sister's not picky, is she? Marrying her own brother-in-law. Jenna had thought the same thing back then. She figured that after everything that had happened between her and Cole, Cora would never get together with him, whether for her own pride or the family's reputation. Even if she loved him, she wouldn't dare. Who would have thought they would get married the very next year, and in a grand ceremony, as if nothing had ever happened? It just proved the saying true. Winter will always return, and those who are meant to be will find each other again. Some people, even after you lose them, will find their way back to each other after all the twists and turns. At first, Jenna had treated Cole like a toy, their relationship a game. But after she actually ran, she began to regret it. She would pull up their old chat logs and read them over and over, and the details she had once ignored became painfully clear. When she learned he was with Cora, regret washed over her like a tidal wave. She constantly asked herself why she hadn't cherished him, why she hadn't woken up sooner. He had been so good to her, loved her so much, and even her family had approved. Why had she cared so much about what other people thought? Why hadn't she held on just a little bit longer? By the time she realized she had fallen in love with Cole, it was too late. It was like a temporal displacement, impossible to reverse. From then on, the feeling of what might have been was like a brand on her heart, aching in the dead of night. Cole became her past, a past she could never move on from. You can never know the value of a moment until it becomes a memory. Jenna, who are you talking to? Her mother's voice came from behind her. Jenna instinctively tightened her grip on her phone. Just a friend. My mom's here, I have to go. Without waiting for a response, she hung up. Staring at the dark screen, she finally felt like she could breathe again. Eleanor came to her side, looking down from the terrace with her. What Jenna could see, she could see as well. She watched Cole below and said, they've been very happy all these years. Jenna knew they were happy. She had dated Cole for so long, but she had never seen him look so relaxed and free. His gaze would always unconsciously lock on Cora. In quiet corners, he'd engage in childish antics, wrapping an arm around her waist, touching her ear, kissing her hand. Were you serious about what you said at dinner tonight? Of course I was serious. Jenna leaned on the railing. I was sincerely apologizing to them. Seeing them so happy puts my mind at ease. It's good that you can think that way. Tom was a great healer. It might hurt at first, but if you could just endure not contacting them, not seeing them, it would eventually fade. It had been so many years. There was no point in holding on. Tell me about how you met your boyfriend. We met online. We met up for a movie, and I found out he was a nice person, so we kept in touch. Eleanor frowned. You met online. Is that reliable? Jenna forced a smile. A lot of people meet online these days. I've looked into his family. There are no issues. Is he good to you? Of course. Jenna tilted her head back, lost in thought. When we go out to eat, he always orders my favorite dishes. He'll peel the crawfish for me and put it on my plate. If there's something I don't like cilantro, he'll pick it out for me. He can cook too. The ravioli and cinnamon rolls he makes are amazing, the best I've ever had. I also love his fried rice. He knows my legs were injured and they ache in the cold, so he always checks the weather forecast and gets heating pads and pain relief cream for me. In the winter, he'll hold my legs to warm them up. He makes me bone broth. When I have my period, he makes me brown sugar tea to help with the cramps. I have a bad temper, so he's always patient with me. When I'm upset, he coaxes me until I'm happy again. He always listens, always follows through. We've been to so many places together. He's careful with my legs. When I can't walk anymore, he carries me. He even took me to meet his family. As Eleanor listened, the description sounded more and more familiar. What is family like? He was raised by his grandmother. She's very good to me. Every time I visit, she prepares all sorts of delicious food for me. Before I leave, she always packs a bag for me to take home. The rolls she makes are better than any bread, especially the cinnamon ones. Her flatbread is amazing, too. I can eat so much of it with braised beef. During the New Year, she gave me a red envelope with a good luck charm she'd gotten for me inside. As Jenna spoke, she lowered her head, hiding the emotion in her eyes. Just his grandmother? No other relatives? What about his parents? His parents are gone. His family situation is a lot like Cole's. Jenna turned to look at her mother. Mom, you wouldn't look down on him for that, would you? Eleanor's brow twitched. She paused for a few seconds before nodding. No, as long as he's good to you, that's all that matters. Suddenly, she noticed the necklace Jenna was wearing. What's that on your neck? Jenna touched the ring on the chain, a sweet smile on her face. My boyfriend gave it to me. I don't think you've told me your boyfriend's name. Jenna's voice was hoarse. His name is Colin Mills. Colin Mills, a name so similar to Cole Miller. Honest, yet a complete fabrication. There was no boyfriend. Colin was just a figment of her imagination. When the human mind experiences extreme trauma, it triggers a self-preservation mechanism. It will automatically forget or weaken related memories. If it can't simplify the trauma, it will create a fantasy. So, after Cole and Cora got married, she had imagined a boyfriend for herself. He was just like Cole, gentle, considerate, warm, open, and devoted. He was a good person, a very, very good person. She fantasized about being loved, fantasized about someone like Cole loving her. She fantasized about someone being there to cherish her tears, someone to hold her when she had nightmares. Her mother had asked if she was doing well abroad. The truth was, she wasn't doing well at all, and she was keenly aware that her suffering was her own fault, so she didn't even have the right to complain to anyone. Eleanor didn't seem to notice anything amiss. She patted Jenna's shoulder. If you think he's good, then that's what matters. She had given her daughters complete freedom in marriage. As long as the man had good character, a less-than-ideal family background didn't matter. The Vance family had more than enough money. They didn't need to sacrifice their daughter's happiness for a strategic alliance. If she wanted to get married, she could. If she didn't, that was fine too. They had raised her for over 20 years. They could certainly support her for the rest of her life. Eleanor was also worried that pushing too hard would backfire. For now, she would take it one step at a time and let nature take its course. Your father is a pretty good judge of character. When you have time, invite your boyfriend over. We can all have a meal together, and we can vet him for you. Jenna smiled. And what if he doesn't pass your inspection? Eleanor was at a loss for words. A child's romantic life was always a major family dilemma. Handle it well, and the family is harmonious. Handle it poorly, and it could tear everyone apart. You're the one who knows if the shoe fits. We can only give you our opinion. The rest is up to you. Eleanor figured Jenna wasn't that foolish. After all, she had been with Cole. With that as a point of comparison, her judgment couldn't be that bad. Jenna smiled. Don't worry. I'll arrange it when I have time. Eleanor looked down from the terrace. She saw Cora leap onto Cole's back like a cat, her hands playfully tugging at his ears. Leo saw them and stood in front of them, raising his arms as if he wanted to play too. Cole ignored him, running forward with Cora on his back, while Leo chased after them, holding the dog's leash. Eleanor couldn't help but laugh. They're so old, but they still act like children. Only then did she remember Jenna was beside her, but thankfully, she showed no reaction. Mom, I'm gonna head out. I'll have the driver take you. No need. I drove. Jenna waved. I'll come by again tomorrow. Call me when you get home. Okay. The moment Jenna turned away, tears fell. She hadn't been able to hold it together until the end. She wiped her eyes, forcing her lips into a smile that was uglier than a grimace. As she went downstairs, she inevitably ran into Cole and the others. Cora was off Cole's back now. They were holding each other in a close embrace, completely oblivious to the pair of eyes staring at them from a distance. After a moment, Cora looked up, her gaze passing over Cole's broad shoulder to meet hers. They looked at each other across the space, a scene that felt like a replay from 4 years ago. Back then, she had also watched Cora from afar as Cora hugged Cole in a victor's embrace, staking her claim, even kissing him right in front of her. The scene before her was like a movie rewinding, the two moments slowly merging into one. Cora stood on her toes and kissed the corner of Cole's mouth. Cole froze for a second, then reached up to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. They held each other's gaze for 2 seconds before he slowly leaned down to kiss her lips, his hands tightening around her waist. The sight was a brutal assault on Jenna's senses. For a moment, she was frozen in place, as if paralyzed. Cora was doing it on purpose. Cora patted Cole's shoulder. Jenna's behind us. Cole didn't turn around. He held her and swayed slightly, as if drunk. Forget her. Let's just hug. Cora reached up and gently tugged his reddening ear. She's still watching us. I'm going to say hello. All right. Cole was still obedient to her. When she said let go, he let go. He released Cora and turned around, and sure enough, there was Jenna. She was standing there, motionless, staring at them as if in a daze. Cole frowned slightly. Cora spoke. Are you leaving? Jenna pulled her gaze away, looking down. Yeah, it's getting late. Drive safely on your way back. Jenna had intended to leave, but she couldn't swallow her pride. She looked up. Sister, you haven't changed a bit after all these years. Your methods of provocation are just as clumsy as they were 4 years ago. Are you staking your claim like this because you're insecure in your marriage? What you see as staking a claim, I see as daily life. Jenna, don't flatter yourself. You pose no threat to me, and I have no interest in provoking you. Cora's gaze was that of a victor looking down on the vanquished, a confidence given to her by the man at her side. Cole glanced at Jenna once, then looked away. Two people who were once so close were now like strangers, or even less than strangers. In the end, it was Jenna who broke first. She forced a smile. I guess I was just overthinking things. I'm leaving. Not long after Jenna left, Eleanor also came down for a walk. Seeing Cole and the others, she went over. Did you see Jenna? She already left. I just remembered she had some wine tonight. She can't drive. Cora said, you should call her right now and tell her to get a rideshare or have someone pick her up. Drinking and driving was a death wish. If she killed herself, that was one thing, but what if she hit someone else? Eleanor nodded and quickly called Jenna. Jenna, you had wine tonight. You shouldn't drive. Get an Uber home. What if something happens? Okay, you haven't gotten in the car yet, have you? No, I'm just standing on the sidewalk getting some air. That's good. After hanging up, Eleanor told Cora about Jenna's new boyfriend. Cora didn't believe it. She didn't know about anything else, but the way Jenna looked at Cole was clearly filled with ill intent. What's her boyfriend's name? Eleanor replied, his name is Colin Mills. She said they met online. He has a grandmother, and he's very good to her. Colin Mills. Cole Miller. Was it a coincidence? A cold light flashed in Cora's eyes. You believe whatever she says? What if it's a lie? I saw a picture. I think it's real. It wasn't that she wanted to believe it, but that she needed to. Jenna was at an age where she should be getting married. If she didn't, Eleanor would never be at ease, always worried she was still hung up on Cole. Cora's expression was unreadable. She prompted her mother to continue talking about Jenna's boyfriend. The more she heard, the more familiar it sounded. Wasn't this just another Cole Miller? Was she looking for a boyfriend or a replacement? Or did this person even exist at all? Only Eleanor was still in the dark, genuinely happy that Jenna had found someone. Cora didn't burst her mother's bubble. How long have they been dating? Eleanor replied. She said about half a year. Is she serious about it? From her tone, it sounded like it. If she's serious, then when is she bringing him home to meet us? She said Colin is busy recently, so she needs to find the right time. Cora knew immediately that Jenna was lying through her teeth. We'll see when we meet him. The truth would be obvious at a glance. If Jenna was up to something, Cora wouldn't hesitate to ship her abroad again. At her core, Cora was petty. She was possessive. What was hers, she would protect fiercely. If anyone damaged her property, she wouldn't hesitate to strike back. When they were children and Jenna broke her rag doll, Cora not only beat her up, but also cut her favorite dress to shreds. After that, Jenna never dared to enter her room or touch her things again. Eleanor's soft heart often made her naive about certain things. However, that didn't mean she would disregard Cora's feelings and force her to forgive Jenna. Of course, even if she tried, it would be useless. Cora was more resolute than any of them. If she didn't want to do something, no one could make her. If even Cora could hear the inconsistencies, then Cole certainly could too. He stood by, listening with a grim expression, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Before, he had only been wary of Jenna. Now, he wanted to stay as far away from her as possible. As the saying goes, if someone's behavior makes you uncomfortable, whether it's intentional or not, the moment you feel unease, get away. Mismatched energies always lead to trouble. Better to avoid the risk. It was less about avoiding Jenna and more about avoiding disaster. After they got home, showered, and went to bed, Cole gave Cora a massage. When her stomach hurt, he rubbed her belly. When her neck and shoulders were sore, he massaged them. When her chest was tender, Cora purred in his arms like a kitten, though her temperament was much better. A kitten would scratch you for rubbing its belly. Afterward, Cora, wrapped in a blanket, asked about his work. The first day went smoothly. I think my body still has some muscle memory, so it wasn't as hard as I expected. Cole gave her a brief overview of his company's business model. Cora already knew everything he was saying. She'd had someone look into it the day she arrived. She wasn't surprised by Cole's success. From the first moment she saw him, she knew he would succeed at whatever he did. Gold will shine wherever it is. The people who had once mocked him as a country bumpkin and a kept man could never have imagined he would achieve what he had today. The more successful Cole became, the more Jenna would regret her choice. Is your schedule busy lately? I have a business lunch with Mr. Wallace the day after tomorrow. It was really that Mr. Wallace wanted to franchise his restaurant. Currently, Cole's fast casual cafes were only in this city. It wasn't that he didn't want to expand, but that it was difficult to manage quality control once the number of locations grew. Cole was serious about the food industry. Food safety was his top priority, using only the freshest ingredients. Secondly, his prices were affordable. As a result, although his cafes were famous, they operated on a thin profit margin. Many people had approached him about franchising over the years, but he had refused them all. He had intended to refuse Mr. Wallace as well, but the man had been so persistent, pursuing him for 6 months, and the contract he presented was very sincere. So, Cole had decided to schedule a proper meeting. Can you handle it? No problem. And if you can't? Cole immediately cut in. Then of course I'll have to ask my dear wife for help. There was no shame in asking his wife for help. As the internet said, it was just rational utilization of resources. Cora rolled over, hugging his arm. After you're done with your meeting and things aren't so busy, let's go see the place you used to live. Cora was a possessive person. She wanted to experience the things Cole and Jenna had done together. Visit the places he used to live, try the food trucks he used to eat at, go see the stars from the mountains, set off fireworks for New Year's, and have a wild day at an amusement park. To go to the places he'd been, walk the roads he'd walked, read the books he'd read. There was something deeply romantic about it. Cole stroked her hair. Okay. Cora fell asleep quickly. She must have been having a pleasant dream, because a faint smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, in another room, the air was thick with the smell of alcohol. Jenna was suffering from insomnia again. She had run out of sleeping pills. You couldn't buy them online, and the pharmacy and hospital were too far away. It was too late to go out, so she had gone to the convenience store downstairs and bought 2 bottles of liquor. If she drank enough to make her head spin, she would surely be able to sleep. She had bought 2 bottles of grain alcohol. It was high proof, burning her throat as it went down. She drank as if she felt nothing, tilting her head back and pouring it down her throat, a trail of heat from her mouth to her stomach. Jenna's health used to be good, but after moving abroad, her irregular diet and poor sleep schedule had led to a host of problems, the most serious being her stomach. After half a bottle of liquor, her stomach couldn't take it anymore. A searing pain erupted. Before she could make it to the bathroom, she threw up, kneeling on the floor, her body convulsing, her mouth hanging open numbly. The acrid smell of alcohol mixed with undigested food filled the air. She heaved until only stomach acid came up, her stomach feeling as if it were being clawed from the inside. She took off her jacket and threw it over the mess on the floor, then staggered to the bathroom. The motion sensor light above the mirror flickered on. In the dim light, her face was terrifyingly pale, her swollen, red-rimmed eyes glistening with tears. So ugly, Jenna muttered to herself. So ugly I barely recognize myself. She spoke to her reflection. Look at you. Why would he choose you? You're not as pretty as his wife, not as rich as his wife. What do you have to compete with her? You're not even as healthy as her. The apartment she was in was originally bought by her parents to be her and Cole's marital home. Cole had put a lot of his own money into the renovation, planning the style, layout, decorations. All according to her preferences. We'll make this the master bedroom. It gets good sunlight. We have to install heated floors, so your legs won't hurt so much in the winter. Didn't you say you've been having trouble sleeping? This is a pillow my grandmother made. It's filled with herbs to help you sleep. The pillow even had flowers embroidered on it by his grandmother. When she got it, she hadn't slept on it, but had put it away in a closet. It wasn't until she ran from the wedding, until the regret set in, that she finally took it out to sleep with. That night, she had hugged the pillow, the scent of herbs lulling her into a deep, dreamless sleep. 5 years had passed. The herbal scent was gone, replaced by a musty smell. But Jenna couldn't bear to throw it away. She had kept it here. After coming back, she had taken it out, beaten the dust from it, and set it out in the sun. But no matter how long it baked in the light, the musty smell wouldn't go away. Jenna hugged the pillow, a memory surfacing. She had called Cole. Cole, I'm sorry. I don't want to marry you anymore. I regret it. What was Cole's reaction when she said those words? She didn't know. All she knew was that the line had gone silent. She had waited a long time for a reply, but when none came, she simply hung up. At her friend's urging, she left, turning the wedding into a disaster. The younger Miss Vance had run off with another man. The groom had gotten into a car accident and was in the emergency room. She hadn't found out until that night. To avoid spoiling her mood, her phone had been with her friend, Wyatt. The Vance family was in chaos. She didn't dare go back. After changing out of her wedding dress, she went on a trip out of state with Wyatt. As she left, she thought that when she got back, she could just apologize to Cole, sweet-talk him a bit. If they couldn't be husband and wife, they could still be friends. And given Cole's professional network, she was his most valuable contact. Cole was easy to appease. A hug, a piece of candy, a few sweet words whispered in his ear, and he'd be fine. It had always been that way. 3 days later, she returned to Denver. Her calls to Cole wouldn't go through. Her texts wouldn't deliver. She sent someone to ask around and found out that Cole's grandmother had died. His grandmother was dead. Could Cole still be appeased? The scene shifted. She was standing in front of him. She had never cried in front of Cole before, but that day, in the pouring rain, she knelt before him, her hands clutching his jacket. Cole, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I didn't know my own heart. I cared too much about what other people thought. I shouldn't have run away. I shouldn't have abandoned you. I honestly didn't know you'd get into an accident and be hurt. I didn't know your grandmother would die. I regretted it the moment I left with Wyatt. Nothing happened between us. Can we get back together? Please? I won't look at another man. I won't throw tantrums or be unreasonable anymore. We can get married, have children. There was no warmth in Cole's eyes. He stood over her, holding an umbrella, looking down as he spoke the most piercing words imaginable. Jenna, do you think I'm that cheap? That I have to wait until you're completely rotten, until you stink, before I throw you away? You say you didn't mean for it to happen, but your legs are attached to your body. Did someone hold a knife to your throat and force you? Even the best ice cream gets tiresome if you eat it every day, especially when the ingredients are mediocre and it's already been licked by someone else. Disgusting, isn't it? A low rumble of thunder echoed in her ears. Shadows danced across the window pane, the wind-blown curtain looking like a human silhouette. A moment later, a flash of lightning split the sky, followed by a deafening crack of thunder. Crack, as if tearing the very fabric of the heavens. Jenna couldn't tell if it was a hallucination or reality. She pulled the covers over her head, her back drenched in cold sweat. Ever since that day, Jenna had been terrified of thunderstorms. On a dark and stormy night, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Fear always made her mind race, imagining a hand reaching out from under the bed, a face appearing on the ceiling. She didn't dare move, only wrapping herself tighter in the blankets. If only Cole were here with her now. Cole, Cole, Cole. She called his name, her tears soaking into the pillow. In the empty room, no one answered. There was only the sound of distant thunder. Jenna was woken by her phone. She answered it, glancing at the clock. It was already 10 in the morning. She looked at the caller ID before picking up. Mom. Her voice was hoarse. Her mother paused on the other end, her voice filled with concern. Your voice is so hoarse. Are you sick? No, I'm just not over the jet lag. I just woke up. Eleanor said, I was going to ask when you're coming over, but if you're still sleeping, I won't bother you. It's fine, I'm awake now. Are you coming for lunch then? I'll have the chef make your favorite dishes. If you come, it'll just be the two of us. Eleanor thought that with fewer people around, Jenna might feel more comfortable, and it would be easier to ask about her love life. Jenna's body ached, and her head felt hot. Getting out of bed was a struggle. I think I'll pass. If you don't come here, what will you eat for lunch? I'll just order delivery. This isn't abroad. It's easy to get food delivered here. Eleanor didn't press her, but she sighed when she heard her daughter was ordering takeout. I can have the driver bring you some food. Don't go to the trouble. I feel like ordering in, Jenna insisted. I'll come see you this afternoon. All right, you can go shopping with me. We'll eat out tonight, and then you can come see a movie with me. Eleanor quickly made the arrangements and hung up. Jenna lay in bed for a while, touching her hot forehead. She hadn't thought she was sick, but the moment she tried to stand, the room spun and her stomach churned. Jenna ordered some porridge and slowly got up. She saw her pale, swollen face in the mirror. She splashed cold water on her face and held an ice pack to her eyes. The living room still reeked of alcohol. The empty bottles were in the middle of the floor. The clothes on the floor, covered in vomit, were a lost cause. She found a bag and did a quick cleanup. By the time she was done, her food had arrived. Jenna ate the porridge and took some medicine. She opened the windows to air out the apartment. It had rained last night, and the air was cool. The sun came out around noon. Jenna took out the trash and then got a cab to Cole's company. She had kept track of him while she was abroad. She knew he was a big deal now, no longer the kept man people used to whisper about. She had missed her one and only chance to win against Cora. A shortcut to success had been laid out before her, and she had insisted on taking a detour, getting lost along the way, and never finding her way out. The receptionist didn't recognize her. Her tone was polite enough. Ma'am, can I help you? Jenna said, I'm here to see your CEO, Cole Miller. Do you have an appointment? No. Jenna shook her head. I'm Jenna Vance. Cora, Vance's sister. Recognition dawned on the receptionist's face, and her expression changed. So this is the CEO's sister-in-law. Ms. Vance, you can't go in without an appointment. How about this? I'll call up and ask. The only person who had unrestricted access was the boss's wife, Cora. Even Cole's mother-in-law and father-in-law had to be announced. The receptionist called the executive secretary's office. The call was transferred to Cole. Mr. Miller, a Ms. Jenna Vance is here to see you. Should I send her up? I won't see her. Tell her to leave, Cole said, hanging up without another word. The receptionist relayed the message. Jenna murmured to herself, so I really can't see him. The receptionist didn't know why the boss refused to see his own sister-in-law, but it wasn't her place to ask. You could wait in the lounge for a bit if you like. I can get you a glass of water. Jenna nodded. The receptionist couldn't exactly throw her out, not with her family connection. She was just a regular workhorse, trying not to offend anyone. What would you like to drink? We have coffee, lemonade, tea. Mineral water is fine. When the water was brought over, Jenna accepted it with a quiet thank you, and then simply stared at the table. Her face was pale, her eyes distant. Even through her makeup, The dark circles under her eyes were visible. She sat there for 2 hours without once looking at her phone, just gazing blankly at the wall. It wasn't until 2 in the afternoon, after receiving a text from her mother, that she slowly got up and left. Upstairs, Cole had gone right back to work after the call, pushing Jenna completely out of his mind. He didn't remember the incident until he got home that evening and saw her there. He thought that would be the end of it, but the next day, Jenna returned to his company. The receptionist frowned, not understanding Jenna's strategy. Why insist on seeing him at the office? They were family. Couldn't they talk at home? The receptionist was new to the city and knew nothing about Cole and Jenna's history. It was only through office gossip that she learned the truth. Jenna was his ex-girlfriend. They had almost gotten married 5 years ago. Her ex was now her brother-in-law, and she was showing up at his office 2 days in a row. What was she trying to do? Ms. Vance, Mr. Miller doesn't want to see you. Please leave. This time, she wasn't even offered the lounge. Jenna stood in silence for a long moment before turning to leave. The temperature was high today, hovering between 95 and 100 degrees, and the early afternoon sun was brutal. As soon as she stepped out of the air-conditioned building, a wave of heat hit her. She didn't go far, instead finding a nearby cafe and taking a seat inside. Sir, Ms. Vance has left the building, but she hasn't gone far. She's at the coffee shop next door, a security guard reported to Cole's office. So she's planning to wait me out, Cole thought. Is she trying to wear me down? He truly couldn't figure out what Jenna wanted. She had seemed normal enough at home, but this 2-day stakeout was bizarre. If he kept refusing to see her, would she just camp out there indefinitely? He didn't have the energy to dwell on it. He had a meeting with a Mr. Wallace to get to. Wallace had booked a table at a nearby restaurant. He'd been trying to land a meeting with Cole for weeks and had come fully prepared with market research, data analysis, and contract proposals. The driver had the car's AC blasting when Cole went down to the parking garage. Cole spent the ride reviewing Wallace's file, personal history, business assets, credit score, even a summary of his family situation. The man's resume was impressive. Early in his career, he'd boldly signed a management contract with a small, developing hotel in a small western country, and its profits were still climbing steadily. Wallace had a solid reputation in management and was extremely well-connected. When Cole arrived, Mr. Wallace stood to greet him warmly. Mr. Miller, so glad you could make it. Wallace was 56, with a slightly bald head, a bit of a beer belly, and a perpetually smiling face that made him seem approachable. But Cole knew better than to be complacent. In business, the ones who seemed the friendliest were often the most inscrutable. They shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Cole wasn't a natural socializer, but his previous jobs had taught him the basics of professional small talk. As was his habit, Cole took a moment to silently survey the room. Wallace hadn't brought many people, just an assistant, a vice president, and, most notably, the woman sitting beside him. She looked to be in her 40s, dressed in a tight-fitting professional suit that seemed more appropriate for a companion than a secretary. What made her notable was her reaction when she saw him. Her eyes widened, and she froze in her seat, staring. Wallace began the introductions. Mr. Miller, this is my assistant, my VP, and this is my secretary, Wendy. Cole studied the woman named Wendy, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. He was sure he'd seen her somewhere before. Wendy looked increasingly uncomfortable, her face growing paler as she lowered her gaze. Wallace noticed her odd behavior, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. He wondered if she had somehow offended Cole in the past. Why else would she look like a mouse that had just seen a cat? What's wrong with you? He muttered to her. Mr. Wallace, I'm feeling a little unwell, Wendy whispered back. Visibly annoyed, Wallace snapped. If you're not feeling well, then get out. Wendy quickly stood up and left, stealing a quick glance at Cole from the corner of her eye as she went. Once she was gone, Wallace asked tentatively, Mr. Miller, do you know Wendy? Cole shook his head. She just looked a little familiar. Seeing Cole's calm expression, Wallace relaxed. My secretary used to live here in Denver before moving to Phoenix. I brought her along on short notice. From the first glance at Wendy, besides the familiarity, Cole had felt a prickle of discomfort. He trusted his instincts. Before arriving, he had been prepared to seriously negotiate this deal with Wallace. Now, that interest had vanished. The meal was awkward, the business discussion non-existent. As he was leaving, Cole simply said, I'll think about it, which Wallace correctly understood to mean the deal was dead. After seeing Cole off with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, Wallace's face turned grim as he got into his car and confronted Wendy. Did you do something to offend Cole Miller? No, of course not, Wendy said, having composed herself. Her voice was gentle, her smile back in place, but under Wallace's scrutinizing gaze, a hint of panic broke through. Wallace's eyes narrowed, a cold light glinting within them. You'd better tell me the truth, because if I find out on my own, you're going to regret it. He couldn't think of any other reason why a promising deal would suddenly go south. Wendy's face went white with terror. She couldn't utter a single word. If she had known Mr. Wallace's meeting was with Cole Miller, she would have never, ever come. Cole was her recurring nightmare. If it weren't for him 4 years ago, her husband wouldn't have died in prison, her son wouldn't have been locked up, and she wouldn't have been reduced to being some man's mistress. After the meeting, Cole had someone look into Wendy. The results were just as he'd suspected. She wasn't a secretary, but Mr. Wallace's mistress, a fact that was apparently an open secret in Phoenix society. Cole despised adulterers. Honesty was paramount in life and in business. Someone unfaithful in their marriage had lost their basic moral compass. He would never partner with a man who lacked integrity and a sense of responsibility. Back at the office, Cole placed a video call to Cora. She was at her computer reviewing documents when his call came through. She answered, propping her phone up against the monitor. Weren't you meeting with Mr. Wallace about a partnership? How did it go? It didn't, he said. Hearing the tone in his voice, she asked with concern, what happened? Cole briefly explained the situation. He brought his mistress to a business lunch. He couldn't understand how a man of Wallace's age and stature could make such a foolish mistake. As a sought-after business leader, Cole had the luxury of choosing his partners, and this was an easy disqualification. How did you know she was his mistress? Cora asked, curious. She looked familiar, and her body language was a little too intimate. I had someone check, and it came out right away. It's not a secret in Phoenix. If I'd known beforehand, I would have declined the meeting over the phone. Cole had an excellent memory. If someone looked familiar, it meant he'd met them before, and they'd left an impression. He decided to dig deeper into this Wendy and see if she was someone he'd known in the last 5 years. Oh, there's something I forgot to tell you, he added. Jenna has been coming to my office. She was there yesterday and again today. 2 days in a row? Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Cora frowned. What does she want? Privately, she didn't want Cole having any contact with Jenna. I forgot, Cole quickly explained. I have no idea what she wants. I didn't see her. I didn't even let her up the elevator. The receptionist called, and I had her sent away. He just hadn't expected Jenna to be so shameless as to wait for him at the coffee shop downstairs. After ignoring her for 2 days, surely she wouldn't come back tomorrow. Cora nodded, satisfied. Good. If she comes back, call me. I'll go deal with her. By the way, are you free the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow was Friday. Cole checked his schedule. I'm not busy. Why? We talked about it, remember? Finding some time to visit your old neighborhood. I want to try the food trucks you always used to eat at. Cole was eager to go back, too. He'd lived there for so long. He still felt an attachment to the place. Sound good. The night market there's great, lots of good food. He paused. Should we bring Leo? Let's take him next time. Just the two of us for this first trip, so we can get a feel for the place again. Okay, Cole agreed. After hanging up, Cole packed up to leave for the day, planning to pick up Leo from preschool. On the way, he passed a bakery that Cora loved, one that always had a long line. He had the driver pull over. Today the line was short and he had time. After about 10 minutes, he emerged with a slice of her favorite strawberry cake, along with some cookies and pastries. The moment Leo got in the car, his eyes lit up. Cake. Daddy, did you buy cake? Do you want some? Yes. Leo licked his lips. Can I eat it now? You can have some cookies and pastries. The cake is for when Mommy gets home, so we can all eat it together. Okay, I'll have a cookie. Leo nibbled on the cookie like a little hamster, stuffing his cheeks. When they got home, Cole saw Cora's shoes by the door. Holding the cake box in one hand and his son's hand in the other, he said, Mommy's already home. Let's go find her. She wasn't on the first floor or in their bedroom. The last place was the study. He knocked. Come in. Seeing it was Cole, Cora stopped what she was doing. You're back. No matter how tired he was, hearing her voice when he came home instantly revived him, more effective than any cup of coffee. I bought you something. Cora peeked out from behind her desk, curious. What is it? Before he could even show her, she guessed. Did you get cake? Isn't the line at that place always super long? It was too hot today, so not many people were out. He opened the box. I got your favorite, strawberry cake. Wow, strawberry cake. Leo cheered enthusiastically. Cora suppressed a smile. Do you like it, Leo? I love it, he shouted. Then let's eat it together. Cole had bought a small slice, just enough for one person, knowing they had dinner soon. Cora took a spoonful and fed it to Leo, then scooped another and held it out for Cole. You eat first, he said. You, she insisted, holding the spoon steady. The scent of fresh strawberries was intoxicating. Cole's gaze drifted from her lips to the cake. He opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. The strawberry burst in his mouth. No wonder people lined up for this. The ingredients were top-notch. The strawberries were perfect, the cream was rich and real, and the cake itself was light and sweet without being cloying. Is a strawberry good? Seeing a bit of cream on his lips, Cora reached out and wiped it away, her thumb gently brushing his mouth. Cole felt a little dazed, momentarily unsure if the cake was sweeter or her touch. Delicious. Now it was Cora's turn. She took a bite, a look of pure satisfaction on her face. This place is just as good as I remember. The taste hadn't changed, but the price certainly had. 5 years ago, this slice would have been $5. Now it was nearly 10. But as much as I like eating strawberries, Cora said, her voice dropping to a low, playful murmur, I'd much rather be planting them on soil that's about 98.6 degrees. At her words, Cole's eyes widened. He shot a nervous glance at Leo, trying to warn her with his eyes that their son was right there. 3.5-year-old Leo, oblivious to the double entendre, asked innocently, Mommy, if you like planting strawberries, how come I've never seen you do it? And what kind of soil is 98.6 degrees? Can strawberries even grow when it's that hot? I don't know, Cora replied smoothly. I've never tried. But Leo started to ask another question, but Cora cut him off by scooping up more cake. Here comes the little cake monster. Open wide. Ah, Leo obliged, his mouth wide open. Cole couldn't bring himself to see Jenna as a sister-in-law. To him, she was just an ex-girlfriend, and a good ex was one who acted like they were dead. When she came to his company, he ignored her. When she came for dinner, he ignored her. Cole was a man with firm boundaries. Besides his wife, he maintained a careful distance from all other women. He wouldn't cross the invisible line he'd drawn, nor would he allow Jenna to cross it. The moment he had agreed to be a normal husband to Cora, he had drawn a circle around their life together. He wouldn't step out, and he wouldn't let anyone else in. He hadn't told the Van Cess about Jenna's visits to his office, purely out of respect for them. He didn't want to cause them any more worry. At the dinner table, Eleanor asked Jenna, What have you been busy with the last couple of days? Jenna glanced at Cole, who sat opposite her. Just walking around, meeting up with some old friends. Who did you see? Jenna gave a name. Eleanor seemed to recall it. Oh, her. She was on the student council with you, right? How is she doing? She opened her own clothing boutique. She's a designer now. That's wonderful, Eleanor said, nodding. But she felt a nagging sense of unease. It was as if Jenna had changed, become unreadable. It was impossible to tell if she was being truthful, impossible to guess what she was really thinking. You can only warn someone so many times before the words become tiresome for both the speaker and the listener. Eleanor's greatest fear was that Jenna still wasn't over Cole and would secretly seek him out, disrupting the fragile peace they had all worked so hard to maintain. As she thought this, her eyes drifted to her husband. She wasn't the only one who was worried. Usually, Robert would fuss about wanting meat at dinner like a child, but since Jenna's return, he hadn't touched a single piece, picking only at the vegetables in front of him. He lost weight in just 4 days. His appetite was gone, and his sleep had suffered. He used to sleep until late in the morning, but recently he was up before dawn, not going out, just staring out the window. Looking at the new gray in her husband's hair, Eleanor's heart ached. He had worried so much and sacrificed so much for their family. At their age, a harmonious family was more important than any career success. She couldn't tell if their current calm was genuine peace or just the quiet before a storm. Later that evening, Cole was working in his study while Cora helped Leo with a craft project for school. Halfway through, Cora took out her phone and started recording a video. In the frame, her son was bent over his work, brows furrowed in concentration as he colored. She then panned the camera to Cole at his desk. Like father, like son, she thought. They have the exact same expression when they're focused. Cole quickly noticed he was being filmed. He stopped what he was doing and looked up at the camera. Are you taking a picture? A video. My husband looks so handsome when he's working hard, I couldn't resist. Now I can watch it whenever I'm alone. Cole had never received such a bold, enthusiastic compliment. It sent a pleasant warmth through him. Let me see. Cora walked over and showed him the video. See? So handsome. Looking at this, Leo really is your mini-me. From across the room, Leo chimed in, I'm Daddy's son, of course I look like him. He looked up and saw his parents close together again. It always happened. Whenever Mom was around, Dad got distracted. He was the one who could stay focused. Look at his amazing craft project. Leo admired his work proudly. Leo, honey, Mommy needs to talk to Daddy about work. Could you go play outside for a little bit? Leo, clearly used to this routine, picked up his project without a word and headed out, carefully closing the door behind him. The moment he was gone, Cora perched on Cole's lap. Have you found out anything about the car crash from 5 years ago? Almost forgot about that. Let me ask. Cole found the number and dialed. The private investigator answered with an apology. So sorry, Mr. Miller. I've been a bit swamped lately, but I did finish the investigation you requested. I'm sending the report to your email right now. Good. Cole held the phone with one hand and wrapped his other arm around Cora's waist. The sound of typing came through the phone. It's sent, the PI said cheerfully. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm available 24/7. Thank you. I appreciate your work. All part of the service. After hanging up, Cole logged into his email. The report was detailed, with specific times, locations, and a list of victims from the crash. Cole's name was on the list as the most severely injured. The photos showed his car, nearly totaled. The rear was completely smashed in, glass shattered everywhere. The area where he had been sitting was a mangled wreck. According to the report, his leg had been trapped, and he was unconscious and covered in blood when help arrived. It had taken rescue crews a significant effort to extract him. Looking at the photos, a sharp, stabbing pain shot through Cole's chest, a primal fear he recognized as post-traumatic stress. His hand began to tremble uncontrollably until Cora took it in hers. Steeling himself, Cole scrolled down, getting closer to the truth. It had been a deliberate act. The first impact had injured his head, but his driver had reacted quickly and could have avoided the second hit. But the truck had swerved, aiming for them again. According to the records, the truck driver, a John D., had been paid to cause the accident. The objective was simple, to stop Cole Miller from getting to his wedding. The driver was convicted of vehicular assault and had his license permanently revoked. The person who had orchestrated the whole thing was a man named Sean Sullivan. Cole stared at the unfamiliar name. Who was Sean Sullivan? He was Jenna's high school classmate, Cora said softly, and her first love. Jenna had started dating him in her senior year. When her father found out, he'd lectured her and forced her to break up with him. In his view, senior year was for studying and preparing for college entrance exams. A relationship was a distraction that would ruin her future. Jenna had protested, but on the matter of dating before college, her father was resolute. Robert Vance had given Jenna two choices, transfer schools or break up. Knowing she couldn't win, she chose to break up. After all, graduation was only a few months away. They could just get back together afterward. Her father, not wanting to push her too hard and cause a bigger rebellion, had played good cop with Eleanor's bad cop and gently coaxed her through it. Sure enough, after graduation, Jenna and Sean were back together. Her grades had been decent enough, so her father had turned a blind eye. Sean, however, hadn't done well and was sent abroad by his family to get a degree. And so began their long-distance relationship. Jenna would occasionally mention Sean to Cora, which is why Cora recognized the name instantly. When Jenna was 21, she flew overseas to visit Sean. They went skydiving together, but there was an accident, and Jenna broke her leg. At first, Sean stayed by her side, but they began to fight constantly. After one particularly nasty argument, he left the country again, and they broke up for good. The next year, at 22, Jenna met Cole. He supported her through countless treatments and physical therapy sessions. It took a full year before she could walk again. Suddenly, it all made a horrifying kind of sense. Her relationship with him had been nothing more than a whim. No wonder she had been so hot and cold when they were dating. He'd assumed it was just her personality. It turned out she could be proactive, compromising, and devoted, just not for him. She would fly across the world for Sean, do things she was terrified of like skydiving, just to be with him. She could suppress her temper for him. She could even abandon her own wedding for him. What a touching love story. And what had he done to deserve being a part of it? He was a pawn, a tool to make her ex jealous. He was the catalyst that reignited their tragic romance. He had offered his genuine heart and, in return, had been used and discarded. His love was an accessory to someone else's drama. Was that fair? It was a fucking soap opera. The world was a joke. Cole stared at the screen, the words and images blurring into a twisted, bloody mess. Sean had paid someone to run him off the road, and then he and Jenna had run away together. What about the victims left behind in the wreckage? What about him being rushed to the hospital? What about his grandmother, waiting at home for him to return? She had been so excited for his wedding, calling him that morning, full of joy. And for what? He had considered every possible reason for Jenna leaving him at the altar, but he had never imagined the truth would be so vile. A single thought consumed him. She deserves to die. No wonder Eleanor always looked at him with a hint of guilt. No wonder she and Robert avoided talking about Jenna whenever he and Cora were around. The words on the screen echoed in his mind, growing louder until they were deafening. He stared blankly, his hand numb on the mouse as he scrolled down. The last page showed Sean Sullivan's sentence, 5 years in prison. It felt as meaningless as a speck of dust settling on his desk. What did it do? Could it bring back what he'd lost? Could he ever see his grandmother again? A dull ache flared in his right leg, so intense it began to tremble. Cora immediately noticed. She knelt and began expertly massaging his leg. Is your leg hurting? Cole felt like he was about to shatter. His eyes were red, filmed over with a layer of unshed tears. The very air seemed to turn to needles, piercing his body with every breath. The pain spread through his veins to the tips of his fingers. He didn't answer Cora, but whispered to himself, "Why did she have to pick me? Why me?" Cora didn't know how to comfort him. After a moment, she simply stood and wrapped her arms around him. Cole instinctively buried his face in her embrace. He couldn't cry. His body felt numb, incapable of any other expression. "Why did she come back?" he mumbled into her shoulder. "Is she here for revenge? Because her first love went to prison because of me. Sean's imprisonment was his own damn fault. As for revenge, that seemed unlikely. From the way Jenna looked at Cole and from what her mother had said, it was clear she had feelings for him now. But those feelings were a sick joke, too false, too late. Jenna was fundamentally selfish. She never cherished what she had until it was gone, like a child with a room full of toys who only wants the one someone else is holding. Cole gently pushed Cora away. "I'm a little tired. I need to be alone for a minute." He forced a brittle smile. "I'm fine. Really. It's all in the past." The more he tried to pretend, the more Cora's heart ached for him. She leaned in and kissed his forehead. "I'm here with you. No matter what, she would be by his side." She wasn't good with pretty words, but she could show him with her actions. He touched his forehead where she'd kissed him, and his frayed emotions began to settle. He closed the laptop. Was Jenna involved in planning the crash? Whether she was or not, by choosing to run away with Sean at that moment, she was an accomplice. But Cora analyzed it rationally. If she had masterminded it, she'd be in prison too. Cole thought of Jenna and Sean, and a wave of disgust washed over him. He called the PI again and hired him for a new job. Investigate Sean, his family, and while he was at it, find out everything he could about Wendy. Heather Raines. His gut told him there was more to this story. Cora left the study and went straight downstairs. "Mom, where's Jenna?" "She already left." "When?" Cora asked, her voice dangerously calm. "Just a few minutes ago." Eleanor was sitting on the sofa eating watermelon and was about to offer some to Cora, but in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Eleanor stood up. "What is she doing?" A sense of dread washed over her. Cora's expression had been calm, but there was something unsettling beneath the surface. Cora didn't even bother to change her shoes. She ran outside. Jenna walked slowly, and Cora caught up to her just as she reached the parking lot. "Jenna!" Jenna turned at the sound of her name. Before she could react, Cora slapped her across the face. Crack! Jenna clutched her cheek, her face a mask of disbelief. It was an attack out of nowhere. She had been about to get in her car when Cora descended on her. The slap was hard, the sound sharp and clear in the quiet evening. Half of Jenna's face immediately turned a deep red, a stark contrast to the pale white of the other side. Fury flared in Jenna's eyes. She raised a hand to strike back, but in the next second, Cora grabbed her wrist, clamped a hand around her neck, and slammed her to the ground. Then came 2 more hard slaps. Jenna's head rang. "Cora, are you insane? Why are you hitting me?" she shrieked. "Do I need a reason? I should have done this 5 years ago." "Didn't you?" Jenna spat back. Cora's hand paused. Then she hit her again. "What I did 5 years ago has nothing to do with today." Jenna struggled to get up, but Cora held her down easily. She glared up at her sister, her eyes burning with hatred. "How dare you show your face in front of him? How dare you ask for his forgiveness? Do you deserve it? God, I want to kill you right now." Cora's gaze was just as venomous. "Don't think I don't know why you came back. Shove your filthy intentions where they belong. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be loved." The word struck a nerve. "And you do," Jenna retorted. "Of course I do, because I'm not selfish, deceitful, and fickle like you. You belong in a gutter like a dead rat." Cora's words were a knife, slicing Jenna open. The raw pain was visceral. The hatred in her eyes slowly dissolved into a dead pool of despair. She curled up on the pavement, letting Cora's insults wash over her, unmoving, her eyes eventually closing. But Cora wasn't finished. She felt a frustrating helplessness, like trying to reach through a screen to inflict real damage. She never should have let Jenna come back. She should have stayed abroad forever. Cora stood up. "Have you forgotten that last week was the anniversary of Cole's grandmother's death? If she hadn't died, she would have turned 80 this year." At the mention of the old woman, Jenna's eyes flew open. A flash of genuine pain and regret crossed her face. Regret? For the kind old woman who had died in the aftermath of that wedding? Pain? For losing a man as good as Cole? Loss? For knowing she would never again find someone who loved her the way he had? There's a saying, when you've been truly loved and protected, it sets the standard for the rest of your life. You know so clearly what real love feels like that you can spot insincerity a mile away. It's hard to downgrade love. Once you've experienced the best, it's nearly impossible to settle for anything less. Jenna was transported back 5 years, to another time Cora had forced her to her knees. She had tried to fight then, too, until Cora had uttered the words, "Grandma's dead." At that, her knees had felt glued to the floor. I'm sorry, Jenna whispered, her eyes vacant. Does sorry fix anything? Can it bring his grandmother back? Can it heal his leg? Where were you then? If an apology solved everything, could I shoot you and then claim the gun went off by itself? Cora loomed over her. Under that crushing gaze, Jenna's defenses crumbled. She curled into a ball, like an armadillo shielding itself from harm. Jenna, your very existence is a mistake. Then and now. Cora stood over her, a figure of judgment. Stay away from Cole. If I find out you're bothering him again, I'll beat you every single time I see you. The shadow above her retreated. The footsteps faded into the distance, and the parking lot fell into a dead silence. Jenna's face was ashen. Tears streamed down her face, and she scrubbed at them futilely, more and more coming until she was choking on sobs. In her anguish, she bit down on her own arm, sinking her teeth in until a bloody imprint appeared on her skin before she finally let go. As soon as Cora walked back into the house, she saw her mother. Did something happen? Eleanor asked, her face etched with worry. It's fine, Cora said, shaking out her wrist as she headed upstairs. By the way, Mom, Jenna won't be coming for dinner for the next couple of days. What? Why? Eleanor was bewildered. She wanted to ask more, but Cora was already up the stairs and gone. Eleanor looked anxiously at her phone, then went to find her husband to tell him what had just happened. Robert was more pragmatic. Let the younger generation solve their own problems. We're their elders. We shouldn't interfere. They were getting old, and they couldn't manage everything. Forcing their way in would only make things worse. In this family, it was best to trust Cora. Eleanor sighed and nodded reluctantly. The study and the bedroom were empty. Cora checked room by room until she heard Cole's voice coming from the nursery. He was giving Leo a bath. Daisy, their golden retriever, was there too, wagging her tail and barking softly when she saw Cora. Father and son turned their heads at the same time. Mommy, where did you go? I had to take care of something. To head off any more questions from Leo, Cora quickly changed the subject. Is your craft project finished? All done. I put on my desk. Leo had gotten paint all over himself, his face a mess of colors like a little clown. Cole was gently wiping his face with a wet cloth. The boy's skin was tender and reddened easily. "Ow, Daddy, be gentle," Leo whined, his eyes welling up. Cora's heart softened. "Let me do it." Cole glanced at her right hand, and his eyes widened slightly. "Your hand is hurt." "I've got it." Cora was about to say it was fine, but then she looked down. The scab from an old cut had split open. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. She had slapped Jenna's face, and Jenna's face had, in turn, hit her hand. Her palm was red and raw. Not wanting to worry them, she quickly hid her hand behind her back. Leo tried to turn to see, but Cole held him firmly. "Stay still. We're almost done." Cole worked quickly, and in a few moments, he had Leo out of the tub and wrapped in a towel. He tossed some pajamas on the bed. "Get dressed, then brush your teeth and go to sleep." Leo, his hair sticking up like a bird's nest, was still trying to process what happened as the door closed behind his father. Cole took Cora's hand and led her silently back to their bedroom. Once inside, he asked, "How did this happen?" Cora hesitated for a second before answering truthfully. "Someone hit me." Cole's brow furrowed. "Who hit you?" "Jenna did," Cora said, her eyes welling with crocodile tears as she put on a pitiful act. "She hit my hand with her face. Look, it's all red." Cora had intended to play the damsel in distress a little longer to make Cole feel sorry for her, but seeing the genuine pain in his eyes, she couldn't keep it up. She curled her fingers. "I'm kidding. It doesn't hurt at all. Stop frowning like that. You're going to crush a mosquito between your eyebrows." Cole gently rubbed her palm. "You really don't have to do this for me." He didn't want Cora to be caught in the middle, torn between her family and her husband. "Anyone who makes you unhappy, I'll make them unhappy," Cora said softly, smoothing the crease between his brows. "I'm your wife. Whose side would I be on if not yours? And don't think I did it just for you. I did it for myself, too. I don't want any outside drama messing with our relationship. Jenna deserved it. If I'd known the truth sooner, I never would have let her come back. Cora rarely looked so serious. She looped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer until their hearts were pressed together. Cole, sometimes I think, if I hadn't asked you to bring those files to the hospital that day, would Jenna have ever seen you? Would she have pursued you, deceived you? You wouldn't have had that wedding, the crash wouldn't have happened, and maybe your grandmother would still be alive. You shouldn't think like that, Cole said, shaking his head. I took that orderly job because I wanted to earn extra money. At the time, it was the best choice for me. If anyone's to blame, it's me for being a poor judge of character. People have a tendency to dwell on the past, to get lost in painful memories and blame themselves, thinking a different choice would have led to a different outcome. I've come to terms with it now, he continued, his voice steady. I can't let past mistakes define who I am today. You have to accept your imperfections, your regrets. The past is gone, but the future can be changed. Cora's heart stirred. She buried her face in the crook of his neck, inhaling his scent, a unique, comforting aroma that was all his. Cole looked at her hand again. You must have hit her really hard. Your palm is bright red, and the cut reopened. It was a free punching bag, why not use it? She's the one who upset us. If you ask me, I didn't hit her hard enough. Next time, use the sole of your shoe. Don't hurt your hand. Okay, I will, Cora said, laughing at his deadpan expression. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. My dear husband, my hand is injured now. Could you help me take a shower? Her period wasn't over yet, so a shower was just a shower. To keep his thoughts pure, Cole imagined he was bathing Leo, working with swift but gentle efficiency. Wendy's real name wasn't Wendy, it was Heather Raines. After her husband and son were imprisoned, she had fled the state and changed her name, fearing retaliation. She had spent 20 years as a wealthy housewife, her days filled with either her family or beauty treatments, afternoon teas, and shopping. She knew how to spend money, not earn it. After the family went bankrupt, she tried to find legitimate work, but couldn't adapt. She couldn't handle the hardship or swallow her pride, yet she still craved a life of luxury. In the end, she decided to leverage her fading beauty and become a mistress. Most of the money she made over the years went into cosmetic procedures and maintenance. After all, her face was her livelihood. Her main goal was to save enough money for her son, Sean, so he could support her when he got out of prison. Sean had been released early for good behavior, but just like his mother, he had no interest in finding a real job. The market was tough. High-paying jobs were beyond his skills, and the jobs he could get paid too little for too much work. So, while Heather leached off her sugar daddy, Sean leached off his mother. It ran in the family. Sean was currently renting an apartment in Denver. After her duties with Mr. Wallace were done for the day, Heather went to see him. Are you sure you don't want to come to Phoenix with me? She asked. No way, Sean replied, his eyes glued to the game on his phone. I'm staying in Denver. Jenna Vance is back in the country. She's the reason I'm in this mess, and she's going to compensate me for it. I'm going to stick to her for the rest of my life. The light from the screen cast a grim, distorted look on his face. Sean hadn't had an easy time in prison. His head had been shaved, and though his hair had started to grow back, a deep, centipede-like scar was clearly visible on his scalp. He finished his game and looked up, noticing his mother's pale face. Mom, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Heather shook her head. I saw Cole Miller today. At the mention of Cole's name, Sean's reaction was explosive. You saw him? Where? Mr. Wallace brought me to a business meeting. I didn't know it was with Cole. If I had, I never would have gone. Now the deal is off, and he's going to take it out on me. Mr. Wallace was generous with his money, but he had a violent temper. Heather was afraid of him, but she was even more afraid of being broke again. Fuck. Sean kicked the table hard. Why didn't that truck just kill him back then? He's a goddamn menace. Cole was now a self-made titan, wealthier than the Sullivans had ever been. Sean felt nothing but pure, unadulterated jealousy. His only regret was not being more careful with his plan and not paying the driver enough to finish the job. Son, do you think he'll come after us? Heather fretted, wringing her hands. I'm really scared of him now. If you had known, you should have gotten rid of him when he was a kid. Sean snapped, his anger now directed at her. It's your fault for being too soft on that bastard son. You let him live to steal my woman and put me in prison. The topic always enraged him. Now, regrets were useless. If even a man like Wallace had about a Cole, what chance did they have? Taking him on would be like an egg trying to smash a rock. Heather listened numbly, unable to argue. She thought back to her meeting with Cole that day. The way he looked at me today. It was strange. Strange how? It was like he was seeing me for the first time, she recalled. Like he didn't recognize me at all. Sean looked at his mother's face. She had maintained it well over the years. At 47, she could pass for under 40. It's probably all the plastic surgery. He didn't recognize you. Plus, you have a new name now. Could that be it? Heather touched her own face. If Cole hadn't recognized her, then maybe he wouldn't retaliate against her and the canceled deal with Mr. Wallace had nothing to do with her after all. She clung to that sliver of hope. Speaking of Jenna, Heather asked, have you managed to get in touch with her? I did, Sean said, tossing his phone aside and propping his feet up on the table. What did you talk about? What else? We caught up, made plans to get dinner, see a movie. What if she doesn't show up? Then I'll go find her. Jenna had been attracted to Sean in high school because he was handsome and rebellious. While everyone else was studying, he was a charismatic troublemaker with a distinctive style that naturally drew attention. Jenna was one of many who had been captivated. But now, Heather looked at her son, the scar on his head, his unshaven face, the clothes he hadn't changed in days. Could this man still attract Jenna? People remember their first love as a perfect, idealized image, not a stain on the bottom of their shoe. Jenna was wealthy, beautiful, and had seen the world. What man couldn't she have? Why would she want Sean now? For his prison record? His poor hygiene? His disfigured face? Heather thought Sean was being naive, but she didn't say anything. She was afraid of shattering his fragile ego. Sean always claimed that Jenna had wronged him, but the real problem was his own actions. If he hadn't paid a truck driver to ram Cole's car, he wouldn't have provoked Cole's brutal retaliation. It was a classic case of reaping what you sow. But Sean refused to accept that. He was too arrogant. When faced with a problem, his first instinct was to shift the blame, to paint himself as the victim and accuse others of betrayal. He was, in short, a shameless parasite. He had constructed a fantasy world for himself, where he was the wronged party, and he lived in it day after day, still dreaming of a shortcut to success. Did Sean truly love Jenna? Unlikely. If he had, he wouldn't have emotionally manipulated her when she broke her leg, making her feel so insecure that she was the one to initiate the breakup. And crashing the wedding? That was just his ego, a calculated move to reclaim what he saw as his best asset, a beautiful, wealthy heiress. After Heather left, Sean tried calling Jenna again. This time, the call didn't go through. It went straight to a busy signal. Had she declined the call or blocked his number? It didn't matter. Sean wasn't going to give up on Jenna that easily. She was his only ticket back to the top. After the beating from Cora, Jenna did seem to quiet down. She didn't come to the house for dinner, nor did she go back to Cole's office. In his study, Cole did a quick search for Sean Sullivan. Same age as Jenna, 28, 3 years younger than him. On his dark wood desk sat 2 photo frames, one of his and Cora's wedding, the other a family portrait with Leo. He picked one up, turning it over in his hands as he reviewed the details of what had happened 5 years ago. At this point, his biggest curiosity wasn't about Heather or Sean. It was about his own love story with Cora. The closer he got to the truth, the more he wondered how they had ended up together. In the part of his life he couldn't remember, had Cora saved him again and again, just as she was doing now? Had her love given him a reason to live, to heal? Cora's affection was always bold and direct. She never hid her feelings, leaving him with nowhere to run. Her straightforwardness was the perfect cure for his own caution. The PI he had hired the night before delivered his findings the next day. Mr. Miller, I have the information you requested. Wendy is an alias. Her real name is Heather Raines, formerly of Denver. Her husband was Don Sullivan, a former senior policy advisor. 4 years ago, he was imprisoned for identity fraud, tax evasion, embezzlement, and bribery. He died in prison 2 years ago. They have one son, Sean Sullivan, the same one from your previous inquiry. Don Sullivan. Cole repeated the name silently. It felt familiar, but he couldn't tell if it was a physical memory or something his brain already knew. He put the photo frame down. Do you have a file on Don Sullivan? I need everything you can find. Not on hand, but if you need it, I can get it for you. Do it. Send me what you have now and dig up the rest. The more detailed, the better. Understood. The PI sent over what he had, including photos of Don and Heather. Heather had not only changed her name, but had also had significant cosmetic surgery. For Don, the PI sent his old work ID photos from when he was in his 30s and 40s. He was 50 when he was in prison, but he looked young for his age. No bald spot, no beer belly, with handsome features. As Cole stared at the face, he felt a strange, unsettling sensation. He looked similar. His own jawline and mouth seemed to mirror Don Sullivan's. An inexplicable discomfort settled in his stomach, though he didn't yet make the connection that Don Sullivan might be his father. His grandmother had always given him conflicting stories about his father, He drowned. He died in a car crash. Either way, he was dead. She often used him as a cautionary tale. Don't play near the pond. Your father drowned there. Look both ways before you cross the street. Your father didn't, and he got hit by a car. Be careful on the toilet. Your father fell in and died. From her stories, he could clearly sense her resentment and disgust for the man. As he got older, he understood. Maybe his father wasn't dead. Maybe his grandmother just wished he were. Cole had never felt much of anything for his so-called father. When he was young, he'd wondered why other kids had a mom and a dad, and he didn't. His mother had died when he was 2. What about his father? He was curious about their story, their names, their ages, how they met, when they married, when he was born. But whenever he asked about his father, his grandmother's mood would sour, so he eventually stopped. The saying that all parents love their children was a lie. If he had been loved, his deadbeat father would have come looking for him. But it didn't matter. He had his grandmother, and she had given him more than enough love to fill the void. Just when they thought Jenna might have finally gotten the message, she showed up at Cole's company again the very next day. It was the same routine. She'd asked the receptionist to call up, and when Cole inevitably refused to see her, she'd wait downstairs. The receptionist and the security guard were on high alert. They intercepted her before she even reached the desk. Ms. Vance. The receptionist's smile was painfully polite. Please leave. You aren't welcome here. Our boss has given clear instructions. If you have something to say, you should say it at home, in front of your parents. The receptionist now understood. She'd heard the gossip. Why would someone insist on seeing her brother-in-law privately at his office instead of talking to him with the whole family present? This wasn't about a family chat. It was about making a scene, playing the part of a heartbroken lover. If someone with a camera saw this, the rumors would be vicious. This woman was up to no good. 5 years ago, she had shattered Mr. Miller. Was she back now to ruin his marriage to Ms. Vance? Not on her watch. As the self-appointed president of the Miller-Vance fan club, she would not allow anyone to interfere. Her smile began to twitch. Her polite expression hardened into a glare. In her mind, she could hear the voice of a fierce, protective mother bear. Get back! Get back! Get back! The swelling on Jenna's face had gone down, but the faint bruises remained, poorly concealed by a thick layer of foundation. Feeling the receptionist's stare, she thought her makeup must be smudged and lowered her head, a wave of humiliation washing over her. But she didn't leave. Just like before, she went to the cafe across the street, bought a coffee, and stood outside in the blazing sun, her eyes fixed on the office building. Her desire to see Cole had reached a fever pitch. The weather forecast had issued a heat advisory, but she stood directly in the sun, squinting up at the glass tower. The iced drink in her hand did little to combat the heat. Soon, she was slick with sweat, her face burning. She had so much she wanted to say to him, and only to him. He had blocked her number, so she couldn't call or text. He refused to see her at his office. All she could do was wait, day after day, hoping he would soften. Jenna even rationalized that since Cole hadn't told her parents about this, he was tacitly allowing it. Maybe it was a test of her sincerity. If she just kept at it, surely he would give in. Cole had always been soft-hearted. The only reason he hadn't been back then was because his grandmother had just died. His heart was broken. There was no room for softness. But that was 5 years ago. People change. People move on. Jenna was betting that time had healed his wounds. She was betting that he had let it go. She hadn't forgotten the look in his eyes the other night. It was calm, distant, but not hateful. It was a start. She stood outside the cafe for nearly an hour. The sweat made her makeup run in streaks down her face. She was just about to go to the restroom when she saw the receptionist walking toward her from across the street, waving. Jenna straightened up abruptly, crushing the plastic cup in her hand. The receptionist reached her, her expression unreadable. Ms. Vance, our boss will see you now. Follow me. He'll see me? Jenna's heart hammered against her ribs as she hurried to keep up. Did he say anything else? Or just that I should come up? No, the receptionist said, glancing at her. You're the one who wanted to talk to him, right? Her tone implied, why would he have anything to say to you? Jenna understood the subtext. 5 years ago, she would have lashed out at such disrespect. But now, she said nothing, completely consumed by the thought of seeing Cole. Upstairs in the CEO's office, Cora stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down. Jenna had picked a strategic spot, easily visible from above. Standing in the sun like that, Cora thought, is this some kind of pity play? Does she think that'll make Cole feel sorry for her? Cora had never met anyone as shameless as her sister. She had beaten her, spelled things out in no uncertain terms, and yet here she was, still chasing after Cole. After standing out there for so long, Her makeup must be a complete mess, she murmured. What was that? Cole asked, typing at his desk. Nothing. Just thinking about what we should have for dinner tonight and where we should go afterward. There's not much to do over there, but the food is still great. It's been so many years. Maybe it's changed, developed a bit. Cole didn't tell her he had already looked up photos online. It hadn't changed much. Cora seemed even more excited about the trip than he was. He had set the time for after work, but she had shown up at noon. They'd even had lunch together in the company cafeteria, drawing plenty of attention. Jenna's been waiting downstairs for almost 2 hours, Cora said, walking over to his desk and leaning on her hands. Maybe you should let her come up. Cole looked up at her. Are you serious? Cora nodded. It's hot out there. If she passes out from heat stroke, it'll be bad for your company's image. Besides, she added, a sly grin spreading across her face, I want to hear what she has to say. So that's the real reason, Cole thought with amusement. If his wife wanted a show, he was happy to provide it. Seeing Cora already cracking her knuckles, he picked up his phone. I'll have a receptionist bring her up. He called his secretary and gave the order. Cora watched from the window as the receptionist crossed the street. 5 minutes tops. Suddenly, Cora grabbed his tie. Cole looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What is it? I want to kiss you. Can I? Her gaze was magnetic. She toyed with his tie, wrapping it around her finger again and again, shortening the distance between them. He wasn't sure who moved first. They were lost in each other until a knock at the door broke them apart. It had been too short. Cole steadied Cora by her waist. He saw her lick her lips, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of her mouth, and knew she was pleased. Mr. Miller, Ms. Vance is here. The secretary's voice was muffled through the door. No one answered. The secretary didn't dare open the door, so she waited. Cora, with the mischievous glint of a child caught doing something she shouldn't, gently pushed away from Cole. I'll go hide. Her eyes darted around the room. Under the desk? Behind the curtains? In the bathroom? Finally, her gaze landed on the private lounge attached to the office. Once Cora was hidden, Cole called out, Come in. Jenna entered eagerly. The first thing she saw were Cole's crooked tie and his slightly swollen, reddened lips. It looked for all the world like he'd been caught in an office romance. Her eyes scanned the room like a radar, but it was empty. Just Cole. You came here twice, harassing my staff, just to stand there and stare at my office. Jenna flinched at the biting sarcasm in his voice. It was the same tone he'd used 5 years ago, cold, distant, and filled with an undisguised annoyance at her very presence. How could this be? Just the other night, his expression had been so much softer. What had happened in the last 2 days to bring back this wall of ice? Her confidence crumbled. Cole, why are you looking at me like that? Did Cora say something to you? She attacked me the other night, for no reason. My face is still bruised. Cora doesn't do anything without a reason. If she hit you, it means you deserved it. His words were a brick wall, blocking any attempt at sympathy. How can you be so quick to judge? She asked, her voice trembling. Because you're the one who twists the truth and spews lies, Cole sneered. Have you ever heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? A lump formed in Jenna's throat. A bitter, self-mocking laugh escaped her. The thick foundation on her face had begun to cake, making her look like a cracked porcelain doll. Are you still regretting that you ever got involved with me? Cole narrowed his eyes. To say I don't would be a lie. It was like stepping in a pile of stinking dog shit. You regret not watching where you were going, but you don't spend the rest of your life complaining about it. You wash it off, you throw the shoes away, and eventually you forget about it. But if someone brings it up again, you can't help but feel disgusted. He had compared her to dog shit. Contempt was so much worse than hate. Once it started, it never stopped. Jenna had gambled her pride, her dignity, on this last-ditch effort, and to him, it was worth nothing. Do we really have to talk like this? She choked out, her voice raw with pain. What kind of attitude do you want from me? We can't be friends. We can barely be family. The best attitude I can offer you is not hitting you or cursing you out. Cole leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable, but his words were like a scalpel, inflicting deep, invisible wounds. Tears welled in Jenna's eyes. Just because I made one mistake, you're going to erase everything else? I know I was wrong. I've punished myself for 5 years. I finally came back. Can't you just remember the good times? I begged. I apologized. Can't we move on? I'll do anything if you can just forgive me. Cole frowned, wondering if the heat had fried her brain. You need to understand that some mistakes can't be undone. You talk about old times? Did you ever care about old times? Not with me. Not with your parents. Not with your sister. You did whatever you wanted, driven by pure selfishness. Your self-punishment means nothing to me. Are you trying to make yourself feel better by making everyone else sick? I didn't come here to reminisce with you. If this is all you have to say, you can leave. He shot her a look of cold impatience, and the last of her courage shattered. Can you at least unblock my number? No. Every word was a dead end. Her breathing grew shallow and shaky. Finally, she just asked, is there really no chance for us? There is nothing for you and me to discuss. 5 years ago, Jenna never would have imagined she'd be hung up on Cole for so long. She had always been fickle in her relationships, driven by her own pleasure. She was proud, willful, and had sworn she would never change for a man. But now, as she looked at him, she saw a desperate plea in her own eyes that she didn't recognize. She wasn't invincible. She could feel pain, disappointment, fear. The hope she had walked in with had curdled into a massive, crushing disappointment. It wasn't the setback that broke her. It was the hopeful version of herself she had allowed to exist. Regret is a poison you drink today for a mistake you made yesterday. The words echoed in her mind. A broken mirror can only be put back together if it was never truly broken, if it wasn't a mirror to begin with, or if the circle was never completed. She had tried to let go of this obsession, but her heart kept pulling her back. Not contacting him was one thing. Not thinking about him was another. She took a step closer. Cole, there's something I wanted to ask you for 5 years. Did you marry Cora to get revenge on me? Your stupidity is as imaginative as ever. As Jenna moved closer, Cole's frown deepened. That's enough. I have nothing more to say to you. Go. No, I don't believe you feel nothing for me. Your attitude had softened just the other day. It has to be Cora. She's been bad-mouthing me, poisoning you against me. Why does she have to take everything from me? The company is hers. Our grandparents loved her more, Mom and Dad. What more does she want? Why did she have to steal you? Jenna's voice cracked. Cole, I still can't get over you. She finally said the words, stripping herself of her last shred of dignity. Cole's face was a mask of stone. That's disgusting. At that moment, the door to the lounge opened and Cora stepped out. If I remember correctly, don't you have a boyfriend? Cora, what are you doing here? Were you eavesdropping on us? Jenna whirled around, and suddenly Cole's disheveled appearance made sense. She spat her words with malice. Do you really need to cling to him this tightly? Is my presence making you that insecure? Cora had never encountered such brazen audacity. She was about to retort, but before she could, Cole stood up and unleashed a torrent of fury. Wipe the filth out of your eyes and look again. What eavesdropping? This is my wife's company. I belong to her. She owns this place. The only reason you're even in this room is because she allowed it. Otherwise, you could have dropped dead from heat stroke downstairs, and it wouldn't have meant a thing to me. He stepped in front of Cora, shielding her. And for the record, she's not clinging to me. I'm the one who clings to her. I can't stand to be away from her for a second. I told you to get out. Are you deaf? Do I need to hire a pet psychic to translate for you? And stop bringing up the past. Anyone who lives in the past is just admitting they have nothing valuable to offer in the present. His voice was laced with contempt. Just because I haven't hit you doesn't mean I don't want to. Now get out. Cole's eyes were daggers, piercing her straight through. The last of her hope evaporated. She looked from Cora to Cole, who stood protectively in front of his wife, his preference painfully, undeniably clear. A hollow wind blew through her heart. Jenna stumbled backward, her legs as heavy as lead, and walked out the door. As soon as the door clicked shut, Cora started clapping. Wow, you're lethal. Cole straightened his tie. Politeness doesn't work with her. I think her brain is made of wet cardboard, completely useless. Cora laughed. She was born a nail and spent her whole life looking for a hammer. Cole took her hand. So, how was my performance? Excellent, Cora said, nodding with satisfaction. And since it was excellent, he followed up smoothly, don't I deserve a reward? What kind of reward do you want? To continue what we were doing before we were so rudely interrupted. He swept her up and placed her on the desk, kissing her with a ferocity that made their earlier kiss seem tame. Jenna's interruption had only fueled the fire. He didn't know how long they kissed before he finally pulled away. Cora rested her head on his shoulder, catching her breath. After a moment, she held out her hand. Phone. A spot check? Cole handed it over without hesitation. Cora toyed with his tie with one hand while tapping open his phone's block list with the other. She's called you a lot. And texted. The list was a long, scrolling monument to Jenna's obsession. Cole had changed phones over the years, but just on this one, there were hundreds of entries. Combined with his old phone and blocked social media accounts, it had to be in the thousands. It was like she was using his inbox as her personal diary. The messages were a random assortment of her daily life. A meal she ate, a view she saw, a complaint about her day. But underlying it all was a current of longing. Had she been so bold because she was certain he would never look at his block list? Or, knowing her, did she hope he would look and interpret it as a sign that he still cared? The calls and texts had been especially frequent in the past few days, all of them begging for a chance to meet. Cole leaned over and read a few. He felt no nostalgia, only revulsion. Cora put the phone down. It looks like she's turned you into the one that got away. If anyone can be that, then the title is pretty cheap, Cole scoffed. I guess it makes sense. You see the moon every night. When they were together, she was thinking of Sean. Now that they were apart, she was thinking of him. It was the classic case of wanting what you can't have. There was probably useful information buried in those messages, but there were too many to sift through right now. It was funny, in a bleak sort of way. In all the confusion of his post-amnesia life, Cole had never once thought to check his block list. He had cut her off, but it had only been a one-way street. With nothing else on the schedule, Cole left work early. He and Cora drove to his old neighborhood, the Baker neighborhood in Denver. It's changed a little, he observed as they drove. The buildings had been updated, and many of the old food truck spots had become permanent storefronts. He found a place to park, and they got out, holding hands. I used to live in that building right there. It was an old complex, a bit run down and close to the market. Cora looked around, noticing the large number of older residents. Most of the people who live here got these apartments after their old homes were demolished for new developments, Cole explained. Was it noisy when you were trying to sleep? Cora asked. Yeah, but I got used to it. Cora loved peace and quiet. She wouldn't have lasted a night. I used to buy my groceries at that market. It was cheaper than the supermarket, and most of it was locally grown, so it was fresher. Sometimes, when I didn't feel like cooking, I'd get takeout from that Sichuan-style roast duck place. There was a great deli salad spot, too, but it looks like it's gone now. The area was rough around the edges, but just as Cole had described, it was convenient. There was a grocery store, a convenience store, and the subway was a 10-minute walk away. The night market offered cheap, delicious food. I went to the places you've been, walked the roads you've walked, saw the sights you've seen. Isn't that a different kind of reunion? The night market stalls were starting to open, and the sidewalks were filling up. Cole held Cora's hand tightly. They stopped at a bubble tea shop, and, as they passed a toy store, he bought a few small things for Leo. I'll take you to dinner, he said. He had been a foodie back then, exploring all the best local spots. Some had closed, others had new owners. After walking for a bit, he spotted a Sichuan restaurant. Its signature was fresh ingredients and a fiery, authentic flavor. He wondered if it was still as good after 5 years. Do you like spicy food? He asked. I love it. Then let's go there. A server handed the menus as they sat down. Cole glanced at the portions on other tables and ordered 3 dishes, a perfect amount for the two of them. While he answered her questions, he unwrapped their chopsticks and bowls and rinsed them with the hot tea on the table, a habit from his old life. You used to come here a lot? Cora asked. Yeah, the food is good, and it was close to home. The food came out quickly. A young woman who brought one of the dishes kept looking at Cole, her expression thoughtful. He noticed her staring and met her gaze. After a moment, her eyes lit up in recognition. I remember you, she exclaimed. You used to live around here, didn't you? I did, Cole confirmed. He figured the owner might recognize him as a regular, but this young woman, who looked barely 20, didn't ring a bell. Was she another person he had met in the last 5 years? Seeing his confusion, the young woman, Mia, explained, My uncle owns this place. I worked here during my summer break 4 years ago. You came in for dinner one night with this lady, she said, gesturing to Cora. Do you remember? Cole shook his head. I don't. Can you give me a specific date? It was at the end of August. Maybe the 30th? But that's not the important part. The important part is you left your cane here that night. Cole stared at her, stunned. How could a man who needed a cane forget to take it with him? My uncle was driving me to school the next day, so we were closed for a few days, Mia continued. We thought you'd come back for it, but we never saw you again. We didn't have security cameras back then, and I was the one who served you. If it had been my uncle, he would have recognized you right away. She smiled. It's kind of crazy that I ran into you again today. My uncle still has your cane. I'll go get it. August 30th. Why did that date sound so familiar? It hit Cole like a jolt. He looked at Cora, who was looking right back at him. They found the answer in each other's eyes simultaneously. 4 years ago, August 30th. Wasn't that the date on the condom purchase in Cole's phone? To make sure he wasn't mistaken, Cole pulled out his phone and searched his delivery app history. The purchase date was right there on the screen. No doubt about it. That was the night he'd bought a mountain of them, clearing out the supermarket's entire stock of every brand's XL size. The memory was terrifying in its intensity. Cora tapped her chopsticks on the table, analyzing. On August 30th, we came here for dinner. You forgot your cane. I went with you to your place that evening. At 11:30 p.m., you ordered condoms on your phone. That was the night our relationship started. Cole nodded, mentally calculating when Cora must have gotten pregnant. Cora's attention, however, had drifted to something else. Cole was still using a cane back then, which meant his leg hadn't fully healed. Did that mean their position that night had been? Woman on top? Cole turned his head and saw Cora, lost in very serious thought. What are you thinking about? Cora snapped out of it and leaned in close, whispering in his ear. Later, try to probe a little. See if you can get some useful information out of her. Okay. The young waitress, Mia, quickly brought the cane out, wiping it down with a cloth as she walked. It's been in the storeroom for so long, it got a little dusty. This wasn't just any cane. One look told you it was custom-made for his height and build. The grip felt expensive to the touch. He had taken care of Jenna for a while, and she had used a similar cane for her physical therapy. They cost a few $1,000s. Cole stood up to take it. Thanks. I'd completely forgotten about it until you mentioned it. It has been 4 years, after all. It's normal that you forgot. She hadn't forgotten, mainly because they were the first truly beautiful couple she'd ever seen during her first summer job. The memory was seared into her mind. The girl was a talker. She glanced at Cole's leg. Your leg is all better now, right? It's fine now, so I don't need the cane anymore. Cole decided to test the waters. Could you tell me what you remember about that day? It was raining, and you and this lady came around the same time as today. It was a bit crowded, so you sat outside. The lady left first, then you left. The waitress thought hard. You seemed to be in a real hurry when you left. Could he not have been in a hurry? He'd left his cane behind. Thanks. Your reminder brought it all back. No problem. Enjoy your meal. Just call me if you need anything. The restaurant was getting busier, and the girl's aunt called her over to help. After the meal, Cole paid the bill, took a picture of the payment screen, and after they had walked a fair distance away, he used the app to send an extra $1,000 as a thank you. The owner heard the notification of the large payment and rushed out, but Cole and Cora were long gone. Cole examined the cane in his hand and found a single letter, C, carved into the inner side of the handle. Knowing himself, he knew he would never have spent so much money on a cane. It was highly likely that Cora had had it custom made for him. 4 years ago, just like today, Cora had been by his side. She was the one who had stayed with him during his darkest hour, caring for him, encouraging him. She was the one his grandmother had seen before she passed, and it was Cora who had helped handle the funeral arrangements. Aunt Carol had told him that although his grandmother hadn't seen him one last time, she had seen Cora, and it had fulfilled one of her dying wishes. After a full meal, a walk was in order. Cole looked at the lanterns lining the street. Want to go up the mountain and get some air? Cora asked, is it far? Not all. It's about a 20-minute drive, Cole said. I used to ride my bike up there all the time. People often set off fireworks, though probably not now. When New Year's comes, our family can go up there and set some off. Just as Cole had said, the drive wasn't long. The car wound its way up the mountain road and parked on the shoulder. From there, they had a walk. The mountain breeze was cool and refreshing. They were in luck. Just as they arrived, they saw fireworks from a wedding celebration bursting in the sky, painting it in brilliant colors. You couldn't see the stars from Denver at night, but the city lights were bright enough to make up for it. Every time he stood here looking at the lights in the distance, he would think of home. Among the thousands of lights, there's finally one lit for me. Grandma, I have a home here now. After the fireworks ended, they started to head back. Suddenly, Cora pulled him mysteriously toward the back seat. Get in. I want to show you something. Though he wasn't sure what she was up to, Cole obediently did as he was told. He opened the car door, and before he was even fully settled, Cora followed him in, pressing down on his shoulders and straddling his lap. The door clicked shut. She cupped his face, kissing him softly, then pulled something from her purse and placed it in his hand. What's this? In the dim light of the car's interior, Cole glanced down. Your XLs. I saw them in the break room in your office. Want to try one? Cora whispered in his ear. My period's over. With that one sentence, a current of heat shot through Cole's body. He clung to his last shred of sanity. Here. No one's around. The time, the place, the people, everything's perfect. Cora hooked a finger around his tie. Don't you want to? The last time, her period had forced him to hold back, and he'd been suppressing it for 4 or 5 days. Luckily, her cycle was regular and hadn't been delayed. It's not just you who's been holding back these past few days. Me too, honey. I want to recreate what happened that night 4 years ago. Maybe it will jog some kind of muscle memory, help us remember something. Cora was wearing a white dress today. The hem pulled on Cole's legs. His hand slipped under the fabric, gently closing around her calf. Cora shifted forward, her body pressing more intimately against his stomach. The spark ignited the flame in an instant. The wildness of the outdoors, so different from home, lacked privacy and a sense of security. But in the tense, thrilling environment, Both adrenaline and dopamine flooded their systems. In the cramped space, he could almost hear the frantic beating of his own heart, feel his vessels constricting, his blood accelerating. Cora's actions made it clear she couldn't wait any longer. She pulled Cole's shirt out from his trousers. With the experience from last time, her fingers were deft on his belt. With a single click, the buckle was undone. For more privacy, Cole turned off the car's interior lights. They explored each other's bodies in the dark. Cora fumbled with the buttons on Cole's shirt, struggling for what felt like an eternity. Just as she was about to resort to brute force, Cole stopped her hand. "Let me," he said. It was his own shirt, after all. He undid the buttons in seconds. The moment his chest was bare, a small hand began to explore it, tracing a path from top to bottom, then back up again, finally coming to rest at his throat. Cole's Adam's apple bobbed, the itch of desire becoming unbearable. Cora guided Cole's hand to her back. "The zipper's here." His fingers followed the line of the dress upwards until he found the hidden pull tab. It slid down as smoothly as silk. The sudden coolness on her back made Cora flinch, and she accidentally bumped her head. Thump! Cole immediately reached up to feel her head. "Does it hurt?" Instead of answering, Cora silently moved her hand down to Cole's lap. "I'm the one who bumped my head. How come you're the one with the swelling?" Cole sucked in a sharp breath, his breathing growing ragged. He tilted his head up and accurately found her mouth, sealing it with his own. One hand cradled the back of her head while the other slid down her back, unfastening the final barrier. As he kissed her again and again, Cora's breathing grew uneven, her body turning soft and pliant. She clung to his shoulders, panting lightly. "Do you even know what recreate means? To recreate something, you need a reference, don't you? With no memory, how do you expect to recreate anything?" Cole's words were a low murmur, but his hands never stopped, teasing and stroking her. Cora's voice trembled, her breath catching. "We can analyze it slowly. Your leg wasn't better then, so I must have been the one to initiate." As she spoke, her hands began to roam, her hands and mouth working in tandem, moving from his warm lips to his ear. "I think we were in this position that day, too." Cole made it clear he wasn't interested in slowing down or analyzing anything. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, nipping at her shoulder. The dress slipped down, pooling in layers at her waist like a white camellia blooming in the mist. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, it was impossible to tell if the sound was the fireworks outside or the beating of their own hearts. The string holding his reason in place finally snapped. Cole seized her lips, his kiss less a kiss and more a hunt. Cora experienced a pleasure she had never known, a current of sensation like 1,000 ants crawling over every nerve ending. It was pain and pleasure, a desire to both accept and refuse. Cole's core was strong, his movements powerful. He poured all his energy into her, a tempestuous storm, a great wave washing over the sand. Outside, the fireworks bloomed, and on him, so did Cora. He felt like he was sinking into a cloud of soft, sweet cream, completely losing himself. Half an hour later, Cole found a pack of wet wipes to clean Cora up. She was curled in his arms like a kitten, unable to care for herself. He wiped her down from her neck to her knees. Cora buried her face in his chest, trembling. He soothed her as he gathered the dress from the floor. She was drained of all strength, her body slick with sweat that had dried and then returned. Her hair was plastered to her temples. Once the dress was back on, she quickly opened the window for a breath of fresh air. The fireworks outside had ended. Cole found their rings on the car's door panel and put his back on. "I'll drive. Where are you sitting?" "Don't want to move," Cora said, her voice weak. "I'll just stay here." Her voice was raw and husky. After making sure the back seat was clean, Cole got out and moved to the driver's seat. It was an hour's drive home. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that Cora had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep. She wasn't sure if it was because her 30-year-old body lacked exercise and stamina, or if her age was simply catching up to her, but Cora felt exhausted, the kind of bone-deep weariness that comes after running a marathon. When they arrived home, Cole got out and went to pick Cora up. The moment his hands slid under her legs, she woke up. She hooked her arms around his neck, mumbling, "Are we home?" Cole lifted her into his arms. "Yeah, we're home." "What time is it?" "Almost midnight. It's so late." Cora yawned, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. At this hour, Mom, Dad, and Leo are all asleep. "So?" Cora's eyes widened, her pupils as clear as water. "No one will disturb us." Cole carried her all the way to the bedroom, kissing her before he even set her down. The lock clicked shut, and the room filled with wet, sticky sounds. The fire was easily reignited, spreading to the walls, the sofa, the desk, the bed, the bathroom. She had lost count of how many times it had been. Cora went from silent endurance to tearful begging. Her toes curled. She tried to escape, but Cole was like a giant net, trapping her completely. Even as he moved, he was counting. This is the 7th time. 3 more to go. Cora's mind was a fog. 3 more what? The number of times you've lit a fire under me these past few days. Banking on the fact that he wouldn't touch her during her period, Cora had been acting with impunity for days. Her tone was sincere. I was wrong. If you're wrong, you accept the punishment. And I haven't even calculated the interest yet. Tonight, Cora profoundly understood the meaning of you reap what you sow. The fires you start will eventually burn you. It's Friday. No work tomorrow. After he said that, Cora knew they might be up until dawn. Back in bed from the shower, Cora was too tired to even lift a finger. She had meant to just catch her breath, but the moment she closed her eyes, she was asleep. Cole emerged from the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist. He sat on the edge of the bed, studying her sleeping face. He searched his mind for a word to describe her and landed on one. A cream puff. Soft, white, sweet. He gently touched her soft cheek. Cora frowned, murmuring in her sleep, I can't. Really, I can't do it anymore. A corner of Cole's mouth lifted into a smile. The scent of their lovemaking still lingered in the room. He located the source, tied up the trash bag, and put it on the balcony. He put a new bag in the can and opened all the windows to air the room out. After all that, Cole had a drink of water and then carefully climbed into bed, pulling her, comforter and all, into his arms. When she woke up, it was to complete darkness. The heavy curtains were drawn tight, making it impossible to tell if it was day or night. Cole had woken up first and was watching her. Cora's back was to him, her arms and legs exposed outside the covers. A distinct mark was visible on her pale shoulder. She wouldn't be wearing dresses for a little while. Cole shifted slightly and reached for his phone on the nightstand. 8 o'clock. On a normal day, he would have already dropped Leo off at school. Luckily, it was Saturday. He put the phone down and stared at the ceiling, chasing away the last of his sleepiness. Suddenly, Cora rolled over, turning toward him. A second later, her arm and leg were draped over him with practiced familiarity. He had changed her into a loose, cool nightgown after a shower. Now it was bunched up around her waist, her smooth leg resting against his, their skin touching. Cole took a deep breath, telling himself to play the long game. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to patience and restraint these past few days. He took her leg and gently placed it back under the covers, then slowly slid to the side and got out of bed. He changed and went downstairs. Leo was already up and eating at the table. Seeing Cole alone, Leo asked, Dad, where's Mom? Mom's still sleeping. Hearing that his mom was sleeping in, Leo pointed to the shrimp dumplings on the table. Let's save the shrimp dumplings for Mom. They're her favorite. Apparently, this wasn't the first time Cora had slept late. Leo seemed completely used to it. Cole finished his breakfast and went back upstairs, opening the door very quietly. Cora was still sound asleep. Without Cole as her large pillow, she was hugging the comforter, most of her body exposed, the nightgown hiked up to her lower back. She was so pale that any mark on her skin was incredibly conspicuous. He had been relatively restrained last night, at least enough not to leave marks on her neck. Other places, however, were a different story, like her waist and thighs hidden by clothes. He walked over and touched her cool feet, then pulled a section of the comforter up to cover her. While Cora slept, he sat on the sofa, looking through documents and handling work. In the middle of it, his assistant called. Cole went out to the balcony to take the call. What is it? Mr. Miller, we've heard from Mr. Wallace again. He's asking what you've decided. They don't want to give up on the partnership and would like to schedule another meeting to discuss it. Cole said, no need to talk. Just give them a direct answer. To turn down such a lucrative opportunity would seem like a waste of money, but Cole hadn't gotten into the restaurant business to make a fortune in the first place. He'd done the math. The profit margins were low. A $10 all-you-can-eat buffet with over 50 dishes was affordable for everyone in the current economy. His initial goal had been to provide for the nearby workers. He never expected it to become so popular, with people making special trips to visit. That's how the chain started, and now they were all over Denver. Delicious, affordable, and healthy, a favorite among the public. Understood. I'll reply to them right away. After hanging up, the assistant immediately relayed the message to Mr. Wallace. When Mr. Wallace saw the message, his face darkened. If the previous rejection had been tactful, this one was decisive. There was no room for negotiation. The assistant's message was polite but cold. Mr. Wallace was disappointed. He had prepared for this partnership for a long time and had finally secured a meeting, only to be shot down before he could even get started. He tried to figure out what had gone wrong. He was an arrogant man and didn't even consider that the fault might lie with him. His vice president, Mr. Peterson, offered a suggestion. Could it be about that woman with you, Wendy? The sudden mention of Wendy made Mr. Wallace pause. He rested his hand on his executive chair. What do you mean? Mr. Peterson said. Wendy's mood was off during dinner that day. She ran off before we even started. The way she looked, it was obvious she knew Cole Miller. Mr. Wallace's face was grim. She said she didn't know him. And you believe her just because she said so? Mr. Peterson gave him a strange look, clearly finding him ridiculous. He scoffed. She's been with you for a while now. Have you ever looked into her background? Mr. Wallace, I have to warn you, be careful of a fire in your own backyard. Mr. Wallace frowned, his expression calm, but his mind in turmoil. He narrowed his eyes, recalling Wendy's behavior over the past few days. She had indeed been different, distracted, and lost in thought whenever she was with him. Mr. Peterson added, isn't there a charity gala coming up in Denver? A lot of important people will be there. Cole Miller will definitely be in attendance. Whether Cole attended or not, Mr. Wallace would be there. Events like these were just networking opportunities disguised as charity. After Mr. Peterson left, Mr. Wallace immediately called Wendy. When she answered, he asked, what are you doing? I'm out shopping. Come back to the hotel and wait for me. Wendy paused. Now. Mr. Wallace, yes. Okay, I'll head back now. It didn't take long for Wendy to return. She entered the hotel room, put down her bag as usual, and turned to see Mr. Wallace sitting by the window, smoking. Mr. Wallace. The room was silent, the atmosphere unnervingly oppressive. Sensing something was wrong, Wendy spoke with caution. He called me back. Is something wrong? As a competent mistress, she had to constantly read her benefactor's mood and react accordingly. Mr. Wallace didn't beat around the bush. The deal with Mr. Miller is off. I've been thinking it over, and I believe the problem is you. I don't want to ask him directly, so I'm asking you. Tell me the truth. Did you do something to offend him? Wendy's heart pounded. Her eyes darted around frantically, not knowing where to look. In just a few seconds, her palms were slick with sweat. Should I really tell him? With Mr. Wallace's vengeful personality, would she even survive if she told the truth? Mr. Wallace's gaze swept over her. He crushed the cigarette, but in his hand, flicked the ash from his fingers, and threatened. If you tell me now, I might consider letting you off the hook. But if I find out you've been hiding things and lying to me, then don't blame me for what happens next. I'll make sure you understand what facing the consequences means. Her heart dropped when he couldn't handle the pressure and fell to her knees. Mr. Wallace, I'll talk. It's true. Cole Miller and I know each other. When he didn't dare hide anything. She told him about changing her name and her face, about her son Sean, and about the wedding she tried to ruin 5 years ago. Mr. Wallace sat opposite her without a word, his expression growing darker by the second. So the problem really was Wendy. If he had known, he never would have brought her. She had ruined a perfectly good deal. Mr. Wallace stared at her coldly, not missing a single flicker of expression on her face. He saw her hesitate, her eyes betraying her fear. Is that all? Yes. That's everything, Wendy said, her guilt obvious. One look at her face and Mr. Wallace knew she wasn't being honest. There was clearly more to the story. A surge of rage boiled up inside him. He took a few steps forward and kicked her to the ground. Wendy cried out in pain, clutching her stomach, her lips trembling as she looked up at the man before her, tears in her eyes. Her legs were too weak to stand. She pushed herself backward on the floor. Mr. Wallace, you still dare to hide things from me? Wendy. Oh, Wendy, you really aren't afraid of pain or death, are you? Mr. Wallace grabbed her by the chin, the toe of his shoe pressing down on her fingers, grinding it into the floor. Wendy screamed again, crying and apologizing, repeating I'm sorry over and over. The hotel walls were soundproofed. No one would hear her screams. Wendy was terrified. Under Mr. Wallace's relentless interrogation, she confessed everything that had happened in the past. After hearing the full story, Mr. Wallace was stunned. He stumbled back a few steps, his mind screaming, it's over. He had suspected there was some bad blood, but he never imagined it involved someone's life. No wonder Cole Miller's attitude had changed so drastically after seeing Wendy. If it had been him, he probably would have exploded on the spot. Cole Miller's composure was truly remarkable. Mr. Wallace gritted his teeth. Why didn't you tell me this when I asked you that day? When he sobbed, I was scared. It had been quiet for a few days. She had thought the storm had passed. Mr. Wallace let out a few cold, chilling laughs, then pulled off his belt. It cracked through the air, whack, striking Wendy's body. He may have liked Wendy, but in the face of profit, a woman was worthless. Wendy had not only offended Cole Miller, but the Vance family as well. If he had known, he never should have brought this curse to Denver. Mr. Wallace unleashed all his fury on her. The passion he had once felt for her was now replaced by an equal measure of hate. To salvage the business deal, he was going to sacrifice her. When he was beaten black and blue. At first, she could still scream for help, but eventually, her breaths grew shallow, and she lay on the floor, barely conscious. Cora woke up at 11, her entire body aching, especially her thighs and lower back. It felt like she'd been beaten up, a moment of pleasure, a world of pain after. Recalling the scenes from last night, they had used up an entire box of 001s. By the end, her vision had blurred, and she felt like she was dying. At first, she had the strength to try and escape, but Cole would just drag her back every time, teasing her mercilessly, leaving her at his mercy. What else could she do? She could only surrender. A man with too much stamina was also a problem. She could barely handle it. Cora rolled over and fumbled for her phone on the nightstand. She glanced at the time. It was already noon. She had never slept in this late. Cora stared at the ceiling, resigned. It's already this late. A little later won't hurt. I need to recover first. She opened her phone and searched for how to deal with a man who lasts too long, looking for any healthy methods of suppression. A video popped up explaining that cilantro was known in folklore as libido killer grass. Cole doesn't seem to like cilantro, she recalled. The bedroom door opened. Cora instinctively looked over, and when she saw it was Cole, she burrowed back under the covers. Cole walked straight to the bed. Still not awake? It's time for lunch. Cora couldn't help but bury her face in the bedding. A few seconds later, the comforter was pulled away. She opened her eyes to meet Cole's smiling face, radiating the sated satisfaction of a man who had feasted well. She had thought he was a shy puppy, but it turned out he was a big bad wolf. Cole sat down on the bed. Are you still sore? The air still seemed thick with the scent of passion. Cora stared at his face, feeling a little dazed. She had intended to say she was fine, but what came out was, you were too rough last night. I can't really take it. My body is still sore and numb. Cole had checked her over when he'd given her a bath last night. There were no injuries. But hearing her say she was uncomfortable now made him panic. Should I take you to the hospital? Cora blushed. No, that's not necessary. Just be a little gentler next time. Go to the hospital for something like this would be mortifying. For Cole, it was his first time. The first time doing something like this, it was inevitable he'd be a little clumsy and greedy. The feeling was too wonderful, like floating on a cloud. Once you fell in, it was hard to pull yourself out. He loved Cora, was madly addicted to her. Even though Cora said she couldn't handle it, he knew she had enjoyed it last night too. So his promises to change were mostly empty words. The curtains weren't fully drawn, and a sliver of light streamed in, leaving the room half lit, like the transition between day and night. Cole's gaze swept over Cora's body from head to toe. His stare made Cora feel uneasy, as if he were peeling back the covers and stripping her bare. After a moment, Cole slid his hand under the comforter. Cora flinched but didn't pull away, letting his hand come to rest on her waist. What are you doing? Giving you a massage. A hot compress and a rub should help. Cole's fingers began to move. Cora gradually lost control. When he touched a certain spot, a low moan escaped her lips. Cole found a bottle of essential oil, lifted the comforter, and slipped the nightgown off her body. Cora turned her back to him, her face turned to the side. Cole used to massage his grandmother often and had learned some techniques. His pressure was just right, comfortable and soothing. His fingertips moved from the dimples of her lower back slowly upward. His pupils grew darker. Last night, he had finally discovered what that body razor was for. And it was precisely because he knew that he had lost control. The thought that he had used it to shave his face was both embarrassing and amusing. Now, whenever he thought of that kind of razor, his mind turned to erotic things. After a little while, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Cora's skin, and she could feel the soreness in her muscles easing. Cora rested her head on the pillow and glanced down at Cole's lap. How was he getting worked up again? Didn't he eat his fill all night? Other men's 30s seemed different from his. Just as Cole had said before, his prime years, strong in all aspects. And strong he was. Fearing a spark might ignite another fire, Cora pressed her legs together and grabbed her nightgown. That's enough. We should go down for lunch. She had only had some Gatorade since waking up. She wasn't starving, but she felt weak. Cole pulled her nightgown back down and opened the closet. What do you want to wear? You pick. Dresses were probably out of the question. Cole found a long-sleeve pajama set that would cover her arms and legs. The fabric was breathable and wouldn't be too hot for the season. He'd seen and touched everything last night, so he didn't need to look away while his wife changed. He could even help her. He buttoned her top, then started to put on the pants. Cora snatched the pants from his hand. I can do it myself. After getting dressed, Cora went to the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air. Her hair was up in a claw clip, a few loose strands tucked behind her ear. She looked beautiful even without trying, a natural beauty. Cora had expected to look terrible after staying up nearly all night and crying so much. But when she looked in the mirror, her complexion was glowing. Her face was flushed, her eyes bright and clear. She noticed the skincare products on the counter had been moved and realized Cole must have done her skincare routine for her after her shower last night. It was a small detail many people wouldn't think of. Cora hummed happily. Cole leaned against the doorframe. Are you that happy? Cora applied eye cream. The easiest way to be happy is to eat, drink, and be merry. I've eaten my fill and played my fill, so of course I'm happy. It was another kind of fulfillment. Physical pleasure trumped all else. Just being with him, doing nothing, made her happy. Downstairs, Leo was playing with Daisy in the yard. Eleanor was on her phone, and Robert was watching TV. Eleanor's screen was on Jenna's profile. She wanted to call and check on her, but she was afraid she wouldn't know what to say. The housekeeper and chef brought the dishes to the table. Eleanor got up and went to the yard to call Leo. Leo, time for lunch. Go wash your hands. Okay. Leo called Daisy over. Come on, Uncle Daisy, let's go. The boy and the dog came inside. After washing his hands, Leo saw Cora. Mom, when did you get up? She had to maintain some motherly dignity in front of her son. I got up this morning. Then why didn't you come down for breakfast? I ate. Your dad fed me. As she said this, Cora glanced at Cole beside her. Leo's eyes widened. Mom, you're a grown-up and you still need Dad to feed you? Cora spun a tail with a straight face. Because I didn't want to move, so I had your dad feed me. Okay, that's enough talk. Let's eat. We can talk about it after lunch. Okay. Leo scurried ahead and was the first one to sit at the table. She hadn't felt hungry before, but now, seeing the food on the table and smelling the aroma, her stomach started to rumble. Cole knew Cora's habits. If there was soup, she would have it first. So he ladled a bowl of soup for her. Leo ate while his eyes darted around. I haven't seen Aunt Jenna these past few days. Is she at work or out having fun? The moment he spoke, a brief silence fell over the table. Cole carefully deboned a piece of fish and placed it in Cora's bowl. Cora said, Mom, Dad, I've decided to take Leo back to Clearwater to live for a while. Clearwater was Cora and Cole's marital home, not far from here. Considering her parents liked Cole and they were getting older, the couple had decided to move in with them after Cora gave birth. They had been living here for 3.5 years, only going back to Clearwater during Leo's school breaks. Hearing Cora say she wanted to move back to Clearwater, Eleanor was taken aback. It's not summer vacation yet. Why the sudden decision to move back? Robert also put down his chopsticks and looked at them. Cora didn't answer her mother's question. Instead, she turned to Leo. Leo, do you want to live with Grandpa and Grandma? Or come back to Clearwater with us? Leo thought for a moment. I'll go with Mom and Dad. I'll live wherever Mom and Dad live. Although he loved his grandparents, if he had to choose, he would rather be with his parents. Mom, it's decided. I'm taking Leo and moving over in the next couple of days. Once Cora made a decision, no one could change it. Eleanor was worried. She knew they were only leaving temporarily, but the thought of not seeing Leo made her feel like a piece of her heart was missing, leaving an empty void. How long will you be gone? When will you be back? Cora said, I'm not sure yet. Let's talk after we eat. Some things couldn't be discussed in front of a child. After lunch, Cora told Leo to take Daisy outside to play. Once he was gone, Eleanor's voice was anxious and urgent. Cora, why are you suddenly talking about moving out? Have you considered our feelings? It's precisely because I have considered them that I've decided to move out with Leo for a while. Cora never dragged things out. She took out her phone and played a recording. You should listen to this first. Cole, standing beside her, was startled. The recording was of what Jenna had said in his office yesterday. He hadn't realized Cora had secretly recorded it. At first, Eleanor frowned in confusion, but as she listened, her face turned pale. Robert's expression became grim. Cole, I still can't get over you. Eleanor looked at her in disbelief. How could she? Didn't she say she had moved on? As if to prove something, she grabbed her husband's hand. Robert, you know this too. Jenna has a boyfriend. She even showed us a picture. How could she still be thinking about? Even now, Eleanor was trying to defend Jenna. Cora scoffed. Mom, You know I would never stoop so low as to slander her or something like this. Jenna says she has a boyfriend, and you just believe her? Or she just said that to lower our guard. Eleanor argued. I video chatted with her boyfriend. These days, you can create AI deepfakes that are completely convincing. If she has the money, she could even rent a man to play the part. Mom, I can understand your feelings, but I can't be expected to sympathize. I'm not just your daughter. I'm also Leo's mother and Cole's wife. I can't be nice to someone who covets my husband and is constantly trying to destroy my family. As the saying goes, if you don't make a clean break, you'll only cause more trouble. She wouldn't give Jenna any opportunity to wedge herself in, nor did she have the time or energy to play the part of a loving sister for her parents' sake. She could be understanding towards people she loved. But for someone like Jenna, who harbored ill intentions and refused to change, why should she sacrifice her own happiness to make Jenna happy? A soft heart was like handing someone a knife to stab you with. Mom, as a mother, it's understandable that you can't bear to part with your daughter. That's why Cole and I have decided to take Leo and move back to Clearwater to give you the space to have a good talk with Jenna. Eleanor's eyes turned red. She was about to say something, but Robert placed a hand on her shoulder. After a long silence, he said, You guys go ahead and stay at Clearwater for a while. Your mother and I will handle things here at home. When it's all settled, I'll let you know, and then you can decide if you want to come back. How would they solve it? It was impossible to make Jenna forget Cole in a short amount of time. Over the past 5 years, they had probably yelled and punished her. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person causing the problem. Eleanor was an emotional person, too soft-hearted. It caused trouble not only for herself, but for those around her, and she knew it. She frowned, feeling weary at the mere thought of Jenna. Why had their family become like this? It had been so long. What was there to hold on to? Why was Jenna still so obsessed with Cole? If she loved him so much, why hadn't she cherished him back then? Or was it that she couldn't stand to see others happy? She had raised this daughter with her own hands, only to realize in the end that she didn't know her at all. Human nature was contradictory and complex, sincerity hidden within affectation, nobility mixed with baseness, and even evil containing a sliver of good. Sometimes what was called love was nothing more than jealousy and resentment. Eleanor's heart grew cold. She fought to keep the tears from falling. Cora's heart ached for her mother, but if she didn't make things clear now, it would only get worse, like a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the yard. The sound pierced through the glass, and Cole was the first to react, rushing outside. What is it, Leo? What happened? In the yard, Daisy was lying on the ground. Leo knelt beside him, frantic. Dad, come quick. What's wrong with Uncle Daisy? Cole's heart seized, a wave of ice washing over him. The sound seemed to carry a chill that seeped through his pores, into his blood, straight to his heart. Daisy lay motionless on the ground, eyes shut tight, looking for all the world as if he were dead. He had been fine just a moment ago. How could he have suddenly collapsed? Cole couldn't believe what he was seeing. He staggered forward, and just as he was about to kneel and check, Daisy's eyes snapped open. Daisy! Cole was truly terrified. His face had gone pale. Leo giggled mischievously. Dad, you fell for it. Uncle Daisy was just playing dead. Cole hadn't recovered from the shock. He looked dazed, the cold sweat on his back. Perhaps sensing his distress, Daisy acted like a child who had done wrong. He got up, wagged his tail, and licked Cole's hand appeasingly. Cole let out a breath and patted Leo's head. You two scared the life out of me. He had almost forgotten that playing dead was Daisy's signature trick, one that he himself had taught him. He never thought it would one day be used to scare him. Sorry, I was wrong, Leo said, clutching his head. Dad, Uncle Daisy's acting is so good. I think he could be an actor. Leo's interruption eased the tense atmosphere. I think you'd be a good actor too, Cole said, scooping him up. It's time for your nap. Leo flailed his arms. I don't want to sleep. If you don't sleep, I won't take you out to play this afternoon. The mention of playing was enough to make Leo cooperate instantly. Can we bring Uncle Daisy? Yes. Seeing that everything was fine in the yard, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Eleanor looked at Leo, her heart full of reluctance. She wanted to persuade Cora and Cole to stay, but she didn't know how to start. Robert put his arm around her shoulder and whispered, Clearwater isn't far. If you miss Leo, I'll go with you to visit. Let's solve this problem first. Before it's solved, let's not make things difficult for them. Over the years, Cole and Cora had already compromised a lot for them. The only thing they could do as parents was to be fair. The thought of Jenna ignited a fire of anger in Robert. He wanted to drag her over right now, give her a beating, and then throw her out of the country. Out of sight, out of mind. If he had known she would be like this, he never would have let her come back. Robert asked Cole, Cole, when are you moving? Cora wants to move tomorrow. The place at Clearwater needs to be cleaned first. Robert asked, have you already arranged for someone to clean it? Cole nodded. Yes. They move fast, Robert thought. Dad, Mom, if you need anything, just call me. We'll come back to visit often. Robert wasn't as calm as he appeared. With Cole gone, he would have no one to play chess and drink tea with, no one to go fishing with, not even someone to discuss business with. Robert sighed. Where are you guys going this afternoon? To the dog park. Leo wants to take Daisy out. Cole asked, Dad, want to come with us? I'll pass. Robert wasn't in the mood. He felt his blood pressure rising. Forget playing. He could barely walk. All he wanted to do was lie down. Since he wasn't going, Cole didn't press him. Rest well at home. If you need anything, just text me, and I'll bring it back for you. Robert nodded. He decided that as soon as Cole and the others left, he would call Jenna and tell her to come home tomorrow night. It was better to solve problems sooner rather than later. Dragging it out would do no one any good. Leo had claimed he wouldn't sleep, but he was out for an hour as soon as he hit the bed, and nothing could wake him. His little face was flushed from sleep. He opened his foggy eyes, pouting, clearly unhappy about not getting enough sleep. I want to sleep more. Then go ahead and sleep. Your mom and I will take Daisy to the park. The park? Hearing those words, Leo was instantly awake. He shot up in bed. That's right, we're going to the dog park. There are lots of other dogs and lots of good food and fun things to do. I want to go. Cole urged the little boy on. Then hurry up and get dressed. If you're late, we're leaving without you. Leo jumped out of bed barefoot, shedding his clothes in a flash. As he scrambled to get dressed, he yelled, Don't leave me behind. Leo got dressed and put on his little backpack, which contained bug spray, iodine swabs, and Band-Aids. Since Daisy was going too, he also stuffed some pet treats in his backpack. The family of 3, plus their dog, set off. On a weekend, the dog park was full of dogs. Daisy didn't like playing with other dogs, but other dogs liked to play with him. Daisy lay on the ground, his eyes darting around warily. Cole held his leash, giving him water and treats to calm him down. Daisy soon adapted to the new environment and began to tentatively interact with the other dogs, even initiating play. But Daisy still preferred to be around people. Some habits were hard to break, like rummaging through trash cans for bottles. Or if he saw someone drinking water, he would stare at the bottle in their hand. The moment they threw it away, he would chase after it. If you didn't throw it for him, he would get upset. Cole spoiled him, and Leo was even worse. He followed Daisy around with a bag, collecting the bottles Daisy found. They usually gave the collected bottles to the sanitation workers to sell. After playing for a while, Leo sat on a bench, drinking water. Dad, why are we moving to Clearwater? You don't want to go? Leo lowered his head. I'm just a little sad to leave Grandpa and Grandma. If you miss them, I can bring you back to see them anytime. Cole stroked his head. And they can come to Clearwater to see you. It wasn't like they hadn't stayed there before. Leo thought for a moment and then asked, Is Uncle Daisy coming with us? Yes. After a short break, Leo ran off to play again. Cora leaned against Cole. Cole looked down at her. Are you still feeling sore? Not anymore. Cora stretched her legs. There was still some discomfort, but it was bearable. Thinking back on the dreams she used to have, some are even more intense than this. Reflecting on the day's events, Cole took Cora's hand, lacing his fingers with hers. I didn't expect you to just come out and say it. When Cora had played the recording without a second thought, even he had been surprised. But more than surprise, he felt a sense of security because Cora had chosen him. Cora leaned on his shoulder. Why go through all the trouble when a single sentence can solve the problem? You know, a lot of problems are created by dragging things out. The more you bottle it up, the angrier you get. The more you step back, the more you lose. People can make a case even when they're wrong. So why should you be merciful when you're right? That was true. Cora continued. If we didn't tell Mom and Dad, the problem would be between us, something we'd have to solve ourselves. It would be a waste of time and energy, and we'd end up pleasing no one. But now it's different. The problem has been transferred to our parents. It's called escalating the conflict when you can't resolve it. Instead of draining yourself, outsource the drama to others. Letting their parents handle this kind of problem was the best solution. If they still couldn't solve it, then she would resort to violence. By the time she beat Jenna half to death, her parents wouldn't have a word to say. After all, she had given them a chance. Meanwhile, a temporary silence had fallen over the Vance house. Robert took out his phone and dialed Jenna's number. When she didn't answer, he called again. After 5 consecutive calls, she finally picked up. Robert suppressed his anger and asked coldly, "What took you so long to answer?" Jenna explained, "I accidentally put my phone on silent. I want you home tomorrow evening." Jenna paused before saying, "I don't have time these next couple of days. You just got back. What could you possibly be busy with? I tell you to come home, and you dither. Robert's voice grew impatient. It's settled. Tomorrow at 7 in the evening, you will be home. Your mother misses you. If you don't come back, you can forget about ever coming back. He hung up immediately. Putting the phone down, he met Eleanor's troubled gaze. He explained, I'll lure her here first. What if she doesn't come? Then I'll find someone to drag her back. She's been nothing but trouble since she was a child. Eleanor was deeply worried. I really don't know what to do with her. Robert gently patted her shoulder. If you don't want to face it, leave it to me. Running away was shameful, but worked. For someone with a weaker constitution, avoidance was a form of self-preservation. Eleanor asked Robert how he planned to solve the problem. He didn't know either. At his age, he had faced all sorts of challenges. Countless messes at the company, treacherous traps in business negotiations, but all of them combined weren't as vexing as this. Robert saw things with crystal clarity. He knew Jenna would never change. If she could have, she would have in the past 5 years. When exposed, she would only say sorry, then repeat her mistakes, becoming even worse. We've already given her a chance. She's the one who didn't cherish it. Do you want what happened 4 years ago to happen again? Eleanor's face was grim as she shook her head. Robert was more resilient than Eleanor. Today's events had surprised him, but it wasn't a bolt from the blue. Over the years, he had braced himself for Jenna's antics time and time again. After hearing that recording, I've completely lost all trust in her. A leopard can't change its spots. She's counting on us being soft-hearted. That's why she's so brazen. After her father's call, Jenna felt a sudden wave of unease. She had just seen Cole yesterday, and today her dad was calling her. Could it be a coincidence? A guilty conscience knows its own crime. Jenna was on edge, trying to think of an excuse to get out of it. As she racked her brain, her phone rang again. Jenna looked at the caller ID, and her mind went blank for a moment. She answered the phone. Sean, let's meet. If you're not willing, then I'll have to come find you at your house. Over the phone, Sean's voice was tense, not a request, but a command. Jenna gripped her phone, a cold smile forming on her lips. Fine, I'll come to you. Send me your address. Sean sounded incredulous. You're coming to my place? Why not? Jenna's voice was syrupy sweet. I'll come bring you some warmth, buy you whatever you need. After all, you're not who you used to be. After a moment of silence, Sean agreed. I'll send you the address. You can come over. Not long after she hung up, a location pin arrived via text. Jenna opened it and saw that it was the same neighborhood where Cole used to live, the Baker neighborhood, with its low property values, remote location, and old streets. Everything reminded Jenna of Cole now. She thought of him when she ate, when she slept, even when she looked at the trees outside. Psychologically, when a cherished relationship is threatened, it can lead to obsession and madness. She felt like she was indeed going mad. Even after all the harsh things Cole had said to her, she was still willing. Jenna was in a foul mood and desperately needed an outlet. She changed her clothes and looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was haggard, with faint dark circles under her eyes and visible red veins in her eyes. The slaps from Cora hadn't healed, and the sun exposure over the past 2 days had caused a red, allergic reaction. She carefully covered it with foundation and applied lipstick to make herself look better. Instead of going straight to Sean's, Jenna rented 2 bodyguards and had them drive her to his house. Standing at his door, she confirmed the apartment number and knocked. Before the door even opened, she heard Sean's voice. What took you so long? Do you know how long I've been waiting? With a creak, the door opened, and Sean's expression froze. Why did you bring people with you? Who are they? Sean had been beaten up regularly in prison and was highly sensitive to atmosphere. He could clearly sense danger now. Before he could react, Jenna kicked his leg. Sean stumbled back. He was about to retaliate when the 2 towering bodyguards grabbed him. Jenna crossed her arms and stood leisurely in front of him. Kneel. Of course, Sean refused, glaring at her with venom. Jenna gestured with her eyes to the bodyguards. One of them kicked the back of his knee. Sean lost his balance, his knees slamming onto the floor. Jenna, what are you doing? Don't you get it? Jenna slapped him across the face. I'm bringing you some warmth. Weren't you so cocky on the phone? Slap. Did I give you permission to threaten me? What do you think you are? Slap. You really think you're something, don't you? You think you're still the young master of the Sullivan family. Slap. An ex-con. You're not even worthy of licking my shoes. With every word, Jenna slapped Sean, her palm burning from the force. She was using him as a free punching bag, venting all the frustration she had endured from Cora over the past 2 days. Sean had been her classmate, her first love. Their families were on a similar level. But now, things were different. The Sullivan family was bankrupt. Sean's father had died in prison. His mother had changed her name and run off, and his other relatives were scattered or dead. No one dared to have anything to do with him. Sean had no education, no character, a scarred face, and a permanent criminal record. It was a stain on his life that would follow him forever, even affecting the next generation. So, what did Sean have to compare with Jenna? Jenna stood before him, high and mighty, while Sean was forced to bow his head. He looked up, his eyes filled with a hatred and resentment that threatened to spill over. Jenna, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in prison. You ruined my family, you destroyed my life. Jenna scoffed. I destroyed you? This was Sean's usual tactic, blaming everyone else and absolving himself of all responsibility. He was the one who created the problem, yet he played the victim. Sean's face contorted with resentment. If I hadn't helped you run away from the wedding back then, would I have offended Cole Miller? Don't you dare use that to hold over me. Jenna's eyes were bloodshot as she screamed back. Yes, I wanted to run away with you, but I never told you to run over Cole. If it weren't for you, Cole's grandmother wouldn't have died. You're the one who owes Cole. Your family is the one who destroyed his. What happened to you is your own damn fault. On the day of the wedding 5 years ago, Cole's grandmother had called her. Sean had answered that call. The call log showed it was less than 10 minutes. In those few short minutes, something had happened to his grandmother. If it weren't for Sean, Cole's grandmother wouldn't have died, and she and Cole would never have reached this point. It was all because of Sean. He was a jinx. He had caused her to break her legs, and then he had convinced her to run away from the wedding. Why didn't he just die? Why hadn't he died in prison? Jenna gritted her teeth, her jaw tight. Her eyes were a dark, swirling mess of black and red, a mixture of regret and hatred. The look she gave Sean was that of a woman looking at a dead man. Have you heard of the gaslighting effect? To gently set you on fire, then calmly invite others to watch you explode, all while he remains the good-tempered, good-natured one, and you're the emotionally unstable lunatic. When Jenna had injured her legs, Sean had taken care of her in the hospital for a time. To the doctors and nurses, he was a patient saint. In reality, he pushed her boundaries time and again, and when she finally snapped, he would turn it back on her. Jenna used to think she was the one with the bad temper. Later, when she thought back on how Sean treated her, she realized he was always calmly and objectively invalidating her. Then, when she was hurt and angry, he would say, I'm just doing what's best for you. He knew she hated the heat, hated sweating, hated getting tanned, yet he would force her outside in the middle of a summer day to bake in the sun without any sunscreen, nearly causing her skin to peel off. He would ignore her protests, grinning and saying that you were supposed to get a lot of sun during the dog days of summer. When she couldn't walk, she didn't want to go out, afraid of being laughed at. Sean tricked her into going to a concert, had a group of people lift her up in her wheelchair, causing her immense humiliation and nearly making her fall out. Everyone said Sean was so good to her, that he was trying so hard to make it up to her. But his atonement was never what she wanted. When it came to caring for someone, Cole was never so self-centered. Cole would consider her feelings. He understood her likes and dislikes, knew her dietary restrictions. Even the way he stood was at a perfect distance, never too close to be annoying. Cole knew she didn't like to go out, so he never forced her. He would patiently talk to her, let her vent when she was angry, and tell her stories to cheer her up when she was sad. During that time, she felt like Cole was her shadow, that he would never leave her no matter what. But she had forgotten that even shadows disappear on a rainy day. She had been young and naive, unable to recognize PUA. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Jenna admitted she was also at fault, but she had been manipulated by Sean. In a way, she was a victim too. Why, in Cole's eyes, was she utterly irredeemable? It wasn't fair. Jenna kicked and punched Sean, cursing him. You dare threaten me? Have you taken a good look at yourself? If you think you have nothing to lose, then I don't mind chopping off both your feet. As she spoke, she glanced at Sean's feet, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Sean flinched. He was genuinely scared. He had been beaten so often in prison that all his sharp edges had been worn down. He had lost his old drive, his unwillingness to admit defeat. His expectations for himself had plummeted. He had learned to bow his head. Seeing Sean bowing his head to her, Jenna stepped on his head, grinding her heel down. Sean, do you know how much I despise you? Dating you is the biggest black mark on my entire life. I'm warning you, don't let me see you again. If you dare show your face in front of me again, I guarantee it won't be as simple as just a few kicks. Jenna removed her foot and gestured to the two bodyguards. Let's go. She had come in with a storm and left with a swagger, not giving Sean a second thought. After they were gone, Sean slowly lifted his head. He closed the door, and after a moment of silence, he went on a rampage, smashing everything in the room. The enclosed space echoed with deafening sounds as glass shattered everywhere. After venting his anger, The pain in his body returned. He gritted his teeth and called Wendy. He called 5 times, but no one answered. He was so angry he almost threw his phone. Why wasn't Wendy picking up all afternoon? Had something happened? On Sunday, Cole packed their luggage. It wasn't much, just 1 suitcase each. They had checked the Clearwater house last night. It was spotless, fully stocked. The housekeeper had even filled the fridge with groceries. Eleanor hadn't slept well all night. She looked listless in the morning, like a wilting flower in a vase. Seeing Leo, she forced a smile. Leo, did you sleep well last night? I slept great. Fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow, didn't even dream. How about you, Grandma? Did you sleep well? I slept well too. Leo was still young and couldn't always tell when someone was lying. He believed whatever his grandmother said. He went over and hugged her. Grandma, if you miss me, you can come see me. If I miss you, I'll come see you too. A wave of tenderness washed over Eleanor, and she hugged him tightly. It was only a temporary separation, but she felt like she might never see him again. Sigh. Old age makes you sentimental. Okay, Grandma will definitely come see you often. Leo said earnestly, you can also live with us. Eleanor was speechless. If she moved to Clearwater, what about Robert? Should he move too? Then what was the point of moving in the first place? I'm used to living here. I can't sleep well if I move. Footsteps came from upstairs. Eleanor looked up to see Cole carrying 2 suitcases down. When are you leaving? Cole put down the suitcases. After breakfast. You're not staying for lunch. No, Cole explained. We decided to take Daisy over early to get him used to the new place. They were leaving so soon, not even staying for lunch. Eleanor didn't say anything else, but she was worried about Leo. Let Aunt Carol go with you. You'll need someone to look after the child and help with the cooking. Knowing his mother-in-law was worried about him, Cole didn't refuse. Okay. Breakfast was unusually quiet. Eleanor kept piling food onto Leo's plate. Leo looked at the mountain of food and said with a grimace, Grandma, that's too much. I can't eat it all. Give it to me, Cole said, holding out his bowl. Leo picked out all the food he didn't like and put it in Cole's bowl. There! Cole had taught Leo to be independent, and at his young age, he sometimes acted like a little adult. Without needing to be told, he had packed his own things. First and foremost was his homework, then his toys. Since Daisy was coming with them, he had to pack his food and treats, and of course, Daisy's bed. The driver and the butler helped load the luggage into the car. Before leaving, Leo reminded his grandparents to take care of themselves. He gave each of them a hug and a kiss. Grandpa, I'll come back to see you during my school break. They couldn't even handle a few days of separation. What would they do when Leo went off to college in another state? The 2 elderly figures stood at the gate, watching them leave. As the car disappeared into the distance, Eleanor wiped away a tear. Robert was also misty-eyed. He hugged Eleanor. They'll be back once we've dealt with this mess. Eleanor was a sensitive soul, and as she got older, she tended to imagine the worst. Robert always consoled her, telling her they would be back once the problem was solved. But what if it wasn't? The Clearwater house wanted for nothing. It was clean and tidy. In terms of living conditions, it was actually more suitable for a couple. The house was a moderate size, not too big to feel empty. Every room was soundproofed, and the decor reflected their personal tastes. It was a smart home, and the power of technology was palpable from the moment they stepped inside. Clearwater had plenty of rooms, so they quickly converted one into a pet room. Leo took Daisy to explore their new surroundings, while Cole also needed to refamiliarize himself with the place. He walked around, looking at everything, not missing a single detail in the bedroom. In the study, he found a safe. It required a password to unlock, but the problem was the person who set the password was the 30-year-old Cole. Cole called Cora over. The couple stood before the safe, lost in thought. The safe should contain important things, right? Cora looked at Cole. What would you usually set as a password? Probably a birthday. Cora gestured. Try it. It was an 8-digit code, including 2 letters. Cole tried his bank password, plus his initials. It didn't open. It won't open. Cole turned the safe to Cora. You try. Maybe the things inside are yours. Cora took the safe and entered her usual passwords, plus her initials. The result was the same. Let's try Leo's birthday. Cora's fingers flew across the keypad. She entered the code and pressed unlock. The safe locked them out. They would have to wait 24 hours to try again. It did that. The 2 of them stared at each other. After a moment, Cole put the safe back in its place. We'll try again tomorrow. If that didn't work, they would have to resort to brute force, but for now it wasn't urgent. Back at the Vance house. At 4 in the afternoon, Robert called Jenna, telling her she absolutely had to come home today. If she didn't, he would personally go and get her. The thought of seeing Cole again made Jenna go to a salon to get her makeup done. After beating up Sean last night, she had had a rare good night's sleep, and her complexion had improved. The professional makeup artist's skills were far superior to her own, accentuating her features and making her look more refined. It was 6 o'clock when she arrived at the Vance house. As soon as she stepped inside, she sensed that something was off. It was too quiet. Wasn't it the weekend? Leo should be home at this hour. With a child around, the house should be lively, with everyone doting on him. But today, the whole house felt empty. She didn't see Cole or Cora, nor did she see Leo. Even Daisy was gone. The foot she had lifted to step inside retracted. Jenna hesitated, her instincts telling her there was danger inside and she shouldn't proceed. Just as she was about to retreat, the butler suddenly appeared behind her. "Miss Jenna, why aren't you coming in?" Jenna jumped, her heart pounding. She looked at the butler's smiling face and began to doubt herself. Was she just being paranoid? Why does it feel so quiet today? Not at all. It's the same as usual. Dinner is ready. We're just waiting for you. Where's Cole? Jenna subconsciously asked for Cole, then corrected herself. Where's my sister and the others? The young miss and the others went out tonight. Went out? Before she could think further, the butler had escorted her inside. It was still quiet inside. He had said they were waiting for her for dinner, but the dining table was bare. She could smell some cooking oil from the kitchen, though. Where are my parents? I don't see them. They're waiting for you inside. The butler pointed to the drawing room on the first floor. She was already inside. It was too late to escape, and she noticed that since she had entered, the front door had been blocked by other household staff. The butler was also standing behind her, as if to prevent her from running. The more they did this, the more nervous she became. Jenna forced herself to calm down and walked forward, steeling herself. The door was ajar. When she went in, she saw her parents immediately. "Dad, Mom, why did you call me back? Did you go see Cole in private?" Robert sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed. They knew. Under the pressure of her father's sharp gaze, Jenna lowered her head, staring at the floor. "Did Cora tell you something? I'm asking you a question. You just need to answer yes or no. The first person you mention is Cora. What? Are you trying to shift the blame to her?" Jenna's temper flared. "I did go see Cole, but so what? We've known each other for so long. I finally come back. Is it so wrong to want to catch up with an old friend? You can catch up with anyone, but not him." "Why not? Just because he's Cora's husband?" Jenna sneered. "You're even trying to control my social life now. Don't you think you're overstepping? How dare you speak to your father like that?" Eleanor, who had been silent, finally spoke, her voice choked with tears. "Jenna, why won't you change? It's been 5 years. How long are you going to continue down this path?" Seeing her mother's red eyes, Jenna felt a pang in her heart. She turned her face away. "I just had a casual chat with him. You're the ones making a big deal out of nothing. You still won't admit it." Robert slammed his hand on the sofa, played the recording on his phone, and put on the coffee table. "Listen to this. Does this sound like a casual chat?" Jenna looked down at the phone. At first, she didn't know what it was. But when the voice came out, her face changed drastically. Cora actually recorded it. Robert's voice was dripping with sarcasm. "If she hadn't recorded it, how would we know you haven't changed at all? Even now, you're still trying to slander someone." Jenna was furious, her mind a complete blank. "I thought you had come back because you had seen the light, because you had changed. But it turns out you've only gotten worse. And what's with this boyfriend of yours? Weren't you going to marry him? You even said you would bring him back for your mother to see. Where is he?" Robert pointed at her, taking 2 steps forward and roaring. "You've become a pathological liar. If I didn't lie and say I had a boyfriend, would you have let me come back?" Her true colors exposed. Jenna couldn't be bothered to hide them anymore. "We're both your daughters, so why was I the one who was kicked out of the house? Because you hurt people. Because you're a disappointment. Because you're selfish and narrow-minded. Because you're cold and greedy, wanting everything but cherishing nothing." Jenna froze. After his tirade, Robert asked, "Was I wrong? The family raised you, took care of you, gave you the best resources. You had everything you wanted. What more could you be dissatisfied with? Your mother and I don't ask you to be filial. We only ask you to be a decent, kind person. Is that too much to ask?" Jenna remained unrepentant, even managing a small smile. "Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness?" Robert's eyes blazed with anger. "Pursuing happiness is not wrong, but that doesn't mean you become a mistress, that you try to steal your sister's husband. Do you have any idea how much shame you bring upon us? When people curse us for having no class, who do you think is hurt the most? It's me and your mother. We gave you the best education, yet when you do something wrong, we're the ones who have to take the blame." Robert was so angry he felt a sharp pain in his chest. In his rage, he swept a glass off the coffee table, shattering it on the floor. We didn't raise you to have you come back and torment us. Get out. I won't. Jenna sneered. You say you gave me whatever I wanted, so why didn't you let me join the company? Why does Cora get things that I don't? Your words are so pretty, but you couldn't even manage basic fairness. Dad, you're both too biased. You are now, and you were 5 years ago. You knew Cole and I were about to get married, yet you still supported Cora being with him. Robert's face was ashen, the hand at his side trembling as it clenched into a fist. If his wife hadn't been holding his arm, he might have already struck her. Before you ask, why? Can you do some self-reflection? Do you really need someone to spell it out for you? Fine. Then you listen up. Why didn't we let you join the company? Because you're useless. Everything you touch, you ruin. Didn't we arrange a job for you overseas? How many times did you even show up? Do you have any idea what the company's profits were? Why do we support Cole and Cora being together? Because they have true love, and you were a mistake. You don't deserve to be loved. You don't know how to cherish people. You just cause trouble for others, throw tantrums. It's no wonder no one wants you. No wonder everyone leaves you. 5 years ago, you ran away from your own wedding. You knew that doing so would mean losing Cole, that it would bring shame to the entire Vance family, but you did it anyway. Do you know what that makes you? Robert pointed at her face, his words sharp and cruel. It makes you cheap. You're cheap, you're a drama queen, and when everyone has finally left you, you'll realize just how disgusting you are. It was a hot summer day, nearly 90 degrees inside, but Jenna was covered in a cold sweat. In her entire life, her father had never spoken to her so cruelly. Even 5 years ago, when she had made her mistake, he had only given her a cold look and told her to go to her room and think. Jenna's voice broke. Dad, in your eyes, am I really that worthless? Yes. Robert nodded without hesitation, adding with grim finality, maggots in a cesspool are more useful than you. You should be grateful you're my daughter. Otherwise, you'd be checking into a hospital right now. Not hitting her was the greatest mercy he could show her. Her heart felt like it was tied to a lead weight, sinking fast. Jenna kept her face defiant, meeting her father's gaze. Robert took a deep breath, trying to control his blood pressure. Do you know what it means when we say you can't unspill water? That you can't take back a move in chess? Get rid of your pathetic little ideas. You and Cole are impossible in this lifetime. It's not just Cora who's guarding against you. Your mother and I are too. You want to join the company? Impossible. I'm not senile enough to keep a time bomb by my side. As for the rest, I can't be bothered to say any more. Pack your things and go back where you came from. You can continue with the company overseas. If you produce results, I'll consider letting you come back. In another era, it would have been exile. Jenna was stubborn, but her father was even more so. Once he made a decision, 10 wild horses couldn't drag him back. His tone was unyielding. If you're not willing to leave on your own, then I'll have to resort to the same methods I used 4 years ago to force you. Mom, knowing she wouldn't get anywhere with her father, Jenna turned to her mother, her voice pleading. In your eyes, am I no longer your daughter? In all the years I was away, did you ever think of me? When I was abroad, did you ever worry if I was doing okay, if I was being bullied? Mom, I really don't want to go back to that place. Please let me stay. Please talk to Dad. Eleanor's eyes reddened. The moment she turned her head, tears streamed down her face. Robert held her cold hand tightly, giving her comfort and courage. And you? Eleanor's voice was hoarse. Do you have me, your mother, in your heart? Jenna, do you know how happy I was when you came back? I really thought you had changed for the better, but you lied to me again. This time we found out early. If we had been a little later, were you planning on drugging Cole? Jenna shook her head frantically. I never thought of that. I only came back to compete fairly with Cora. I just wanted to win for once. Eleanor suddenly pulled her hand from her husband's. She slowly walked up to Jenna and raised her hand, slapping her across the face. Smack! The sudden slap caught Jenna completely off guard. She stared in a daze at her mother's gentle face. She had never hit her before, so when she had walked towards her, Jenna thought she just wanted to speak to her more closely. When she raised her hand, Jenna thought, just like in the old days, that her mother was going to hug her. The slap seemed to ring in her ears, her left ear buzzing. In truth, Eleanor's slap wasn't hard. Compared to Cora's, it was probably only 20 or 30% of the force. It didn't even leave a red mark. Eleanor closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. The person you need to win against has never been someone else, but the person you want to become. You keep comparing yourself to others, and you'll only ever lose. This time, I can't protect you. It's not that I don't want to, but that I don't dare. Eleanor had grown up wealthy and had been cherished by her husband after marriage. If it weren't for Jenna, her life could be described as smooth and carefree. This slap seemed to have knocked Jenna back to her senses. Her father, who had never said a harsh word to her, had called her cheap. Her mother, who had never laid a hand on her, had slapped her. If she didn't bow her head now, she probably wouldn't be leaving this house today. Jenna wiped the tears from her face. How could she describe herself now? A deflated balloon, a frostbitten eggplant, a porcupine with all its quills pulled out, a cactus left to rot in water. She had lost. She had lost to Cora once again. No, she hadn't even had a chance to get on the board in this game before she was eliminated. No taking back a move. Can't unspill water. A broken mirror can't be mended. These were the phrases she hated to hear the most. Her stomach cramped, as if a hand were squeezing it tighter and tighter. Jenna gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain. Fine, I understand. I'll go abroad. But before I do, I want to talk to Cora. What do you want to talk to her about? Robert's tone was immediately suspicious. They were both his daughters, but now, in his eyes, she had become some kind of venomous snake.